Chapter 441, Dream City 16. So the old city has been cut off by the new city. And those management trainees who are put here from time to time are actually part of the fresh leaks? Bai Yuyan concluded concisely and comprehensively. In her opinion, this is actually the law of the jungle where the jungle prevails. Before Blue Star was invaded by animals and plants. Some powerful countries often did this kind of thing of cutting leaks. It's just that the form of expression is different. Yes. Manager Zhao nodded heavily. We reached an intersection ahead, and the light happened to be red. Manager Zhao's speed also gradually slowed down. Bai Yu put his hand on his cheek, glanced at the red light in front of him, and pretended to be confused. Manager Zhao, I actually feel a little strange. Are the people in our old city willing to accept our fate like this? Why don't we try to resist? Why is the new city so powerful and mysterious? As soon as she spoke, she held the steering wheel with both hands and looked straight ahead at Manager Zhao, who couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. This woman's problem is not that her brain is burned out, but that she has lost her memory. Right? These common sense questions that everyone understands come one after another, which is really overwhelming. The complaints in my heart are complaints. After all, the other party is considered a big customer of them all, and the relationship still needs to be maintained. Thinking of this, Manager Zhao took a deep breath and patiently explained to her. I resisted, but it was useless. Everything in the new city is a crushing existence for the people in the old city. Oh, how about a crushing method? Bai Yu sat up straight after hearing this, as if he continued to listen attentively. Manager Zhao shook his head sincerely. Then I don't know. Indeed, what this kind of crushing is, to him, is just a concept in his memory. He really couldn't tell. As for why the new city and the old city were in this situation, he didn't know. No one else knows either. No one cares either. After all, it's useless to care. It seems that since birth, some default rules and concepts have appeared, just like the mysterious red button and health bar on the arm. Ever since he was young, thoughts like, I am Zhao Yunjiang, and I have a dream, would pop up in his mind countless times. Recalling it carefully, he had been frightened, longed for it, and wanted to live up to his youth with his dreams as horses. But what is his dream to this day? It became increasingly difficult for him to answer his inner thoughts. And he had fewer and fewer new dreams. If I have to have one right now, then maybe it's just to live a good and healthy life. Anyone who dreams of the old city knows an iron rule. When dreams dry up, human life may also face dryness. Although he is in his prime, if he continues to think like this, he may not live long. Thinking of this, a trace of confusion and depression flashed in Manager Zhao's eyes. He sighed silently, but realized that his big customer was still sitting next door. Today, their mall sold a huge order for the first time in a long time, and his mood instantly improved. Swish, swish, swish. The raindrops outside were getting a lot heavier. Miss Imo, the road is a bit slippery. I'll focus on driving first. There were still 2 seconds left in the green light countdown, and Manager Zhao had already started the car and drove out. Asterisk. When the two of them arrived near community number 51, District A3, Dream Old City, where Bai Shixiao's home was located, the 3 small trucks delivering goods to Bai Yu also happened to arrive. It doesn't rain much here, and the ground is dry, but the cold wind blows and makes it sizzling. The leading driver called Manager Zhao and said that because the entire A3 area is an old community, if you reach the entrance of the community, you have to pass through a very narrow slope lane. The roadway has height and width restrictions, so trucks cannot enter and can only temporarily park outside the community. Fortunately, there was a large vacant lot nearby that was used as an unattended temporary parking lot. The parking lot is covered with gravel, and the innermost position is lined with a row of garbage rooms. Outside, there is a 2-meter-high temporary wall. As soon as Bai Yu got out of the car, she smelled an unpleasant sour smell floating in the air. She quickly took out her mask and put it on. I glanced left and right and saw no sign of any cameras. Chapter 442, Delusion City, 17. Manager Xiao, who got out of the car first, glanced at the truck, frowned, looked at Bai Yu and said apologetically, Ms. Imo, we didn't think carefully when delivering goods before. We may need to manually move these supplies in one by one, but the quantity is too large. If that doesn't work, I will ask 3 masters to deliver the fresh food supplies to you tonight. You deliver it to your home, and the rest will be delivered to your home tomorrow morning. Okay? Mainly, The 3 truck drivers had been working all day and hadn't had dinner yet. Everyone was a little resentful. Although Manager Zhao is a manager, he is also a part-time worker. In fact, he is also afraid of these grassroots employees and gives up his job. In addition, he was actually very curious. People who lived in such a community had small homes. If she bought so much, where would she put it? I hope this, burned out, Ms. Mo will not just make a temporary return. Baiyu reacted instantly and said bluntly, "Oh, Manager Xiao, how can I put so many things in my house? To be honest, these are all group purchases for the people in the community. So, Manager Xiao, if it is convenient, you can ask the driver to give me the car key." After a while, the group informed them to pick it up themselves. "We have more people and more power, so I won't trouble you. As for the master and the others, I guess they have worked overtime and haven't eaten yet. You can let them eat first and take a rest. Isn't it bad that I can't help you deliver the goods to your door? If not, I will ask 3 masters to help you." Manager Zhao looked apologetic on the surface, but secretly sighed quietly in his heart. "It's okay," we decided happily. "In addition, Manager Xiao, if there is nothing else, you can go back first. I have worked hard on you today." Baiyu gave the eviction order politely and politely. With these people here, how could she collect the supplies into the space? Mainly because I was in a hurry today, so the things I bought were last minute. Otherwise, you should contact a warehouse or something in advance so that the secret will not be exposed easily. Manager Zhao gritted his molar teeth and said boldly, "It's okay. I'll help you move together." Baiyu smiled and declined his kindness. "It's really not necessary. We can handle it ourselves. Besides, while you are here, what if a neighbor suddenly regrets not wanting something and asks you to return it directly?" Manager Zhao suppressed the joy in his heart and sighed. "Hey, okay then. Ms. Mo, then why don't I be respectful and obey your orders?" Baiyu said, "Yes." "Okay, please wait a moment." After Manager Zhao said that, he strove to find 3 truck drivers to get the keys. This kind of truck is a specially customized model. The cabin and cockpit are closed and opened independently, and the keys are also independent. Those drivers were already ravenous and thought they had to continue working, and their faces looked very ugly. After hearing the solution and leaving Baiyu's contact number, the 3 of them happily threw down the car keys and went to eat. "Goodbye, Ms. Mo." After Manager Zhao handed the key to Baiyu, he jumped into the car and drove to the front to make a U-turn. "Well, goodbye." After Baiyu said that, he took out his mobile phone and pretended to contact a person. After Manager Zhao adjusted his head, he stuck his head out of the window and said with a smile on his face, "By the way, Ms. Mo, you have just recovered and been discharged from the hospital. Remember to have a good rest. When you have time, remember to come to the mall to play with me." "Yes." Baiyu curled his lips and waved to him coolly. Manager Zhao's car sped away quickly. The sky suddenly started drizzling at this time. Baiyu glanced around to make sure there was no one outside or inside the parking lot, then quickly took out the key and opened one of the truck compartments. Soon, she put all 3 large carts of goods into the copy space. The automatic classification function of the mind space has helped her classify and store everything. There were so many supplies purchased this time that dungeon space couldn't hold them at all, and she needed to leave some space in the dungeon for emergencies. She simply moved some of the supplies that would be used in the real world from dungeon space. Go out. Looking at the 2 spaces full of supplies, Baiyu felt that his heart instantly felt more at ease. After locking the car door, Baiyu took out his umbrella, clicked on the walking navigation, and then walked quickly towards the dark alley that must be passed to the entrance of the community. Chapter 443, Dream City, 18. As soon as Baiyu reached the middle of the alley, his cell phone buzzed and vibrated. It's Guamiling calling. She glanced at the figures hiding in the darkness on the right side with her peripheral vision, and picked up the call calmly. Guamiling's voice was a little hoarse. "Xiao Xiao, are you home yet?" "Mom, it's not here yet. You finished the operation. Don't you feel any discomfort in your body?" Baiyu asked symbolically. Guamiling, "Well, the doctor said that you may need to prescribe some more conditioning medicine to take along with it. By the way, where have you been? We're almost at the gate of the community." "Mom, you have something to say." Baiyu suppressed his impatience and said bluntly, if it weren't for the fact that today was the first day into the game and many things were unclear, she wouldn't have wanted to continue playing this role. "Oh, it's okay. I just wanted to ask if you've gone home after the operation. As long as you're home, I'll hang up. Seeing that her tone was different from the usual indifference, the person on the other end had no choice but to hang up the phone angrily. Bayou said, yes. Hung up the phone, paused on the spot, turned around, and then quickly turned on the light on his phone. The light swept towards the edge of the alleyway, and several figures that had been hiding in the dark corners appeared in the field of vision through the thin rain. Bayou's lips curled up, and his tone was calm and cold. Stop hiding. Come out. These figures had been following her since she entered the alley. The other party should have been waiting there before. After all, this is the only way for Bai Xiaoxiao to go home. She could probably guess who it was. In my memory, Chiguo wrote, give me money or your life today. Wipe neck.jpg. The figures paused when they heard this. And one of them, a tall figure, stood up straight and walked out. He was wearing a black baseball cap and black baseball uniform, with a silver gray chain hanging on his chest. Judging from his appearance, he was somewhat similar to Guanmailing, and his eyebrows looked unkind. Most likely it was Bai Xiaoxiao's ineffective vampire brother. His neck and hands were covered with black and red tattoos. With his hands in his pockets and a bulging sports bag slung across his body, he looked full of mischief. When he saw Bayou, he grinned and said with a strange air, Hey, my dearest sister, since when did you start pretending to be mysterious? Why are you still wearing a mask? Bayou said nothing and gave him a cold look. She glanced at the baseball cap. Her eyes flinched, and there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. His nominal sister was a management trainee, who was thrown from the new city to his home without a father or mother. Although he has a high IQ and studies well, he and his mother Guanmailing have been spoiled by him since he was a child. So over the years, I have developed a submissive and coward character. He had never seen such sharp eyes and calm expression that could kill people today. But my mother said she was going to the Xinqing Dream Company headquarters for an interview tomorrow. It must be because of this reason that she changed her mind. However, this is just a good way to blackmail you. Besides, she is just a weak woman with no strength to restrain a chicken. With so many people on her side, he is afraid of a hammer. Thinking of this, Baseball Hat's inner courage suddenly grew again. Several people behind him also followed him and gathered around. The figures of those people were obviously much stronger than baseball caps, and all of them had glaring knives in their hands. Bai Shulin, stop talking nonsense and ask your sister to pay back the money now. There is also an additional loan of 200,000. Tomorrow at the latest. 200,000 dream coins. Every penny must be credited to my account. Otherwise, I won't be polite. A bald man on the right suddenly shouted angrily. Chapter 444, Delusion City 19. Ahem. Brother Zhang, don't be impatient. You've seen my sister. She's very beautiful. She has a good figure too. If she can't pay today, you can also come to my house anyway. As for this new loan, I have the contract, pen, and ink ready. All I need is a press of her little hand. Bai Shulin laughed maliciously. As he walked, he took out an umbrella from his crossbody bag, opened it, and took out several crumpled high-interest loan contracts. Bai Shulin, we are a family. Are you sure you want to be so cruel? Baiyu stood on the spot holding a blue floral umbrella and glanced at him with piercing eyes. Although after chatting with manager Zhao, the possibility of the human replica being a robot awakening consciousness was basically eliminated. However, she was still more interested in the red buttons that suddenly appeared on the skin of those people's wrists. I was thinking of finding an experimental subject to cut open and take a look at. This is not drowsy when you meet the pillow. Here it comes. Don't give up this test product delivered to your door. Thinking of this, she remained calm on the surface, but secretly sneered in her heart. Sister, what are you talking about? Our family has supported you for so long with free food and drink, and now we need some money from you. What's wrong? Bai Shulin, already looking like a scoundrel, came forward, waving the contract with him. Shit. Let me see your so-called beauty first. The contract is in a hurry. I'm here, but I'm afraid she might run away. Brother Zhang pushed him away with a palm and came close to Baiyu. Oh, although she looks a bit older and haggard, she still has some charm. She is an ice beauty, Brother Zhang said with a grin. When he saw her standing there and looking at him coldly, he thought she was ready to capture her without mercy. The salty pig's hand stretched out towards Baiyu's face without hesitation. Base. Ouch. In the drizzle, a sharp white light flashed. and the sound of a sharp weapon cutting off a dog's claws, and a man's scream pierced the night sky at the same time. Damn it! Go up here and kill her! Brother Zhang roared ferociously with incredible pain on his face, covered his severed hand, and bit his waist like a prawn. The woman was still standing there quietly holding an umbrella like a sculpture, but she had a sharp dagger in her hand. On the silver-gray blade, warm scarlet liquid slid down drop by drop from the tip. The remaining people looked at the liquid splashing out from Brother Zhang's wrist. Their pupils shrank, and they subconsciously took a step back. They are all people who lick blood from the edge of a knife, and we have encountered such scenes frequently. But the woman was clearly holding the umbrella with both hands, and the knife, which was cutting iron like clay, seemed to appear out of thin air. Isn't this a bit too weird? It's scary to think about it. Although everyone was a little frightened, there was still a younger brother who had quick eyesight and quick hands. He quickly stepped forward and bent down to pick up the broken claw. I'll go. Bai Xiao Xiao. Bai Shulin, who was standing aside with the contract and ready to watch the show, was also shocked. On weekdays, my good-for-nothing sister can't even kill a chicken. That skill just now must have been a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. It's all my fault that Brother Zhang underestimated the enemy. He is really a stupid idiot. Hack. Aren't you going to listen to me? I'll let you go. Kill this stinky bitch for me. Brother Zhang couldn't help but jumped up in anger when he saw that everyone was not advancing but retreating. Hiss. He jumped so excitedly that the broken part of his wrist hurt even more. Someone persuaded in a cowardly voice. Boss, there is something wrong with that woman today. She is too calm. Moreover, Dao Baishulin said that she is a management trainee from Xinchen. Doesn't she have any special abilities? Your hands need to be disinfected in time to stop bleeding. Otherwise you won't be able to pick them back up. A hero doesn't want to suffer immediate losses. Why don't we withdraw first? Chapter 445, Delusion City 20. Brother Zhang, this is the main road leading to the community. There will be many people coming back soon. I'm afraid it won't be good. These guys were all recruited by Brother Zhang by giving him dream puree for free. They are not sincere, and they are all greedy for life and afraid of death. If you really encounter a critical moment, you may not necessarily listen to him. A special piece of yarn. A test tube. Brother Zhang was so angry that he almost broke his molar teeth. After speaking, he looked at Bai Shulin with an angry look. Bai Shulin, go up and kill her for me. As long as you kill her, I will write off your debt. I don't want these 200,000 dream coins from you anymore. There must be a brave man under the heavy reward. He, Zhang Dachi, still doesn't believe it. At this time, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Face is gone. How are you going to hang out on the road in the future? Bai Shulin looked grim for a moment and said timidly, Brother Zhang, do you mean what you say? In his opinion, Bai Xiaoxiao was able to cut off Brother Zhang's dog claw just now. But Brother Zhang underestimated the enemy and let her take advantage of the loophole. I have lived with her for so many years, and I still don't know how much she weighs. It won't last long. They are all listening. Brother Zhang was so angry that he almost stepped forward and kicked him. When the man was agitated, the wound tore even wider. He let out a cry and bent down again. Bai Xiaoxiao, don't blame me. Bai Shulin took a deep breath, put the contract into his bag, threw the umbrella to the side, smiled evilly, took out a knife from behind, and rushed towards Baiyu. Baiyu still held the umbrella and stood in place. She was actually quite puzzled, since this alleyway was the main road leading to Bai Xiaoxi's home. How could she not see a single person even after acting with them for a long time? Bai Shulin threw himself forward, but suddenly stopped, because he suddenly discovered that the bloody dagger in Baiyu's hand disappeared out of thin air. Oh! Looking for death. At the moment of confusion in Bai Shulin's eyes, accompanied by the woman's cold words, a black gun was pointed at his head. Due to the special nature of the copy, please do not kill key NPCs. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. When entering the dungeon, a note announced by the game suddenly appeared in Baiyu's mind. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is Bai Shulin considered a key NPC? Most likely not. But he is Bai Shishu's younger brother after all. There is still the possibility of taking risks and making mistakes. After all, games can be a bit messy sometimes. Hold the grass. It's weird. This time, it was Brother Zhang and the others who were shocked. Huh? Bai Xiaoxiao, how dare you use this fake thing to deceive me? Bai Shulin took a deep breath and stabbed Baiyu with a dagger in his hand. Yu's body twisted flexibly. But Bai Shulin couldn't control his body and fell directly to the ground with inertia. Bang! Ouch! The ground was covered with gravel, and Bai Shulin fell to the ground. The sound of special pistol safety opening came clearly from the air. Everyone. Dot! Bai Yu ignored Bai Shulin and pointed his gun directly at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, how about we change the game? If you kill Bai Shulin, I will give you the money directly from Bai Xiao. Otherwise. The woman's white and slender fingers were already on the trigger smoothly. Brother Zhang is not a fool either. Pain Mask sneered. Bai Xiao, where did you get the money? Why should I believe you? Then you believe in bullets? Bai Yu chuckled and shot the gun directly at the leg of the guy next to Brother Zhang, who was holding a bloody dog paw. Bang! Ouch! The young man knelt down directly facing Bai Yu. Chapter 446, Delusion City, 21. After a few minutes, the drizzle stopped. After eliminating harm for the people and killing relatives for justice on Bai Xiao's behalf, Bai Yu moved his thoughts and put several fresh corpses into the space. She looked at a small house in the shadows on one side of the alley that seemed to have been vacant for a long time, and walked over. After confirming that no one was around, she took out the body. After searching several people's bodies, they found several packs of cigarettes, several lighters, several thousand bloody dream coins, and 3 bottles of dream puree. Bai Yu directly threw these supplies into the space, took out the black blade from the space, and carefully opened the meridians of Bai Shulin's arm. Unfortunately, all that comes into view is scarlet flesh and blood, and there are no wires or chips. To avoid having too few samples, she cut open the arms of the remaining people in the same way. Without exception, they are all normal people of flesh and blood. Bai Yu suspected that the location where the chip might be implanted was a key part, such as the heart or brain. Just as they were hesitating whether to perform a craniotomy on them, a strange scene happened above the corpses. Those transparent silk threads, like dodder flowers, appeared. They fell vertically from the air and pierced into those bodies in dense numbers, just like absorbing flesh and blood as nutrients. Bai Yu saw the facial muscles of Bai Shulin and Brother Zhang drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Yu took out a powerful flashlight and shined it into the air. Unfortunately, those threads were like raindrops falling from the sky, so long that there was no end in sight. She frowned and stretched out her fingers to sweep the threads, only to find that her hand was also sweeping a small beam of light. Soon, several mummies disappeared on the spot, and those dodder threads also disappeared. Bai Yu knows that the dungeon NPC will disappear within a period of time after death, but it is indeed the first time that I have seen someone disappear after being eaten and wiped clean in such a bizarre way. Bai Yu took a breath. It seems that these dodder threads not only absorb human spirit and ideas when human beings have dreams, it will also squeeze the last drop of consciousness out of human beings when they die. It is said that after a person's physical body dies, his consciousness will actually remain for a short time. And Bai Yu remembered that when entering the Dream City copy, the first clue given by the system to pass the level was that there were unknown secrets hidden in the City of Delusion. And as an ordinary and special member of it, she had a special mission. The special identity the system refers to may be her status as a management trainee. The unknown secret, judging from all current signs, is most likely these elusive dodder threads. So, finding the source of these dodder threads may be the key to clearing the customs? And she had a strong sixth sense about the source of the dodder thread, which was hidden in the Dream Company in Xinqing. Ms. Imo, is that you? Bai Yu stood up and was about to go home, when a truck driver trotted over from not far away. Master, it's me. Bai Yu turned around and took out the key from his bag. Ms. Imo, you? The moment the truck master got closer and saw Bai Yu clearly, his words suddenly stopped and his heart began to beat wildly. Bai Yu, who was wearing a black mask, politely asked, "What's wrong?" The truck driver tremblingly glanced at the blood stains on her arms and clothes, and hesitated. "No, it's okay. Have you collected all the supplies?" Bai Yu said, "Yes." Returned the key to her, said, "Goodbye, master," and then turned back to the community. The truck driver took the keys with fear in his eyes, turned around and ran away. Bai Xiao's home is located in Building 9, Room 104, Community Number 51. He's the typical old guy who doesn't even have a grandpa's security guard. The entire community was dark, with few households having lights on. It may be that most people have moved away, Or it may be that many people have not returned to 996 yet. In short, the popularity of the community is very weak. When you walk into the unguarded gate of the community, the temperature drops by several degrees, making it eerie. In addition, it was raining, and there was no one in the public area outside. You could only follow the walking navigation and fumbled for a long time before finally finding the entrance of Building 9. The security door lock at the entrance was broken, so you pulled it open. There are 4 households in one unit, and 104 is located in the corner with the worst lighting. The lights in the corridor dimmed and went out, and black dried blood stains could be seen on the dirty walls on both sides of the passage. The whole environment looks like it's from a ghost movie. You turned on the flashlight, holding the black blade in his hand, and walked towards 104 step by step. The house must have been unoccupied for a long time. There were a bunch of small advertisements and expense reminders posted on the rusty iron door. Yu was right. After Guamiling was hospitalized, Bai Shulin probably never came back. Bai Xiaoxiao himself, he must have just returned from school. She took out her house keys from her bag. She didn't open the door for the time being, but looked at the outstanding bills. The first thing that caught my eye was 6 months rent arrears, as well as utility bills. These fees are much more expensive than those on Blue Star. Yu looked at the stack of reminder notes pasted next to him with the flashlight, and Yu was instantly surprised. On these palm-sized lists, a bunch of tax arrears items and amounts are densely listed. Most fees are charged monthly. It may be that the payment has been outstanding for a long time, and the amount is not small. Housing rental taxpayer, Guamiling, amount 3,000 dream coins. Tattoo taxpayer, Bai Shulin, amount 100 dream coins. Respiratory taxpayer, Guamiling, Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Shulin, amount 1,200 dream coins. Precious resource taxpayer, Guamiling, amount 250 dream coins. Single taxpayer, Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Shulin, amount 666 dream coins / person. The tax collectors who signed the contract, without exception, all dreamed of the new city. As for the specific tax collection unit, there is no signature on it. Yu frowned. No wonder the mall manager Zhao said that the people in the new city are sickles, and the people in the old city are leeks. To be honest, these taxes are not outrageous. On the back of the tax collection form, there are some routine taxes. The number of names is dizzying. The largest single amount among them is the death tax. If an elder in the family dies, the children will need to pay a tax of at least 30,000 yuan. No wonder that when she was in the hospital in the afternoon, the white coat reminded her to pay for Guamiling's surgery. Yu couldn't help but sigh after reading them one by one. In this old city, not only could we not live, we could not afford to die. For Bai Xiaoxiao, doesn't that mean letting her die? Previously, when dreams occurred in the mind after drinking dream puree, the spirit and consciousness would be absorbed by the daughter threads, and then the person would become haggard and old. It was like a little dull knife cutting flesh, little by little. And these extremely weird taxes can directly kill people in one step. Is this still a dream city? This is simply a city of despair. The key is that no one has resisted yet. They had no ability to resist. Special note, except for the beauty tax. None of these weird taxes are made up by me. They really exist in the world. In addition, there is also a face-washing tax, a handsome guy tax, and a fart tax. HHHH. Chapter 447, Delusion City, 22. A bold guess popped up in Yu's mind. In such a miserable survival background, for the people who dream of the old city, what they need may be a savior hidden among ordinary people who rises up. Help them find the source of those daughter threads, and help them get rid of these exploitative saviors everywhere. So, will the ultimate mission of the players who were thrown into the dungeon be this? Yu felt that his head was a little confused for a moment. But what she knew clearly in her heart was that everything pointed to the dream new city. And most likely, it was related to the dream company. But the interview is tomorrow, so there's no point in rushing. Now, we can only take one step and see one step. She took a breath, pulled off these strange documents, took out the key and opened the door. The house was dark, and there was no electricity. After all, I have been owed utility bills for so long. She wasn't in a hurry, took a flashlight and looked around, then started rummaging through the boxes. This is a small living room, and the things in the room are crowded and messy. Yu rummaged for a long time, but found no information related to Bai Xiaoxiao or Bai Shixia's father. I haven't even seen a photo. After struggling for a long time and getting nothing, she didn't want to stay here too long. After all, the main purpose of coming here is to see if there are any clues. Previously, she found an express hotel on her phone that was more convenient to the subway station. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. She simply locked the door and left the house in a hurry. Asterisk. The next day, Bayu went to the subway station early in the morning. After all, being late for an interview at a company is the biggest taboo. Unexpectedly, it was not yet the rush hour for work. But the subway heading to Dream City was already packed with people. It's still the same, with some people holding light blue work badges tightly in their hands. Most of the remaining people were about the same age as her, regardless of whether they were men or women. They were all dressed in neat professional attire. Their brows were furrowed and their faces were nervous, as if they were going to the battlefield. Bayu was wearing a mask, and his smart eyes were darting around in the crowd from the moment he got in the car. I scanned the area and didn't find anyone who looked like a player. In her opinion, if the 6 players are all management trainees, it means that the other 5 are also girls. Hello, Dream Newtown Station. Within a few minutes, the radio announced that Newtown had arrived. She was so thin that she was squeezed out by the crowd. Following the flow of people, everyone walked quickly towards the entrance of Dream New City, arriving at the lobby soon. The security window at the entry gate was packed with people. Bayu looked first at the big screen above. After looking at the remaining quota for today's entry displayed above, there were more than 2,000 people left, and she couldn't help but let out a deep breath. Bayu had just spotted a window and was about to line up when a familiar voice came from the right. Hi, little sister. We meet again. Today, you won't say that I recognized the wrong person again, right? Bayu raised her eyes and looked at Pan Ting, who was walking towards her with exquisite makeup. She frowned slightly and said calmly and politely, Hello. I actually changed my clothes today, changed my handbag, and put on a mask. The other party was actually able to recognize himself in the crowd. It seemed that this person had very strong insight and observation skills. After thinking about it, Pan Ting quickly walked closer and lined up behind her. She glanced around with vigilance, then leaned into Bayu's ear and whispered, Miss, I know you are very defensive, but I found some clues yesterday. I wonder if you are interested in hearing about them. Now that things have happened, Bayu can no longer pretend. She glanced at Pan Ting and said, Are you sure you want to say it here? Pan Ting said, Yes. Opened the phone and handed it to her. You can take a look at it first, and I will delete it after you finish it. I just want you to know that I really want to cooperate with you from the bottom of my heart. Bayu took the phone and glanced at it quickly. Pan Ting's clues were written in memos. What she found was probably similar to what she knew. The only difference is that she knows a few more things than she does. 1. The lifespan of people in the old city is generally very short, usually around 50 years old, and rarely more than that. Many people even died of self-destruction at a young age because they could not afford to buy dream plasma. 2. The total population of the old city has always maintained a balance, and the management trainees of the Dream Company are one of the means to adjust this balance. 3. The old city and the new city are anarchic. All management is performed by Dream Company. Articles 1 and 2 are quite understandable. The term execution on behalf of in Article 3 seems to Bayu to be a bit of a cover-up. However, this confirms some of Bayu's conjectures about the copy. Thank you. Bai Xiao Xiao. Bayu returned the phone to her after reading it, and then said, Sorry, I don't have as many clues as you do. I will share it with you when there is new information later. Regardless of subsequent cooperation or not, she never thought about the clues about the other party's prostitution, even though the other party insisted on sending it to her. This made her suddenly recall a person, the sweet girl Li Yushi she met in Misty Village. At that time, because the other party could see the player's probability of passing the level, they followed him closely. Pan Ting probably doesn't have any special cards. However, in this dungeon, the clues to clear the level were messy and scattered, and her confidence in herself was not as great as usual. Seeing that she was finally willing to reveal her name, Pan Ting felt a burst of joy in her eyes and said with a smile, It's okay. It's okay. I'm not here to exchange information, but I'd like to ask one more question. I'm a tube trainee. That's the kind of test tube. You know that. You should be the same. Right? Bayu said, yes. And when he saw that he was about to go through the security check, he opened his phone and called up the text message for the interview with his dream company. The two quickly passed the security window. A light golden wall hidden deep in the dense white mist appeared in their field of vision. Those people who had gone through the security check before seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. And they accelerated their race and crashed into the wall quickly. Soon, their figures disappeared from the wall. They seemed to have fallen into a golden, transparent jelly. Dot! Panting couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. By Xiao Xiao. Have you noticed that the entrance to the new city is very similar to the mysterious entrance to the Magic Academy in Harry Potter? Panting's ability to say the word, Harry Potter, actually made Bai Yu loosen his guard against her. Yes. Bai Yu pondered for a second, looked at the wall, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's go in and see how mysterious this Dream City and Dream Company are." Yeah. Panting also had the same idea. The two looked at each other, inhaled, increased their speed, closed their eyes, gritted their teeth, and hit the wall in the thick fog. Ding! As the wind chimes rang slightly, the two of them felt warm all over. Opening their eyes and looking at everything in front of them, the two of them suddenly paused. Chapter 448, Dream City, Raised Livestock. What you see is a bustling crowd. Bai Yu and Panting passed through the wall and appeared in a blue-gray sunken square. The square looks like a very traditional gymnasium, with layers of cement steps extending to the top. There were arguments and curses coming from the surrounding crowd. Ouch! You hit me! Who told you not to have eyes to block here? Next time you pass through the wall, can you leave immediately? You don't even know how to hack. You're such a country bumpkin. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Are you from the old city too? Who are you looking down on? What's wrong with looking down on you? Come and beat me up if you dare. Come on. I'll give you my face. Oh, do you think I'm afraid? If I beat you, I'll beat you. Young man, it's your first day here. Fight on the streets of Dream New City. The first person to do it will have to pay 3,000 Dream Coins for obstructing public safety tax. Dot! Okay. Don't make any noise this early in the morning. Since we are all dream chasers coming to the new city, let's go and do what we are supposed to do. Dot! Bai Yu. Dot! Panting. Dot! The two stared at each other. These people were the same people who had previously lined up to enter the country from the old city. Such a disorderly and strange entry method seems strange. There are no warning signs or precautions around. There are still people popping up from the void. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses and holding a briefcase in his hand almost missed Panting. Fortunately, she was flexible and got out of the way. I'm sorry. The man politely apologized without criticizing Panting for why she stayed where she was. After saying that, he took his briefcase and walked up the steps with ease. Sir, please wait a moment. Bai Yu saw the light blue work badge in his hand, stepped forward and called him. When the young man heard this, he paused and his eyes froze. What's wrong? That's right. It's our first time here in the new city today, and I would like to ask how we are going to get back soon, Bai Yu said politely with a smile. When Panting heard this, she reacted. Yes, it's quite easy to get here. Of course, if you think about it carefully, it is not easy. You need to have the courage to hit the wall. But when I went back, I didn't seem to see any walls or anything around here. Could it be that the place to go back is not here? But she clearly saw people coming back from the entry point yesterday. When I stood outside the entry point and looked in, I saw thick white fog. Those people seemed to appear inexplicably from the thick fog. At that time, she thought that behind the thick fog, there was a direct connection to a certain place. She never imagined that the real entrance would be in the form of hitting a wall. The man glanced at his phone and saw that there was still time. He glanced at Bai Yu and Panting, who were dressed very professionally, and said, Today is the statutory interview day in Xinqing every month. Are you coming to Xinqing for interviews? The monthly statutory interview day is another new term. No wonder there were so many people at the immigration window today. The two nodded and looked at each other tacitly. If you pass the interview and get a work pass from the company you are looking for, you can freely enter and leave the new city and the old city on working days without entry and exit restrictions. Moreover, the subway ticket to the new city with your work pass only costs 5 Dream Coins. After the man finished speaking, he pointed to an open space on the other side of the square and continued. There is also a wall there. It will appear after 6 p.m. Just hit it in the same way. Panting was stunned. What if I can't get it? Huh? Madam, I believe you will try your best to get it. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of the man's lips, and he turned and left. Bai grabbed him again. Sir, may I ask, what do you mean by the statutory interview date you just mentioned? The man glanced at her. Sorry, I'm going to be late. If I'm late, my employer will deduct 100 dream coins. Then I'll give you 200 dream coins. How about you take some time to answer the question? In Bai's hand, 200 yuan cash appeared out of nowhere. Pan Ting was stunned. You know, she went to the special channel exchange office for dream coins yesterday, endured her discomfort and dedicated 6 minutes of dream time. And she only got 200 dream coins. And those 200 dream coins were all spent after buying 2 subway tickets to Xinjiang. The man was also stunned for a moment. But then his eyes lit up. Is it so generous to get 200 dream coins at the first sale? Also, since you have money, why do you come here to find a job? After all, if people from the old city come to work in the new city, it will be low-level, dirty, and tiring work. But it is indeed more profitable than in the old city. Like himself, even though he looks like a dog, he struggled for a while before he climbed to the position of restaurant supervisor. This woman looks smart and beautiful, but she is actually a fool. Bai naturally didn't know that he had such rich psychological activities. She raised the money in her hand and said, If you don't want it, then I can find someone else? Ahem. If you find someone else, you may not know as much as I do. The man reacted. He smiled and took the money from Bai's hand, looking at some black blood stains on it. The man frowned, but he still put the money in his pocket. No matter how dirty the money is, it has not lost any value. These 200, or 200, are worth 2 days of his salary. The man pushed the frame, glanced left and right, and whispered, Dream New City will open 50 to 100 job quotas to Old City every month. Of course, you probably also know that in fact, these quotas basically come from Dream Company. After all, its industry coverage is too wide. Among these job opportunities, the best and most mysterious is the Dream Company headquarters, because the Dream Puree we drink is also directly managed and manufactured by the headquarters. However, those who can go to the headquarters for interviews are basically management trainees. You know, management trainees, the kind of test tube trainees who are airdropped from the new city to the old city from time to time every year. Pan Ting was stunned. What does the best and the most mysterious mean? Families that can get an interview spot will receive a considerable subsidy, maybe 10,000 to 20,000, or more. For those who dream of the company's headquarters, the subsidy may reach 100,000. Therefore, in the old city, families who have adopted management trainees will call their daughters interview and outing. After all, I have helped Xinjiang raise them for so many years just to send them back and get high subsidies from the Dream Company. By you, putting out for sale? It's not like raising livestock. Pan Ting. Why does Dream Company give so many subsidies? 100,000 yuan, excluding the high taxes and the purchase fee of Dream Puree, is enough for the living expenses of an ordinary family in the old city for 2 or 3 years. She plays this character's family, a family of 4, including 2 older sisters. My father is a domestic violence man. The 4 mother and daughter live in dire straits all day long. Chapter 449, Delusion City, Squid Game. The character Pan Ting was also a management trainee, and had the lowest status in the family. But no one really wants to die. Xinjiang provides monthly subsidies to families who adopt management trainees. Although her family treated her badly, they did not dare to let her die. The family would spend nearly 4,000 dream coins per month just for Dream Puree. But my mother still gritted her teeth and bought it. What to do if you don't have money? Borrow money and tear down the east wall to make up for the west wall. In the end, the debt snowballed and grew bigger and bigger. As for the 100,000 yuan subsidy she would receive for coming to the interview, her parents had never told her. However, she has only been here for 1 day. Oh, that's too far off topic. Pan Ting retracted her thoughts and glanced at Bai, who had a solemn expression. After all, you have to pay for it with your life. The man hesitated to speak. Bai and Pan Ting frowned and said in unison, What do you mean? You understand the Squid Game, right? Well, I can't say the rest anymore. After all, I've heard about it too. Aren't you going to have an interview today? You'll find out when you go. 2 young ladies, please keep someone under you. Take care. After the man finished speaking, he put the money in his trouser pocket and ran away. Pan Ting wanted to chase her, but was stopped by Bai. Forget it. Stop chasing. The soldiers are coming to cover up the water and earth. Let's go up and have a look. Bayou pointed to the cement steps leading to the top of the square, the direction in which the man was running. Most of the people who passed through the wall from the old city were walking up in unison. Pan Ting looked around and said yes. By the way, Bai Xiao Xiao. He just said that the interview at the Dream Company headquarters will be a squid game. What do you think? Bayou's eyes darkened slightly. I don't think so. It would be fine if it was just that simple and rough. Miss, the squid game is easy. You say? Pan Ting looked at her in disbelief. Bayou glanced at her. Isn't it right? The players who can enter the current dungeon are all at a very high level. Which dungeon boss is easier to pass? Besides, the new city sends so many pipe trainees to the old city every year. Is it true? In order for everyone to play a life and death game to compete for interview spots, I think there must be some things and intentions behind it that outsiders don't understand. So, take a step and take a look. Not to mention, the last dungeon was full of people eating people. The weapons and props they now have can be used. What she is worried about is not the competition of wisdom, or the fighting with weapons. What she was worried about was something deeper. For example, those strange slogans in the old city subway station. Those elusive threads. And the situations you encounter after drinking dream puree in death. And this kind of thing is related to the ultimate clue to Dream City. Pan Ting thought that what she said was right. And she fell silent for a moment. The two of them took 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly reached the top. Looking at the scene that appeared in their field of vision, the two of them breathed stagnantly. Not far away, there are rows of urban buildings. These buildings with blue and light gold facades gleam in the early morning sunlight. The ground is covered with exotic flowers and plants of different colors. The breeze blows. The birds sing and the flowers smell, which makes people feel swaying. The nervousness when entering the country disappeared instantly. Moreover, compared with the dilapidated and rough pixel background of the old city, the urban environment of the new city is fresh and lively. Like a paradise. Pan Ting looked at the scene in front of her and took a deep breath. Bayou quickly discovered something was wrong. And she pointed at the sky. Pan Ting, look above. Pan Ting raised her face, and her pupils shrank. In the sky, there is a city suspended in the same environment as the ground. No, to be precise, it is a mirror version of the city on the ground. It is hidden in the void. It looks a bit dreamy, and the color is relatively dark. It can be vaguely seen with thousands of transparent threads falling vertically from the sky like rain. The closer these threads are to the city on the ground, the higher the transparency. Without careful observation, they cannot be found at all. Why does this new city look like this? Is it a holographic projection? There are also these threads. When I finished drinking the dream puree, I seem to have noticed it. But what does it mean that this city is suspended above it? Is it just to look cool? Pan Ting frowned, puzzled. Perhaps the food chain in Dream City has more than just 2 levels. Bayou suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Pan Ting looked confused. There are more than 2 levels in the food chain. What do you mean? Of course she could also guess that some kind of object that absorbed the human spirit and thoughts of the old city through those daughter threads should be in the new city. Bayou. Big fish eat small fish. And small fish eat shrimps. We have to ensure that the dungeon is cleared. It is very likely that we have to find this big fish. Maybe everything is related to it. Of course, I am just speculating. After she finished speaking, she looked at the time and said, It's almost time. Let's go to the Dream Company headquarters first and then talk. With that said, she took out her phone and was about to click on the navigation. But suddenly he found that the scene in front of him suddenly darkened. The surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant. There was a cold chill coming from the surroundings. But you could even feel that the hairs on his hands had stood up. And she, at that moment, couldn't move at all. Just as she was about to shout, she realized that she and Pan Ting had appeared in a white domed hall filled with incandescent lights and cameras. There is a metal guardrail 3 meters high on the edge of the hall. In the guardrail, a bunch of large silver mechanical dogs with stern eyes were pacing back and forth. 3 meters high directly in front are 3 large LED screens. The subtitles displayed on them are Men's Window Square Root, Women's Window Square Root, Revision Window Times. In front of each screen, next to the wall, is a small semicircular platform. There was no one up there at the moment. The square root symbol on the window is displayed in green. The Times symbol is displayed in true red, which is shocking to see. The hall around where they were standing was densely packed with people. There is some haggardness on everyone's face. They all look like they are 27 or 89. However, People in the old city age quickly, and their actual age is estimated to be in their early 20s to late 20s. Oh my god. Am I not in the sinking square? Why do I appear here? I'm at the subway station, and I'm about to go through the security check in Xinjiang. Hazy. I was in the bathroom just now. Is this the headquarters of Dream Company? Oh my god. There are so many people interviewing? It's over. There are at least 1,000 people. How can they pass? I only care about whether the subsidy from Dream Company can be sent to my family. Brother, you have no brains. You have been sold by your family, and you still have to help your family count the money? Chapter 450, Dream City, 25. Most people's faces showed horror and disbelief. There are also some people who have long regarded death as returning home, and their faces are ashen. A cold mechanical sound suddenly sounded in Bayu's mind. All, ding! Now a temporary new dungeon side task 1 is added. Players are asked to pass the Dream Company recruitment interview and obtain a job card. Those who fail will be responsible for the consequences. Bayu. Side mission? Is there a new way to play the game? Is it because some players failed to perform well or failed to guess the plot clues and did not come to participate in the interview? So the system simply assigned the mission directly? Dear, did you hear that just now? The system actually released a side mission. Wow. It's really been a long time since I last saw you. Panting came to Bayu's ear with eyes full of disbelief, covered her mouth and whispered, kindness. Compared to her, Bayu looked much calmer. She glanced at the crowd around her and said, looking at the content reported by the system just now, it is marked with a serial number. It is very likely that there will be more than one side mission behind us. Panting. The first dungeon, Silent Island, that Bayu experienced when he first entered the game also had side missions at that time. However, in later copies, I basically never encountered it, because most of them are role-playing and plot exploration. The system only occasionally prompts the plot unlocking progress. Later, the system euphemistically called it an immersive experience, and began to no longer prompt players with plot unlock progress. In Bayu's opinion, this is just to make it more difficult for players to explore the plot independently. And the current dungeon, if she remembered correctly, was a combination of role-playing, plot exploration and escape mode. Overall, it was quite difficult. The core of role-playing should be her identity as a management trainee targeted by her Dream Company. There should be some secrets behind this identity, but what they are, perhaps, can only be known after officially entering the company. In terms of plot exploration, the situation and background of Dream Old City are basically understood, and there are also some clues and directions. The most obvious ones are the Dream Puree, and those daughter threads that absorb the human spirit and thoughts. But the situation in the new city has just begun. After seeing the Mirror City in midair earlier, her relationship with the new city and the old city was no longer limited to sickles and leaks. In addition, there are slogans about dreams and many lives in the old city, but I don't see much of this in the new city. As for escape mode, judging from the current situation, it should not have arrived yet. After all, it is only the second day of entering the dungeon. Bayu took a deep breath, put his thoughts back, and glanced at the menacing silver robot dogs on the fence around him, recalling the person at the immigration who was torn to pieces and electrocuted into a mummy. She couldn't help but feel frightened. Panting bit her lip and said, yes, I have a hunch that the game will do something weird in the future. Bayu smiled again. It's not just once or twice that the game has done something weird. But don't you think it's strange that the people who came for the interview are allowed to stand here stupidly like this? This kind of interview arrangement feels a bit weird. Hey, don't tell me. I'm wearing 10-centimeter high heels, and my feet hurt when I stand. It seems that this Dream Company, although famous, doesn't respect the candidates at all. When I was on Blue Star, I also participated in interviews with large companies. While people were waiting, they were always arranged to sit in the conference room. And then company promotional videos, brochures, tea, and small pastries were prepared. Here, hey, why do I feel like we are waiting to be picked at will? Panting's eyes glanced coldly at the grinning mechanical dogs on the fence in midair, and she stopped abruptly in the middle of her words. She was really afraid that she was right. In the copy, many things cannot be thought of in the same way as in reality. If you don't release evil spirits, it's considered good. The people around were still arguing and talking. Someone, like Panting, was checking information on their mobile phones. Some people also took out their paper resumes and recited them silently. However, most people have recovered from the surprise and panic just now. On the monthly interview day of the Dream Company, everyone only knows some superficial information and rumors. No one can tell specifically. There seems to be nothing wrong with this form of standing and waiting in their eyes. After all, the interview text message informed me that the interview was at 9 o'clock, and it was only 8:40 now. All in all, the entire hall is like a lively street food market. Dear, do you want to see how to pass the game? Pan Ting crooked Bai with her elbow and reminded her kindly. No, I've watched the whole show twice and watched the spin-off. Bai smiled. Pan Ting, what is the derivative version? Pan Ting, oh my god. Sisters, please take me with me. Oh, don't worry. I guess it's impossible to copy it here. It's just a gimmick at most. Otherwise, how can there be so many people? And since we know that there will be games during the interview, don't others know? Isn't this equivalent to leaking information? That's the question. I believe people who dream of corporate headquarters are not that stupid. Pan Ting's beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked. Dot. That's right. After Bai finished speaking, he looked back behind him. Through Wuyong's head, two closed red doors appeared in the white wall. The gate is very high. The edge of the door eaves was already flush with the metal fences, and a bunch of silver mechanical dogs with fierce eyes stood neatly on top, glaring at the people in the hall. This shape looks abrupt and weird. Apparently, that's the only exit. Bai Xiao, what are you looking at? Pan Ting, who had finished scanning the game content, asked in confusion when she saw Bai looking behind him. Bai moved his chin in the direction of the red door. Exit. It seems that the man with black-rimmed glasses is right. If we fail the interview, it will not only be us, but also those people who will be punished. Pan Ting. Dot! Ding! 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 A heavy bell suddenly rang overhead. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other for a second. Someone glanced at their watch. 8:50. It's almost time. Some people hurriedly put their resumes in their bags, while others took the opportunity to tidy up their hair and clothes. The scene became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Some people looked excited, while others felt anxious inside. Various emotions began to spread in people's hearts. With a ding sound, the LED display screen marked with Ladies Window Square Root in the middle was divided into two. A beautiful woman with tall figure, graceful figure, and elegant temperament walked out with enchanting steps. She wore a sapphire blue professional dress, and the blue looked like it was studded with sapphires. The makeup on her face is exquisite and perfect, with fair complexion, flaming red lips, thick black and blue hair pulled into a high bun behind her head, and red-soled high heels. On her face and body, there is no trace of age erosion or artificial carving, even though they were far away. Bai and Pan Ting still felt her unparalleled temperament and aura. Chapter 451, Dream City, 26. Most of the people who came to the Dream Company for interviews were well prepared for their appearance, but they all had a haggard look on their faces. This haggardness has already been deeply ingrained in their bones. Even if you apply foundation as putty on your face, it won't be able to hide it. The stunning appearance of the beautiful woman was like a beautiful light, making the entire slightly decadent scene shine. So beautiful! What a great temperament! The so-called dream lover is nothing more than that. God! I really want to be a colleague with her. I'm used to seeing a bunch of yellow-faced women in the old city. Seeing her is like seeing a goddess. Hey, a son doesn't think his mother is ugly. A dog doesn't think his family is poor. Don't forget your roots. I must work hard to pass the interview. Work hard to make money. And follow her example. I heard that the medical beauty technology in Xinjiang is very developed. I'm going too far. Comrades, don't forget about the interview at the Dream Company. Someone tried to persuade me, but he hesitated. It's cool to be a ghost under the peonies. So what are you afraid of? Humph. No matter how beautiful she is, I am the man she will never get in her life. Yes. Yes. Me too. He. Dot. The crowd began to whisper, including some strange remarks. However, most people did not participate in the discussion. Their expressions became extremely solemn the moment the beautiful woman appeared. After all, it's almost 9 o'clock, and the interview session is about to begin. Bai and Pan Ting stared at each other and looked at the woman in unison. The woman stood in the middle of the platform. Her red lips parted and she said, Dreams make life better. Everyone, welcome to participate in the monthly interview of Dream Company. I am Ming Yan. the manager of the Human Resources Department of Dream Company. Her words seemed to have some slight bewitching meaning, and they were sweet and sonorous. It makes people listen to it like thunder. But it is extremely enjoyable. She clearly didn't use the microphone. That sound can be heard clearly in everyone's ears without missing a beat. The audience burst into applause instantly. Many people began to get excited and wanted her to start the interview process as soon as possible. But with so many people, no one knows what the interview format will be like. Some people have heard rumors about the Squid Game. But this is just a rumor and not credible. But everyone still played the Squid Game many times. Mengjue cleared his throat and continued. In view of the large number of people participating in the September monthly interview of Dream Company today, we have specially prepared a series of interview sessions. Of course, before the interview session starts, as usual, we need everyone to sign a confidentiality agreement first. After signing this agreement, your family will receive a certain amount of pre-employment subsidy. Please sign within 30 seconds. When the time is up, those who have not signed will be deemed to have given up the interview. I came for an interview but then gave up. I think everyone knows the consequences of being such a dishonest person, so I won't go into details here. As Mengjue finished speaking, an electronic display screen the size of a pad appeared in the air in front of everyone's chest. On the screen was the Dream Company Interviewer Confidentiality Agreement. Party A of the agreement, Dream Company. Party B of the agreement has already written down the corresponding name and ID number of each person. At the checkout area, there is also a place for electronic fingerprints and electronic signatures. Everyone felt like they were in a science fiction movie for a moment. 029. Above everyone's sight, a red countdown flashed. Baiyu and Pan Ting glanced at it and took a breath of cold air. The confidentiality agreement has a total of 50 pages. The font on each page is very small, and the terms are densely listed. Just watching it takes at least 1 hour. What's more, there are no major categories in it, so it's unrealistic to look at the core key terms. Therefore, this is undoubtedly a typical overlord clause. An ashen-faced man next to Pantene had already signed directly with a calm expression. She glanced at the countdown, and before she had time, she quickly tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Handsome guy is so refreshing. You didn't even read the terms and signed it directly?" The man looked at her as if she was crazy and said, "Can you read the terms clearly? Besides, you're here now. Why do you want to have something but nothing? And I already have nothing to lose. So I'm afraid the company will dig a hole for me." Pan Ting said silently in her heart, "You still have organs, spirit, and thoughts." The words that came out of his mouth became, "Handsome guy, what will be the consequences if you give up on the interview?" The man looked at her impatiently. "It is rumored that the family owes an equal subsidy, and I turned into a dream puree medicine." "What?" Erect ears. Feathers, Pan Ting. Een. Dot. Others who heard this word for the first time also looked stunned. 010, the red countdown is flashing faster. It makes people feel inexplicably nervous. Pan Ting kept her finger on the electronic signature area and asked Baiyu, "Dear, will you sign?" "Sign." Baiyu pondered for a second, and his fingers were already pressing on the agreement. After all, the side task previously released by the system was to pass the interview and get the job card of the Dream Company. For her to give up now is tantamount to failure in advance. Besides, she still has a life. At worst, Mother Bai's heart will be sacrificed in advance. Pan Ting thought quickly for a second and had no choice but to do it. They had no choice at all. Midnight, the 30-second countdown ends. All agreements on site have been signed. No one gave up. After all, they had already thought it through before they came. If you can get a job in the new Dream City and get a large subsidy for your family, then there is no need to be afraid of such overbearing terms. The screen in front of everyone has disappeared. Ming Yan's red lips curled up, and he continued to introduce with a somewhat satisfied expression. "Our interview today is divided into 2 parts. The first is the resume screening. Everyone has achieved this, so they are all qualified to stand here. Secondly, it's the first test. Then comes the retest. Finally, the final test. There are 3 rounds in total, and the content of each round of assessment is different. Those who succeed in the assessment will receive additional rewards, and those who fail will receive punishment. Okay, I'll give everyone 3 minutes to ask questions. Once the time is up, questions are strictly prohibited. Start." A girl raised her hand first. "Manager Ming, how many people are you recruiting this time? Is there a gender ratio?" Ming Yan glanced at her. "There is no quota limit for this recruitment. As long as the indicators are met, we will all be hired. Everyone was in an uproar, and the solemn emotions on many people's faces instantly faded a lot. So the question is, what are the indicators? Someone has already raised their hand. Manager Meng, what are the assessment indicators? Meng Shuo was not very impatient with this question. He glanced at him coldly and said, "You will know this in a while." Chapter 452, Delusion City, 27. Meng Shuo's piercing gaze and cold tone were like several long, narrow and sharp cold blades, penetrating the void and heading towards the questioner. The questioner's body trembled slightly in shock, and he immediately came to his senses. He lowered his face in fear and looked at his feet. He subconsciously raised his right hand to wipe the slight sweat that had appeared on his forehead. Bai Yu and Pan Ting were shocked when they saw this. Is this NPC Meng Shuo a person with superpowers? At this time, a girl with long straight black hair standing in front of them raised her hand. Manager Meng, I would like to ask, after we just signed the confidentiality agreement, the company will provide a subsidy to my family. Can I keep this subsidy for myself? The girl has a clear voice and a slim figure. She wore a slim-fitting light beige suit. From the back, she looks very OL-like, but without losing her youthful vitality. It may be due to the setting of the environment. Although everyone speaking was not loud, everyone present heard it clearly. As soon as the girl with long black hair finished speaking, a bunch of people looked at her, and verbal attacks began to appear around her. God! What you say is so heartless! Huh! She's a girl. At first glance, she looks like a graduate student without a father or mother. So she's so supercilious. Even if she is a management trainee, she has been raised for so many years in vain. If she does this now, isn't it just adding insult to injury and burning bridges? Isn't it too selfish? Don't be so anxious to label others. After all, they are also the first to dare to eat crabs. I think there's nothing wrong with doing this if you don't punish yourself for yourself. Perhaps everyone in your family was dead when you came for the interview. Little sister, you have a very vicious mouth. There was a lot of chatter in the crowd. Some were angry, some were supportive, and there were all kinds of people. But the girl with long black hair and straight hair didn't pay any attention to these people's gossip. She didn't care about the abuse around her, raised her face slightly, and looked at the woman on the stage with focused and sincere eyes. Meng Shuo glanced at her meaningfully and said coldly, Lu Yifei, I remember you. I need to ask the company's legal counsel about your question. After speaking, she waved her hand, and a translucent panel full of technology appeared in front of her eyes. By you, Lu Yifei? She looked at the girl with long black hair, reached out and gently tugged on Pan Ting's sleeve, and gave her a look. Player? After all, for the players, they have come to the dungeon, and they are not here to work hard to fulfill their filial piety. It is most reasonable to raise such a question. She remembered that it was written at the Dream Coin Special Channel Exchange office that a person could only use Dream Time to exchange Dream Coins 10 times in a lifetime. A 3-minute Dream Time can be exchanged for 100 Dream Coins. The top grid, 10 times, is just 1,000 Dream Coins. The subsidy given to them by Dream Company is tens of thousands of Dream Coins. These Dream Coins will definitely be useless after players leave the dungeon. However, you can shop in the dungeon, and you can also buy precious metals and so on. Many supplies are scarce on Blue Star. In addition, according to the nature of the game, the family backgrounds of the players placed in the dungeon are likely to be the same as hers, which is difficult to describe. I can't tell, but I remember the game prompts to hide your identity. Is her blatant question a dangerous self-destruction? After all, most NPCs would not think of leaving this money. Do it yourself. Otherwise, how could those people in the old city be enslaved and exploited in the new city for so long? Pan Ting stared at the man for a few seconds, shook her head, and whispered into Bai Yu's ear. After saying that, she suddenly added in confusion. Dear, tell me, Manager Meng, who is so far away from us? How can he see clearly who is who? Is it possible that he has clairvoyance and ears? After saying that, she reacted, raised her hand, and covered her mouth with a snap. If the other party is really clairvoyant and has an ear for the wind, then what he just said will be listened to. The one who blew himself up was not He Changji, but himself and Bai Xiao. Bai Yu looked at the observation platform, gave her a comforting look, and said, Don't worry. She should have selective access. It should be due to the environment here. Don't we see her clearly? Pan Ting heard this and felt it was right. So she put down her hand, Ming Yen on the stage should have finished confirming with the company's legal advisor. I saw her slender hands in the air, closed the panel, and said loudly, "You can keep that money for yourself. But the prerequisite is that you must pass the final interview." There was an uproar in the audience. Manager Ming. I also want to apply to keep it for myself. Manager Ming. Me too. A bunch of people who had previously questioned Louis Fei all changed their minds at this moment. Bai and Pan Ting looked at each other and smiled. Human nature. The time for questions was limited, and many people guessed from the expressions and tone of Ming Shu's previous answers to questions she might like and dislike, in order to leave a good impression in front of her and not be marked by her like Lu Hafei. Most of the questions that followed were innocuous and tended to please. For example, does Future Dream Company have any further expansion plans in the old city? Will the number of sales outlets for Dream Puree increase? After entering the company of my dreams, will there be some training to help me understand the company as quickly as possible? Ming Zhuo answered them all seriously. Ding! Midnight. The 3 minutes ended quickly. Ming Zhuo lowered his hands half-clasped in front of him. His face was a little more serious, and he said in an passionate tone, "Okay, everyone. From now on, I will announce to you the indicators that need to be met to pass the preliminary recruitment test. Those who do not meet the indicators will not be able to enter the re-examination." In the previous question and answer session, Ming Yan sometimes looked unhappy, but basically nothing dangerous happened. So everyone became more courageous. Someone raised their hands and shouted loudly, "Manager Ming, I would like to ask you something. The text message I received said that my resume has passed the preliminary screening, and you just said that we meet the basic conditions. Why do you say that there are still some cases that do not meet the indicators? Then we came here in vain? Are your words inconsistent?" He didn't dare to say the next sentence. Yes. Others echoed. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Zhuo's expression changed and he sneered. "Our employees indeed invited you because your resume content meets the requirements. But can we be sure that the content of your resume is true? Can you guarantee that there is no fraud in the resume content you describe?" Chapter 453, Dream City, 28. After Ming Zhuo's loud words fell, the scene instantly became silent. The questioner looked embarrassed for a moment, winced, and lowered his head unconsciously. Ming Yan stared at him with a sneer on his face and said with some reluctance, "Zhang Hao. Right. Let's talk about your height. It's 175 centimeters on your resume. Is this number your true height? Do you dare to risk your life to guarantee that you are not lying?" Her tone became higher and higher every time, and when she said the 4 words, "life guarantee," she deliberately emphasized it a little bit. This complete sense of oppression and attack made everyone present feel frightened for a second. Everyone said that the interview at the Dream Company headquarters was like going through H.L., and it was not easy. But they didn't expect that just a question from a human resources manager could make them feel a strong chill and murderous intent. The key is that she can clearly know everyone's name and information. You know, there were thousands of people at the scene. What is the concept of being able to remember information about thousands of people and matching them all? The atmosphere at the scene became strangely tense in an instant. Bai Yu and Pan Ting stared at each other silently. This Ming Zhuo's head is a bare brain. Right? Zhang Hao, who was carrying a backpack, pursed his lips tightly and did not dare to speak. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and was scolded. The hands hanging by his sides clenched and released. Released and clenched again. Fine beads of sweat also began to appear on his forehead. Silence continued. At first glance, it seems that this is not an interview site, but more like a large-scale criticism site of a certain company. Everyone's eyes were unanimously focused on Zhang Hao. Pan Ting looked at the time. It was already 9:30. She breathed out silently, gently moved her aching feet, and whispered in a low voice, "Are thousands of us just going to stand there staring at him? Is this also a test? Hey, what do you think Manager Meng is doing if he doesn't do all this?" Bai Yu replied to her, "Killing kills and kills the heart." After she finished speaking, she added, "Maybe it's to kill the chicken and show it to the monkey." Luckily for her, she was wearing a small mid-heel of 3 centimeters, so she could still stand for a while. If it weren't for the fact that there were cameras all over the place and that Ming Yan had excellent eyesight, she would have wanted to take out the pair of soft slippers she just bought yesterday from the space and put them on. Pan Ting. This white smile has rich associations. Ming Yan on the stage continued to be reluctant. "Zhang Hao, speak. Why don't you speak? Didn't you jump very high just now? If you don't answer my question, then our next session will be put on hold for the time being. Do you want everyone to stand with you like this? When she said this, some people in the crowd began to look at Zhang Hao accusingly. There were also people with malicious expressions on their faces, as if they were watching a show. After all, if Meng Yin can ask this, it means that Zhang Hao's resume is most likely fake. The crime of forging a resume is not punishable by death. But Meng Zhua's words can't help but chill people's hearts. Speak quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. Delaying time is equivalent to murdering money and life. If you don't interview, don't affect us. Okay? Coward. Dot. Zhang Hao clenched his fist and began to hesitate. Manager Meng. My net height is actually 169 centimeters. I did use a 6 centimeter booster pad to reach 175 centimeters. But Manager Meng, I swear, I promise, as long as I can pass the interview smoothly, I can wear the booster pad 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without tarnishing the image of the company's employees. Lying is lying. How dare you quibble here? Meng Yin sneered, waved her delicate hand in the air, and a paper resume appeared in her hand. The resume was surrounded by a golden light. A bit mysterious. Before anyone at the scene could react, Meng Zhua had already torn up the paper and threw it away. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared under Zhang Hao's feet. Ouch! Everyone gasped and naturally moved away from him. Pan Ting frowned slightly, tugged on Bai Yu's sleeves, and whispered in her ear, If this person is the dungeon boss, it will be difficult to deal with him. Bai Yu glanced at Meng Zhu and said firmly, She can't be the dungeon boss. Why? Pan Ting was confused. Although it is true that it is rare to see a dungeon boss charging forward as soon as it arrives, this person's skills and strength do not look like ordinary people at all. Bai Yu, have you searched for Dream Company before coming here? Pan Ting, yeah, but I didn't see any practical information. If I remember correctly, Dream Company has a mysterious founder and a spokesman for the founder. These two people have not appeared yet. If you have to find a dungeon boss, I estimate that the probability of these two people is it will be bigger. Pan Ting glanced at Meng Zhua and said, Oh, do you still have any questions about the indicators? Meng Zhua glanced at everyone coldly and said in a questioning tone. Everyone shook their heads no. Who dares to have it? This woman has changed so much. The front is like a fairy descending to earth, which makes people think a lot. At this moment, there is a hint of the fearsome femme fatale. Seeing that everyone in the scene became very well behaved like a guinea pig, and Meng Zhua, who was slaying the whole audience by himself, had a satisfied smile on his face. Okay, everyone has seen the number 3 screen behind me. Now let me emphasize that anyone with falsified information on their resumes is asked to line up in front of the number 3 screen within 3 minutes. In addition, please ask other people to line up in the lines under the first and second screens according to their respective genders. The number of people who can stand in this frame is limited. Everyone is first come, first served. As soon as Meng Zhua finished speaking, a circle of rectangular apertures appeared at the bottom of the screen number 1 and number 2. Some people in the crowd reacted and quickly walked towards the screen number 1 and number 2. Bai Yu and Pan Ting also strode towards the bottom of the second screen. There were a few people standing there with confused expressions on their faces. There were also some people who were dejected and followed behind Zhang Hao towards the bottom of screen number 3. Judging by the number of people, there are quite a few whose resumes contain falsified content. Screen number 3 is exactly that, revision window times. Although I don't know what revision means here, but what the times symbol represents, it goes without saying that it is not a good thing. The boxes marked number 1 and 2 were quickly filled with people. Perhaps it was intentional by the company, but the aperture and the number of people it could accommodate were indeed very small. Some people who were belatedly aware of the situation and stood at the back of the line reacted and tried to squeeze in. But without exception, they were pushed out by people within the aperture range. The scene was a mess. But at this moment, Meng Zhua spoke coldly again. TSK! Everyone's execution is very problematic. Give everyone another 10 minutes to stand. After 10 minutes, those who are not standing in the circle will be eliminated directly. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the screens behind her opened from the left and right sides. Meng Zhua quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. This is obviously just letting everyone compete with each other and kill each other. Bai Yu frowned. How could he still be so playful in this interview? Dog games. It's impossible to guard against it. Soon, In the area below the number 1 and 2 screens, there were sounds of punches and kicks. The sound of suits being torn. Howls of pain. The sound of ties locking throats. And the scratching sound of pins. The screams of, ouch, could be heard endlessly. Chapter 454, Dream City, 29. Bang! 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 3 loud bangs suddenly came from the white dome. Baiyu and Panting subconsciously raised their eyes. The content of the prompts on the 3 LED screens in front of them had changed at this moment. Below the original content, a set of strange digital prompts have been added. Men's Windows square root. 321/408/501, Women's Windows square root. For 23/532/615, revision window times. 113/113/113. The experience Baiyu and Panting glanced around and reacted instantly. Obviously, the number at the front of the slash most likely represents the person standing in the aperture at this moment. The difference between the numbers in the middle of the slash and the rightmost part should be the people who died in the Great Brawl at this moment. And the number of people in the middle is still increasing and decreasing. Panting silently added the number of people, and her heart jumped a few times. A total of 1,229 people participated in the interview at Dream Company today, which is not a small number. Now, there are only 1,053 people left. In just 5 minutes, 176 people died at the scene. And this number is still increasing. 176 fresh human lives were lost just like that. They died at the hands of fellow citizens of the poor old city. In general, apart from the dejected people in revision window, there were casualties in windows 1 and 2. The death of these people was quite tragic. Missing arms and legs. His eyeball was pricked with a pin. His ears were ripped off. His eyes were gouged out. His mouth was torn apart. The neck was broken by the tie. The scene will be as tragic as it is tragic. It can be said that humans, as the top of the natural food chain, are not inferior to the lower animals in the jungle in terms of primitive plunder involving personal interests. Although they have been silently calling themselves Homo sapiens a long time ago. Soon, the white ground was gradually covered with scarlet flowers. The strong smell of blood began to fill the air. The golden robot dog standing on the metal fence in midair tightened involuntarily when they smelled the bloody smell. They stared fiercely at the crowd below, and tongues with strong electric current appeared faintly in their mouths, as if they were waiting for orders, ready to explode. Baiyu and Panting were lucky enough to have fast legs and feet, and they happened to stand in the middle of the aperture of the second window, basically avoiding these tragic accidents. But the two of them did not dare to take it lightly. In fact, both of them had a bunch of weapons and props with them. Even if there were so many people at the scene, it would be easy. In other words, it is not impossible for the two of them to act as organizers and stop the current fighting. But considering the dense cameras above their heads, the two had no choice but to pretend to be pigs and eat tigers, deliberately holding back their strength. As long as people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As for those NPCs, just love them. This can be regarded as the basic principle formed by the two of them at this moment. Asterisk. A few minutes later, Femme Fatale HRD. Mengzhuo disappeared and never appeared again. The chaos around them continued. Baiyu and Panting stood at the front of the team. The big brawl basically happened at the back end of the team, but the two of them managed to avoid the disaster for the time being. Soon, someone realized that there was not much difference between the people at the front of the line and the people at the back. So they simply rushed to the front. A girl with instant noodle curly hair broke through the human wall outside and was about to squeeze towards Baiyu Panting. Panting raised her leg and kicked her away. 10-centimeter thick-soled high heels. Ruthless strength and cool movements. All in one go. Snapped. Ouch! The girl lay half on the ground, looked at her with hatred, stood up, rubbed her waist with a painful expression, and limped towards the group behind her. Baiyu silently took everything in his eyes and gave a secret thumbs up to Panting. The other party has always been very friendly and kept it secret. This seemed to be a very casual kick, but it also revealed some strength. Panting smiled helplessly, sighed and said, "Hey, woman! Why bother a woman?" After saying that, she picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number, but saw that the number was wrong. It seems that some situations in this world cannot be viewed with the thinking on Blue Star. Panting put away her phone, stretched out her hand and tugged at the corner of Baiyu's clothes, and said, "Dear, tell me, what this company is doing now is too lawless. Isn't there a police officer to take care of it? panting. Do you still remember what day your glasses man said today is? Bayu glanced at her and asked her. Let's not say whether there are any warning signs in this copy. Even if there are, it will not help. Ever since the copy of Silent Island, she had never thought that when she encountered a problem, she needed to go to the police immediately, compared with asking others for help. Your own fists and weapons are more practical and realistic. Panting narrowed her long eyelashes and recalled. He seems to have said that today is the monthly statutory interview day of Dream Company. Isn't that nothing? Statutory refers to legal provisions. Who has the right to make laws? Bayu guided her without speaking directly. Making laws? That should be a matter for the country or the government. After Panting finished speaking, she was stunned and quickly recalled all the information she had obtained. She remembered that everything in Dream City was a form of anarchy. All management is temporarily managed by Dream Company. So, Panting woke up in an instant and couldn't help but complain. I'll go. So, in this world, Dream Company is both a referee and an athlete? Oh my god! Isn't this a mess? Yes. Under normal circumstances, the government will give priority to the situation of ordinary people based on the country's image and face issues in the international community, and at least ensure that these people at the bottom have food to eat, sleep to sleep, and clothing to wearable. But as an enterprise, for the most part, profit is its primary purpose and the meaning of its existence. As for social image and public morality, that is a matter for later. They are optional but not mandatory. Bayu nodded and explained. Panting took a breath after listening, thinking about it this way. What the Dream Company did to the old city, and at this moment can be explained. She glanced at Bayu, with some approval and some doubts in her heart. This woman can actually speak so clearly, and hit the nail on the head. It seems that he is probably a powerful person on Blue Star. However, this copy is a role-playing type, and the player's true age and face are not actually displayed. Ouch! The team screamed again. And at this moment, 10 minutes quickly arrived. LED screen number 2 is divided into 2 again. Mingjue changed his clothes and walked out in a colorful way. Yes, it's in full bloom. This time, she wore a black-bottom gold silk dragon flower suit. Mature and noble, yet elegant and professional. She still has flaming red lips and dark blue hair in a high bun. But a pair of delicate and beautiful eyes became as cold as ice. Chapter 455, Delusion City 30. TSK! Your performance really failed to live up to my high expectations. I clearly gave you 10 minutes of opportunity not to be eliminated. But it's a pity that you just wasted it. It seems that you can't help it. Where's the wall? Mingyan glanced coldly at the person standing outside the circle of light. As she spoke, she pinched her little finger and sounded quite dissatisfied. The people who were biting and fighting in a chaotic mess listened to her words and moved their hands reflexively. There are also a small number of people with quick eyes and quick hands, taking advantage of the moment when others are looking up at Mingjue. They drag the person out of the circle of light, knock him down, and immediately replace him. It only takes a second or two. It will not be so easy for the people who were dragged out to squeeze into the team. You? Ouch! Hold the grass! Dot! New conflicts broke out among the crowd. Mingyan had no intention of stopping the fighting. The number of people on LED screen number 1 and 2 is still decreasing rapidly. Panting was stunned for a second, then quietly reached out and tugged at the corner of Bayu's clothes, and said in a very low voice, Dear, do you think these people are crazy? It's just a job opportunity. As for working so hard, Bayu, it should be that he was bewitched by some kind of power that we can't detect. Panting thought for a while. Do you think it has something to do with drinking the dream puree all year round? Bayu, it's hard to say. As players with independent consciousness, they naturally cannot understand it. But it is not surprising that these people who have been oppressed and lived in the old city for many years have been drinking some kind of mysterious potion since they were young. In addition, Bayu always felt that those transparent daughter threads appeared in a certain area above the field. They are large in number and densely packed, as if they are waiting for an opportunity to move. Bayu frowned. Is it because of the blood stains and dead people on the ground? But why didn't they take action immediately? What are they waiting for? In other words, what are they afraid of? She raised her face slightly and glanced at the white dome filled with incandescent lights and cameras. Unfortunately, all I could see was countless dazzling halos. Bayu glanced at Mingyan and saw her looking at the people fighting in the audience with a strange smile, and quickly made up his mind. with a slight wave of the finger hanging on the side. A translucent light golden stream of light overflowed from the fingertips, transforming into several transparent butterflies and flying into the air without anyone noticing. Manager Meng, this is not fair. A man covered in blood, with a black suit almost soaked in blood, threw his briefcase to the side, raised his hands and shouted. Meng Shuo raised his eyelids. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he gave him a cold look. Oh! In the workplace, those who are capable are promoted. Those who are mediocre are given way. And those who are mediocre are demoted. How is it unfair? The man in the suit pointed at the people standing in the circle of light and said angrily. Some of them were standing near the aperture from the beginning, but we were the furthest away and couldn't snatch them away. Such competition and snatching is unfair. Meng Yan sneered. Oh, so this is the fault? How can there be absolute fairness in this world? If you let them stand there waiting for you, it would be unfair to them. Haven't you heard of the old saying, a child without an umbrella? Should we run faster? I also want to ask. When I announced the rules just now, did you listen carefully? Have you followed the instructions seriously? Did you seriously pick up your feet and run? Have you seriously fought with others? Do you have dreams and passions and work hard to achieve them? You knew you were standing behind. Why didn't you run faster just now? Is it because your leg is broken or your brain is disabled? Why don't you let this old man take a leisurely walk? Meng Shuo finished scolding him in one breath, took a breath, glanced at everyone, and continued in a sonorous tone. Whether you have entered the company or not, I hope that when you encounter a problem, first think about it. Is it your own problem? Then think about why others can do it but you can't. Don't always make excuses from others. And reason. People like you who have not grabbed the territory, to put it bluntly, lack dreams and passion, lack of execution, lack of the most basic sense of struggle and enterprising spirit. No dreams and passion, no execution. People who have no sense of struggle and enterprising spirit. What's the use of our company recruiting you with a high salary? Will I provide you with a pension until the end of your life? If you people really join the Dream Company, it will be a waste of the company's resources and air. What else can you do besides making medicine? This crazy output of words was like a violent storm, hitting the man in the suit hard. He was stunned for a moment, almost frothing at the mouth and digging his thumb into someone's throat. The bystanders' faces turned blue and white. The man in the suit's chapped lips opened like a dying fish. His fists clenched, and his Adam's apple rolled. But in the end, he didn't say a word. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his face in frustration, held his head in regretful hands, and sat down on the ground. Pan Ting was also stunned after hearing this, and couldn't help but whisper in Bai Yu's ear. Why do I feel that this dream company looks like a pyramid-selling company? This human resources manager is probably a part-time job as the publicity manager. I'm afraid it won't stop. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and felt the breath of the phantom butterfly. After a second, she was startled and opened her eyes. As she expected, the daughter thread was indeed at the top. But the strange thing is that those daughter threads actually exude the same scent as the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly was transformed by her consciousness. Or in other words, it was created by her mental power. If the daughter threads also have the same aura, it means that they are also transformed by consciousness. And one can imagine the tremendous mental power of those who can conjure up these daughter threads. Is he the big boss behind it? When she drank the dream puree before, those daughter threads appeared. And at the same time, there was a sense of voyeurism that made her whole body uncomfortable. Bai Yu thought about all this, combined with the farce caused by artificial guidance at the interview site at this moment. On the other side, as soon as the word Yaoyin came out of Meng Shuo's mouth, both the people in the circle of light and the people standing outside the circle of light who had not grabbed the position turned pale. Some timid girls even began to sob quietly. This woman is so terrible. I don't want to interview anymore. I want to give up too. You don't know the consequences of giving up on the interview. You have to walk through the interview on your knees. I didn't expect that the interview at Dream Company would be so scary. Why has no one ever mentioned it? Chapter 456, Dream City 31. I heard that as long as you sign the confidentiality agreement of Dream Company, if you reveal any interview information in violation of the agreement, it will explode into a ball of blood mist. Who dares to tell you? But it seems that the recruitment here at the Dream Company headquarters is for lifelong employment. And lifelong food and accommodation are also provided. It seems that we will never have the chance to see the people who enter the Dream Company headquarters again. It's just those families who will receive a salary regularly every month. A subsidy. The benefits are really so good? No wonder the interview session was so bloody and dangerous. Hey! If I had known it, I would have gone to practice taekwondo. Bai and Pan Ting had been silently pricking up their ears and listening carefully. When they heard, lifetime employment and you will never see anyone again after passing the interview, the two looked at each other tacitly. You think those tens of thousands of subsidies are so easy to get? Shit! This is not love in a dream at all. This is simply a death wish in a dream. Hey! People die for wealth and birds die for food. It really comes true. Speaking of making medicine, how do you do it? Who knows? Hey! It won't be the waste. Gah, the kidneys are nothing. If one is gone, there is still one. I'm afraid it's the other one. Dude, it's a werewolf. Hey, right now it's true that everyone is fighting for the sword and I am fighting for the flesh. Hey, it's too late to say anything now. Let's fight to the death. Strong negative emotions and panic, like a raging fire, quickly spread in everyone's hearts. Outside the circle of light, someone was slumped on the ground, their clothes in messy condition. There are also people who have already looked desperate and ashen. Standing in the aperture of number 3, revision window times. The resume forger, who was the first to be isolated, looked at the tragic situation here. But a trace of luck and joy emerged in his heart. Manager Meng. The interview was originally a two-way choice. How come it has turned into a for sale here? Moreover, we are all workers, so there is no need to embarrass each other like this. Besides, our Dream Company is also one of the leading well-known large companies in Dream City. Shouldn't we also pay attention to the company's image and reputation? The person who asked the question was Lu Yifei. The girl with long black hair and straight hair looks like one of the players. An office lady. Oh, Lu Yifei. It's you again. As an orientation trainee in our company, you don't even have the most basic ideological awareness. It seems that you won't be able to pass the interview after a while. Meng Zhuo glanced at her with a gloomy face, and a strange smile crossed the corner of his mouth. Her words were inconsistent and sounded strange. Bai and Pan Ting's hearts clicked in unison. It seems that failing the interview is not a good thing. But passing the interview is not necessarily a good thing. Also, classmate Lu Yifei, let me correct you. We are indeed both workers. But you are a worker, and I am a worker. Ha ha ha. Meng Zhuo changed his tone to a sweet one, and after laughing in a sinister manner, he looked away from Lu Yifei and said with a different expression. Okay, since some people have questioned our interview and selection process, I will make an exception today to give you a chance. Those who think our company is buying and selling by force should come forward voluntarily. Those who do not want to participate in the next interview and screening, please stand up, come out. Dot. The people standing in the circle looked at each other for a second. Soon, people came out of apertures number 1 and 2. They held their heads high and acted as if they were speaking for justice. But they were not met with applause and admiration. Just after their front feet stepped out of the aperture, a few people who were squatting on the ground outside the aperture rushed directly into the aperture while rolling and crawling. At this moment, those people's hands are no longer strong, and their legs are no longer lame. The pupils of the righteous ones shrank, and when they thought about regretting it and turned back, the people in the circle of light were already standing impregnable. Ha ha ha! You are so cute. Meng Zhuo pointed at those, just people, and smiled so brightly. Bai and Pan Ting stared at each other without moving. The long straight black student Lu Yifei didn't move either. The player's task is to get a job card through an interview. To stand up now may mean that you have stopped talking and justice has been upheld. But my life is gone. On the other hand, some other people who were sitting on the ground outside the circle of light stood up unsteadily. But they were also dying. Whether he dies horizontally or vertically, it's all one death. The team soon stopped moving. The scene was so quiet and stalemate for a while. Meng Tong looked at the motionless people standing in the circle of light, raised the corners of his lips, and sneered. But she didn't speak anymore. Instead, she folded her hands on her chest and began to walk slowly on the platform. As he walked, he carefully observed the people in the audience with cold eyes. Everyone didn't know what she was brewing, and they didn't dare to whisper. They could only stand in silence. After a while, someone in the crowd raised his hand again and said, Manager Meng, can our interview process continue normally? The person who asked the question was a tall young woman with wavy shoulder-length curly hair and a full-on royal look. This voice sounded familiar. Bayu's eyebrows couldn't help but tighten, and he subconsciously looked towards the woman. She was standing in front and to the left of Lui Fei, who had long, straight black hair. He is very tall and stands out from the crowd. It's a pity that the side of her face is covered by her big wavy hair, so her appearance cannot be seen. Although it was only a glimpse, it could be seen that the other party's sister was very stylish, and her clothes were very fashionable, and she did not look like people from the old city. Pan Ting also noticed the woman. After all, the one who dared to speak at this moment was most likely one of the players. Is this from the new city? People from the old city come for interviews because of money. People from the new city should not be short of money. So why are they here for the interview? Maybe it's for power? Bayu said lightly, but his eyes stayed on the woman. This person is so familiar. Where have you seen it? Bayu recalled quickly in his mind. After listening to the woman's words, Mingxue on the stage softened a lot and said, "Oh, Yanni, you asked a good question. You reminded me. Our interview must continue. But this place is so messy. It can't be done. Let's clean up the place first, and then continue the interview." Panting. Acting? Bayu. Yan? Thank you, Manager Ming. After the woman finished speaking, she reached out and brushed the hair on the side of her face. And at the moment when her thick hair was raised, Bayu also saw half of her delicate face exposed. Although it was just a glimpse, Bayu recognized the person in front of him at a glance. It was the black-dressed lady I met in the first novice copy of Silent Island. Yan Qingqing. For a moment, she was in disbelief. She actually met Yan Qingqing here. She actually met a familiar person in the copy. This is the first time. Many complex emotions rushed into his heart in an instant, and Bayu almost screamed out of excitement. Chapter 457, Dream City 32. Snapped. 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 Ming Yan on the stage raised his red lips in a strange arc, raised his hands and patted them in the air. As the applause fell, dozens of metal robot dogs on the surrounding metal fences straightened up in a sudden motion. Roar! They all opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth. The titanium alloy dog's eyes flashed from shallow to deep, with a dazzling red light. Each one showed its fierce look, ready to swoop down and attack everyone. Bayu's eyes darkened slightly, and he temporarily withdrew his attention from Yan Qingqing, looking at those silver robot dogs with super attacking power. She took a breath. So, when Mingxue just said that the scene needed to be cleaned up, did he want these robot dogs to come on stage? The NPCs who came for the interview also noticed something was wrong, and their eyes flickered with fear. But before they could react, the robot dogs had already jumped down from the sky with their tongues sticking out with strong electric current. They had a clear goal and headed straight for the stumps. Pieces of flesh and blood stains on the ground. At this moment, Bayu clearly felt that the transparent daughter threads hanging on the white dome were extending, slipping and slipping. The corpses of the dead at the scene and the stumps, hair, and blood stains that fell on the ground were instantly cleaned up by the robot dog and daughter threads. The strange thing is that both daughter flower and robot dog skillfully avoided those who were still dying and not completely dead. Oh my god. Look, they have turned into mummies. There were exclamations from the crowd. Oh my god. The current in this dog's tongue is too strong. It's probably 1000 volts. I don't want to die. Help me. Several people fell in a pool of blood and could not move, trembling all over, trying to avoid those extremely ferocious robot dogs. But fortunately, those dogs seemed to have built-in health detection and simply ignored them. However, in the process of searching back and forth to lick food, they stepped on the bodies of those people without distinction. Ouch. Someone's lame leg was stepped on by a dog's leg, and he grinned in pain and howled in pain. Hiss. Someone kicked someone in the face with a broken nose. The others looked at the strange scene and listened to the screams. Their pupils shrank and their bodies involuntarily leaned towards the center of the aperture. Stop squeezing. If you keep squeezing, you'll get pregnant. The person in the middle, bearing the power from all directions, hurriedly shouted with difficulty. If you don't squeeze in a little bit, people will die. Someone said, dumbfounded. Bayu and Panting also instantly felt the crowded feeling on the subway during the morning rush hour. The two of them were well prepared and did not push others. Instead, they crossed their hands on their chests in advance to protect their hearts. Soon, She and Pan Ting realized something. Only they could see those dotted threads. In other words, only players can see it. But those ordinary NPCs cannot detect it. After a few minutes, the stumps, broken flesh, blood stains, hair, clothes, etc. on the white ground were all cleaned up. The dead people, after turning into mummies, also disappeared in the fearful eyes of everyone. The scene was calm again. This kind of calmness is filled with emotions of fear, depression, and confusion. In the air, you can still smell a faint smell of blood. The dozens of robot dogs that had finished their battle did not return to the wall guardrail, but chose to stand around the crowd. They looked like real dogs. The scarlet color in the dogs' eyes had dissipated. Each one was wagging its tail and kept walking around the crowd. Restlessly, the dotted threads also disappeared. The phantom butterfly Bayou released was also taken back by her. One die circled around the outside and found no gaps. Even the two red doors fit perfectly. It seems that this interview hall is an independent space blessed by some kind of power. At this time, the numbers on the screen temporarily stopped after the previous changes. Men's Windows square root 320/350/501, Women's Windows square root 420/431/615, revised window times 113/113/113. Bayou looked at these numbers and raised his eyebrows slightly. A total of 1,229 people participated in the interview on site. 294 people died. There are 41 people standing outside the aperture, facing elimination. Standing at the number 3 revision window, 113 people are facing elimination. The above total is 154 people. There are 781 people standing in a relatively safe position within aperture number 1 and 2. In Bayou's view, this safe number is still significant. After all, it is impossible for a dream company to recruit so many people. In addition, after working on the scene for a long time, Meng Tong didn't mention even half of the screening indicators. Oh, a good office environment needs everyone to work together to maintain it. There is blood everywhere, and it makes me sick just looking at it. After cleaning it like this, I feel much better at work instantly. After Meng Zhua finished speaking like crazy, he cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "Okay, now our interview session continues. But before that, our scene needs to be slightly adjusted." As she spoke, she tapped her fingers in the void. With the movements of her hands, those people who were originally outside the aperture were teleported into the aperture of window 3 with a look of confusion on their faces. Pan Ting reached out and pulled Bayou. "What is she doing?" Bayou shook his head and said he didn't know. The numbers on the 3 LED screens were also adjusted directly at this moment. At first glance, it seems a lot more intuitive. Men's Windows square root 330/501, Women's Windows square root 451/615, revision window times 154/154. Looking at these numbers, Pan Ting suddenly frowned and stretched out her hand to turn Bayou again. "Dear, I suddenly remembered that I have a master's degree in art design, but I don't know anything about art design." After all, they only have less than half a day to get familiar with the characters. She also looked up various courses for a master's degree in art and design. But unfortunately, she looked in vain. Some don't understand it directly, and some don't know it at all. In fact, in role-playing dungeons, the most fearful thing is to encounter positions that are too professional, because it's hard to maintain a persona. You don't know when the secret will be revealed. Bayou thought about this question when he came out of the hospital to see Guomailing. She did a brief search on the various courses in this major, and got a rough idea. But when it comes to detail, to be honest, she would be confused by the chemical formula of any drug, not to mention the memory. So if the interview really requires a professional test, then you can only use props. After all, she remembered that there was a sweet words card in her space that was almost gathering dust. This card is extremely powerful in deception and has a high probability of being used. However, the negative buff after use is, the face will turn into a snake face, the kind with a chin so sharp that it could stab someone to death. Chapter 458, Dream City, 33. Thinking of this, Bayou comforted her and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have a master's degree in medicinal chemistry." Pan Ting. Each one's head hurts more than the other. Bai Shixiao's professionalism sounds even more difficult to handle. She couldn't help curling her lips and giving Bayou a rather sympathetic look. Pan Ting. "What are you going to do if you take the exam soon?" "Act according to the opportunity." Bai was naturally inconvenient to tell the other party that he had the card in his possession. The moment the two chatted, the white ground changed. The aperture range of windows 1 and 2 began to expand toward the periphery. The distance between people is also rapidly widening. At the same time, a 3-meter square regular hexagon with light blue light appeared under everyone's feet. From a distance, it looks like huge, dreamy blue honeycombs. Bai, this interview is really fancy. This, others exclaimed, wondering what kind of trouble Mingzhuo would do in the next interview session. Pan Ting glanced at Bai, which seemed to mean, we're not going to take professional exams, are we? The distance is so wide that we can avoid anyone peeking and cheating. Bai shrugged and said nothing, but secretly gave her a cheering gesture. Yin Yi and Lu Yifei in front were very calm. From the beginning to now, the two of them have never looked back. Bai looked at their backs and quickly glanced behind him as if he thought of something. Unfortunately, what he saw was a blank look. Maybe it was because the range was too large to see clearly. But she hadn't found anyone who looked exactly like the player yet. Of course, it could also be that there are 2 players left and they are well hidden. Okay, now comes our most interesting preliminary test and retest. Before I read out the screening criteria, I want to confirm again that all the people standing in Area 1 and 2 have resumes that are not fake. Mingzhuo's voice had a hint of sharp chill. Everyone in the hive shook their heads with dejected expressions. Especially the people at the ladies' window. Most of them wore high heels for the interview image. Many people already have sore legs, and their calves began to tremble. But they were all afraid of Ming Yan, and no one dared to take it off. Indicator 1 for the initial test and the retest. Men's net height must be greater than or equal to 175 centimeters. Women's net height must be greater than or equal to 165 centimeters. Mingzhuo's very proud voice slowly fell. Bai Xiaoxiao, played by Bai, is 168 centimeters tall, while Pan Ting's height is about 169 centimeters. Their height in the real world is actually shorter than this. However, it can reach the standard. Pan Ting turned her head, looked at Bai and whispered, "Dear, are you right? Is it so easy to filter indicators?" After a long day of enthusiastic prelude, the result is the re-examination standard. That's it? Isn't this unnecessary to take off your pants when you fart? Don't take it lightly. There may be other motives. Also, now that everyone is standing far apart, it is easy for the other party to notice our private chat. Try not to let her notice us. Bai raised his hand to cover his mouth and looked forward. He whispered in his mouth. Pan Ting was stunned for a moment, and quickly turned her body to straighten. In the company, I hate cliques the most. She knew this very well. When the others heard this, they looked at each other for a second. There was joy on the faces of a few people. After all, this screening criterion is indeed too simple. Most people's faces suddenly turned pale, especially those who had false data on their resumes and were just trying to take chances. Although there are lessons learned from Zhang Hao's height fraud, if the difference between his own height and his real height is only a few tenths, he will naturally not expose himself as a person who falsified his resume. Who cares so much about a normal interview? It's not like I'm interviewing a stewardess or stewardess. Bang! 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 Dot! Amid everyone's anxiety, bursts of heavy-pitched light sounds rang out one after another on the ground. These sounds, like heavy drumsticks, beat on the hearts of those with data problems. The big blue hive was quickly occupied by a bunch of red hexagons. The lights turned on, and the numbers on the screen changed. Men's Windows square root, 160/501, Women's Windows square root, 220/615, Revised Window Times, 154+401/154+401. Therefore, there were actually 401 people who did not meet the height indicator alone. There are still 380 people who are relatively safe at the scene. This indicator focuses on simplicity. Rough. One size fits all. Directly screen out half of the people. People standing in the red hive know what the increase in the number of people in the number 3 revision window at this moment means. Some people's pupils shrank, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. There are also some people with doubtful expressions on their faces. Someone bit his teeth and raised his hand. Manager Ming, I have a PhD in biochemistry. Am I going to be eliminated just because of my height? Is your company blind to the truth? Ming Yin glared at him and replied in a low tone. Yes, Zhongli. After saying that, she added coldly, I forgot to tell you that among the 1,229 people who came to interview at the Dream Company headquarters today. The ones with the lowest academic qualifications are all graduate students. Even if you are a doctoral student, you have nothing to be superior to me. By you, in this dream city. When big companies recruit, is the degree inflation so serious? Knock. It's even bigger than before the fall of Blue Star. Mr. Ming, can I say that your company's recruitment standards are high discrimination? Or is it too absurd to just randomly eliminate a group of people? Zhang Li's voice was trembling. Whatever you say. But I'm sorry to inform you. Zhang Li, you have been eliminated at this moment. Ming Zhua said directly and without mercy. Everyone. Someone in the crowd wanted to ask a question. But Ming Zhua had already spoken again. Indicator 2 for initial test and retest. Personal BMI value is greater than 18.5 and less than 24. Let me add that in our dream company. We don't like employees who are too thin or too fat. On the LED screen, a line of subtitles has been displayed. BMI equals weight, kg, divided by height, meter, carat 2. By you. Pantene. Other people. This dream company must be sick. Obviously. This BMI result is also automatically measured and calculated on site. Bayu glanced around and found no instruments. Bang! 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 The sound sounded again, and many more honeycomb modules were marked in red. On the 3 LED screens, the number of people who meet the second condition has been refreshed again. Men's window square root, 99/501, women's window square root, 112/615, revised window times, 724/724. There are only 211 people left who meet the conditions. Those who were eliminated in the second screening were also teleported to the aperture below window 3 under Ming Zhua's operation. Due to the sudden drop in the number of people, the overall area of the remaining blue hive began to shrink, and above the aperture on the other side of window number 3. At some point, there was a closed glass cover surrounded by green mist. Chapter 459, Dream City, 34. Those green mists are very light in color. Wisps one by one, just like spilling out of some cracks. The strange thing is that the people in the third aperture range don't seem to notice the inexplicable green mist. They were not aware of the glass cover that appeared out of thin air to isolate them. There were more than 700 people, and they were all gloating before, not knowing what happened in that moment. They all seemed to have dull eyes and dull expressions, as if their souls had been lost. Even Zhang, a doctor of biochemistry who dared to challenge Ming Zhu just now, seemed to have changed in an instant. His shoulders sagged weakly, his head drooped, and he sat on the floor against the wall with a sense of decadence. All in all, at first glance, the glass cover outside the number 3 aperture looks like a cage where losers are imprisoned. And those people inside who were dumbfounded without any sense of resistance were like little sheep that were suddenly drugged. And they became even more docile. On the stage, Meng Yan had already said coldly, "To save everyone's time, with the company's approval, we will hold today's retest and final test together. Now let me announce, those who pass the next physical fitness test will finally pass and become a member of their dream company. As usual, I would like to add, the body is the capital of revolution. Our dream company doesn't like employees who give up in the face of difficulties. I don't like employees with poor physical fitness. I also don't like employees who are at risk of dying from overwork at their jobs." Her words were so straightforward that they were unnecessary. Hearing this, Bayu withdrew his gaze from Area 3. Most of the remaining people on the high burst into cheers when they heard that the retest and final tests were held together. And it was just a physical test. After all, the height and weight test just now was too simple and crude. A second can decide the outcome. This physical fitness test is probably the same routine. Pan Ting, who was beside Bayu, was also instantly happy and secretly winked at her. Xiao, you don't need to take the professional test." "Yes." Bayu smiled at her, but he never let down his guard at all. For many things, progress is too easy and smooth at the beginning, but it means that there is a high probability that there will be pitfalls or ghosts later. Ding! After the harsh sound, the subtitles displayed on the LED screen have been refreshed. Dream Company Physical Fitness Test Standards. Please strictly follow the order. If violated, you will be eliminated immediately. 1. Frog jump, men's group, 300. Women's group, 150. 2. Push-ups, men's group, 300. Women's group, 150. 3. plank support, men's group, 5 minutes. Women's team, 4 minutes. 4. Sit-ups, men's group, 100. Women's group, 100. Time limit, 1 hour. After everyone read it one by one, their faces turned pale. Some people's calves were so tense that they played the third string. Duang, duang, duang. The content of this physical test is indeed simple enough. Frog jumps, push-ups, planks, sit-ups. Which ones are unfamiliar to you? Even a 3-year-old can understand. But this data standard is not ordinary and outrageous. Is the person who sets the target a devil? Hold the grass. How is this possible? What position are we recruiting for here? Fitness instructor? When the fitness instructor comes, he will cry and shout 6. There is a high probability that they are recruiting special forces. No wonder the interview at the Dream Company headquarters is a Squid Game. It's really so special. Damn it! Can I give up? I'm afraid that if I finish it first, I'll be dead. You should still be able to try it. Dot! There was an uproar in the crowd, and most of them looked helpless. Even though Bayu's physical fitness had been strengthened by the game, and he also insisted on physical exercise in private. He was startled when he saw this set of numbers. These standards are indeed too absurd. After all, we are all ordinary amateurs, not professional athletes, nor graduates of sports schools. It can be said that the entire interview process was full of strong bad taste. But what puzzles her is, what is the purpose behind Dream Companies doing this? First we look at height, then BMI, and now we look at physical fitness. And this physical fitness test is simply set to exceed the limit of adults. Just like picking seeds. Seed? Bayu didn't know why this word suddenly popped into his mind. At the same time, another word suddenly appeared in her mind, in vitro culture. What this word means is self-evident. But she suddenly thought of a new question. Every year, Dream Company sends a group of management trainees to Dream Old City. It's impossible for these people to appear out of nowhere. Right? According to science, there must always be a process of selection, breeding, and transplantation, etc. Speaking of selection, high education, good physical fitness, seed, man, woman, coupled with a high frequency of monthly statutory interview days. So, they who pass the interview may be seeds? And are they petri dishes, Ming, that perform a certain function? Grass, a plant. Bayu was shocked by the outrageous speculation in his mind. After all, whether the men or women present, according to what the woman Ming was said, if they have graduated with a master's degree, they would normally be in their mid-20s. This age is just in line with the optimal childbearing age. Such an analysis seems to be very logical. However, she suddenly realized that she must have missed something in her current analysis. Because of my experience in the old city yesterday, my interview experience at the Dream Company today, and the mirror city I saw when I first arrived in the new Dream City, there is actually some separation between these plots. But every aspect of the game settings has its purpose. Otherwise, wouldn't it be simpler and more efficient to go directly to the site and start these tests? What is the missing part in the middle? What connects all this? She probably thought of some kind of big figure manipulating some kind of industrial chain to achieve a certain type of purpose. And she felt that she was about to get a glimpse of the truth. But she felt that her mind was a little messy, and her CPU was about to be exhausted. The main reason is that the clues presented by this copy are too many and too complicated. Of course, it may be that the current living environment is not suitable for her to concentrate on thinking. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Accept the challenge and complete the side tasks given by the game first. Ding! Your health electronic doctor is here. A mechanical voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Directly in front of her, a small light white panel appeared in the sky. The panels are 1 meter high and stand vertically 1 centimeter above the ground. There are many red laser dots on the panel. She glanced around and saw it in front of everyone in the hive. Chapter 460, Dream City, 35. Now everyone has a panel in front of them. This panel will first display the standard actions of each link, and then supervise and record everyone's data. A special reminder is that when doing relevant tests, your head, shoulders, back, hips, and legs must be within the red line range released by the panel. Any numbers that are not within the red line will be regarded as invalid numbers. Finally, complete 80% of each indicator displayed on the screen to pass the level. Those who fail to complete, or whose postures are not standard, will be eliminated. Mingxua's voice became more and more deafening. Bayu only felt that her eardrums were buzzing and painful. She glanced left and right, quietly took out a bottle of energy drink from her bag, unscrewed it, and drank it. The drink was actually stored in the space, but it was just covered up with a bag. Bai Xiao. Leave some for me. This scene was seen by Pan Ting next to him. Bai Yu thought for a moment, reached into his bag, rummaged through it, and threw a bottle to her. 3Q. The latter smiled gratefully at her. Okay. Our physical fitness test begins now. As Meng Shua's voice fell on the stage, a transparent soundproof wall was erected around each hexahedron in the hive. On the white panel, the first action has already begun, the frog jump. Bai Yu read it carefully, took a deep breath, and started to do it. Pan Ting, Yan Qingqing, Lu Yifei and others also followed suit normally. Among the remaining NPCs, some worked seriously, while others began to complain and complain. However, because of the soundproof wall, they cannot hear each other. Asterisk. 1 hour later, the physical fitness test time ends. Some people had already collapsed on the ground, while others could barely stand. Bai Yu and Pan Ting were all sweating profusely. Snapped! 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 On the platform, Meng Yan applauded and said, Not bad. There are still people who persevere. The Dream Company needs employees like you. As she finished speaking, the numbers on the LED screen were refreshed again. Men's Windows square root 9/501, Women's Windows square root 10/615, revised window times 916/916. Yes, out of 211 people, only 19 people passed this round of physical fitness test. Those eliminated, 916 people. The scope of the hive is reduced again. At this moment, the only people left standing in the hive are the 6 people in the second aperture. 6 women. Bai Yu, Pan Ting, Yan Qingqing, Lu Yifei. In addition, there is a bald girl wearing a single earring, and a baby-faced girl with dyed blonde hair. Their previous location was far away from the 4 of them, almost at the very end of the hive. Yan Qingqing and Lu Yifei, who had been standing in front, also turned around at this moment. The moment she saw Bai Yu, Yan Qingqing looked stunned, with a trace of doubt in her eyes. She felt that this woman looked very similar to a little girl she knew in the previous copy, but that little girl was only 18 or 19 years old. And now this woman is already in her 30s, old and haggard, with no trace of youthful vitality. Is it because of role-playing? Or maybe I got the wrong person? She wanted to give the other party a wink to confirm, but saw that the other party's eyes remained on Area 3. So she had to give up for the time being. On the platform, Meng Shua's phoenix eyes slowly scanned the people, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Okay, everyone. I now announce that our interview sessions are over today. Congratulations to everyone who passed the interview and became a member of the Dream Company headquarters. Your work badges have been automatically issued to you. Bai Yu lowered his eyes, and sure enough, a lavender work card appeared out of thin air in his hand. The 3 words, work plate, are engraved on the gilt vertical plate on the front. On the back, there are a few lines of small words. 1. This work badge can only be used by employees at the Dream Company headquarters. It is the only ID card for employees. Please do not leave it behind. 2. With this work badge, you can enter and exit any office area in the Dream Company headquarters, except the underground part. 3. The validity period of this work card is 3 days, including the date of acquisition. 4. Other matters not mentioned above will be explained by the Human Resources Department of Dream Company. Bai Yu read it silently, his brows furrowed. The content of the remark seems to be normal so far, but the color of this card seems different from the light blue I saw on the subway before. Is it because of the Dream Company headquarters? Ding! Congratulations on completing side mission 1. You will be rewarded with a prop blind box, which has been distributed to your personal game panel prop column. The ethereal mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his ears, and Bai Yu was almost startled. She simply threw the work card directly into the space. Looking up, I heard Meng Shu talking endlessly on the stage. With this work card, you can enjoy 3 free meals in the company. Stay in the company dormitory for free. Use everything the company provides you in the public area for free. However, you must not lose it. In addition, I said before that those who pass the company's interview will be rewarded, and those who are eliminated will also be punished. It's time to fulfill the promise. After Meng Yan finished speaking, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes faintly looked towards Area 3. The person who was eliminated in the physical fitness test just now has been teleported to Area 3 by her. The remaining winners in Areas 1 and 2 heard Ming's words, gritted their teeth, and stood up with their legs supported. Some of them who really couldn't stand up lay on the ground and turned their heads. They followed Ming's gaze and looked towards the elimination area, number 3. Ding! Congratulations on the instant arrival of 10,000 dream coins in your account. This is the sound heard by all the winners. Everyone was stunned for a moment. And then, they were surprised. They didn't realize at all that this was just a slap in the face and a sweet date. Let me go! Those green mist are. Pan Ting was stunned when she saw the glass cover and green mist. The remaining NPCs in Areas 1 and 2 began to discuss each other one by one. Oh my god! So that's the legendary inhalable dream puree? Someone said weakly. Panting, inhalable? A hoarse voice joined in. Is this punishment? That's right. That's right. I bought a bottle of dream puree myself. It's only 10 milliliters, and it costs 299 dream coins. There are so many in that cover. I'm afraid it's worth several W. Is this reward and punishment policy wrong? Hey, I still dream of the arrogant headquarters of the company. But those people's arms don't have a red light on. When they don't lack dream puree, they take it too much. Will there be any adverse reactions? I don't know. I didn't have the money to try before. The melon-eating situation was transferred from Area 3 to Area 1 and 2, excluding the players and the remaining 13 people. Bayu carefully observed the people in Area 3, his eyebrows gradually getting tighter and tighter. Chapter 461, Dream City, 36. The interview loser in the glass dome. There was a person with a pained expression who was barely standing with his hands on his hips. There was one who was sitting on the ground with a dejected look. There are also people lying on the ground with their hands and feet mutilated. Without exception, more than 900 adults, normal people with higher education, did not show any expression of resistance. He didn't even mean to ask for help. Although there are people with mutilated limbs inside, it doesn't mean that their minds are suddenly mutilated. Right? Bayu was very puzzled by this. Super can't understand. After all, there was a reason why she, Pan Ting, and the remaining players chose to follow the crowd and not fight back in every interview session. Their main task now is to pass the interview and get the job card of their dream company. And everything we encounter so far can be dealt with calmly. And it does not involve personal life safety. So I can do whatever I can. But these people are obviously facing elimination and punishment. But they still act like obedient sheep. There is no trace of human survival instinct, struggle instinct, and resistance instinct in them. This is very confusing. Could it be because of the inhalable dream puree? In other words, after so many years of being oppressed, they have long been accustomed to resigned. Bayu glanced at the top of the glass cover. Those green mists are getting thicker and thicker. But the losers actually opened their mouths and started sucking. Unexpectedly, after drinking the dream essence, their faces did not show any expressions of relaxation, joy, and happiness. Instead, there is pain, ferocity, terror, and fear. Some people began to twitch and dance with their hands and feet, while others banged their heads against the glass wall desperately. It was as if he had been poisoned and had a frightening nightmare. At the same time, those transparent daughter threads were densely falling from the sky. Zilu pierces clothes, follows the pores, and penetrates into everyone's body. The faces of those people began to look haggard and darkened to the naked eye. This time, the daughter silk thread is obviously much thicker. If this continues, these people will all turn into mummies. Oh my god! It turns out that excessive consumption of dream puree can have such negative effects. Looks like a nightmare. So scary. Fortunately, I passed the interview. Is this punishment too cruel? Manager Ming didn't even say anything. Don't make any noise, or your qualifications will be revoked. Those NPCs who passed the interview could not see the daughter threads, but they can see the physical changes of those losers. Ming Yin was on the stage, holding his hands, squinting his eyes, and slightly raising the corners of his lips, as if he was admiring her punishment masterpiece. From time to time, she would glance at the interview winners. It was as if he was deliberately testing their reaction. Several players looked at this scene and clenched their fists tightly. Such an interview punishment is too cruel and absurd. It is simply worse than the demons in the previous dungeon. Dear, do we want it? Pan Ting was also watching everything with a frown. She moved to the edge of Bayu's hexagon. Just in the middle of her words, she saw Bayu's eyebrows jump and his lips pursed tightly. She seemed to be listening to something. Pan Ting's words stopped abruptly. Ding! There is now a temporary new hidden side mission in the dungeon. Please rescue 916 interview losers from the key NPC Meng Yin within 5 minutes. Warm reminder, do not kill key NPCs, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. For 59, the countdown appears in Baiyu's sight. Dot! Baiyu maiden, oh with his lips. There is no word, all, in the system notification. There are no numbers either. That means that this task is not notified to everyone. Just for herself? Bye. Unlucky guy. You, who was hit by the system mission, lucky, glanced at several other players. The expressions of the latter few remained the same. Therefore, you should be the only one who receives this task. This game really loves me. I can't laugh or cry. After all, her physical strength had been basically exhausted in the previous physical fitness test session. But if the tasks issued by the system are not completed in time, then she will be exhausted not only in physical strength. Never mind. Do your best and obey fate? After finishing assessing the situation, Baiyu took a deep breath and quickly thought of countermeasures in his mind. 3 o'clock, 2 minutes have passed. In the glass cover, green mist has taken up the entire space. The mist at this moment was as if it was alive, going directly into the mouths, eyes, noses and ears of those people. More and more people are climbing to the glass wall. They finally started struggling and asking for help. But their movements became increasingly stiff. They are going to die. The faces of the dozen or so interview winners all became extremely solemn at this moment. Yin Qingqing frowned for a long time, but finally couldn't hold it back. Manager Meng, is this punishment too severe? Meng Zhuo glanced at her, raised the corners of his lips, and sneered. Yanni, don't you understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch? For all the interviewees here, your families have already received large subsidies, which are enough to buy your lives. Besides, such punishment is already written in the confidentiality agreement you signed, with the words in black and white clearly visible. Could anyone possibly want to violate the agreement? Those who violate the agreement will be punished in Dream City, which is much more serious than death. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This kind of punishment requires the whole family to sit down together. This agreement of yours is clearly an overbearing clause for deception and abduction. Such a black-hearted agreement does not count at all in law. Lu Yifei also stepped forward and said indignantly. Hey, Lu Yifei, I'm surprised. Why are you everywhere? Who made the laws of Dream City? Do you know? We say it counts. And it counts? I advise you, if you want to join the Dream Company, please be kind to me. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you when you join the company. Meng Zhuo's tone became more and more arrogant, perhaps because she was offended by her rudeness and arrogance. Lu Yifei tossed her long, straight black hair, put her hands on her hips, and yelled at her. Meng Yin! Is Dream Company run by your family? You keep talking about Dream Company, but you are just a watchdog of Dream Company. Why are you so arrogant here? I shouldn't apply for the job. The side task given by the system is to pass the interview with the Dream Company and obtain a job card. She was indeed done. The system's rewards are all in place. Whether she is an employee of the Dream Company at this moment is actually not that important to her. What is intolerable is unbearable. How could she still let this old witch continue to bully her? How could Meng Zhuo have imagined that she would dare to respond to him like this? The delicately made-up face was covered in bruises and whites. Chapter 462, Dream City, 37. Okay, then I will take back my work badge. An ignorant person like you is not worthy of being an employee of the Dream Company. She gritted her teeth and finished speaking. Took a breath, stretched out her palm, and gave Lu Yifei a hard slap. Wave, and tighten your palms again. But I found that there was nothing in my palm. Lu Yifei, where is the work card? Meng Zhuo's voice was sharp and trembling. In all her years at Dream Company, this was the first time she encountered a thorn in the interview. And this time, there was more than one thorn. The key is why my ability to retrieve objects has become invalid. For a moment, Meng Tong began to fall into deep self-doubt. Lu Yifei quirked her eyebrows and smiled lightly at her. What do you think? The corner of Meng Zhuo's mouth twitched. Veins popped up on his forehead, and his eyebrows wrinkled into a hill. She suddenly felt a little tight in her heart. But it seems that she can't do anything to Lu Yifei for the time being. After all, Lu Yifei has passed the interview. And as long as she still has the job card, the penalty conditions for failure in the interview will not apply to her. She does not have the authority to teleport the opponent to the third penalty area. In addition, Neither the confidentiality agreement nor the company's system stipulates that employees in the company cannot scold the leader. Unless Lu Yifei lost her work card. Thinking of this, Meng Tong took a deep breath, concentrated his thoughts, raised his hand, and waved towards Lu Yifei again. But his palm was empty again. This time, Ming Yan felt that his mentality was about to explode. What do people like most? All the control feels like it's in the palm of your hand. What people fear most is the feeling of losing control. Yan Qingqing on the side also wanted to take the opportunity to continue saying something. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a slender figure, already stepping on camel-colored high heels, rushing towards the glass house filled with green mist. Others were quick to notice. Meng Yan, who was so angry with Lu Yifei on the stage, thought he was blinded and subconsciously stretched out his hand to rub it, before the others could fully react. Bai Yu, who had been silent just now, had already raised the black blade in his hand, jumped into the air, and slashed towards the glass cover. The action is cool. The posture is also very handsome. The dagger is just a little short. It would be nice if it had a long sword. Fortunately, the black blade can cut iron like mud. The glass cover cracked with a click. A large amount of dense green mist spread rapidly from the gap. Bai Yu was already prepared. With a thought, she collected all the mist into the copy space. The person in the glass cover watched a beautiful woman holding a dagger in her hand, falling from the sky like a god. And her stiff body trembled with fear. Some people are still confused. Some people were a little slow to realize that someone was coming to save them. They dragged each other, supported each other, and tried their best to avoid the wall that Bai Yu had chopped. The black blade in Bai Yu's hand is cut through the glass wall like tofu. The thick green fog inside had all disappeared. She glanced at the daughter threads wrapped around everyone's bodies, then raised the black blade and slashed at it. Everyone thought she was going to kill them, so they all leaned back in fear. Some people lost their footing and fell to the ground with a bang. The black blade can absorb resentment, and it is also lethal to these conscious beings. The daughter's silk thread felt the danger and quickly shrank back with a sizzle. The air in the glass cover is relatively normal, without the green mist and the daughter threads that absorb their spirit and thoughts. The more than 900 dying losers slowly returned to some normalcy, but visible to the naked eye. Each of them is as haggard and old as an old man in his 50s or 60s. All this happened in a flash of lightning. The others were all focused on the exchange between Meng Ruo and Lu Yifei. They turned around and saw this scene, and were completely shocked. All eyes in disbelief were focused on Bai Yu. By Xiao, Pan Ting saw that the mastermind of the divine operation turned out to be Bai Yu, and her jaw almost dropped in shock. She actually wanted to take action just now, but after assessing the consequences, she gritted her teeth and gave up. Seeing this, Ming Zhuo on the stage was so angry that his blood pressure soared, and he almost jumped up. What sin did you commit today? Why do you stab your head one by one? This Lu Yifei hasn't been sent away yet. Why is Bai Xiao coming again? He is also a well-behaved person, who always keeps his mouth shut. Grass. They are really better at pretending than the other. Meng Zhuo let out a breath, pointed at Bai Yu, and shouted angrily. Bai Xiao, as an orientation trainee of a dream company, do you know what you were doing just now? She really almost wanted to take off her red-soled high heels and throw them at her. But thinking about the pile of cameras on the white dome, I gritted my teeth and held back. Bai Yu had already stood firm by the glass wall, and the black blade was taken into the space by her. Hearing Meng Zhuo's question, Bai Yu looked at her, shrugged, and said with a smile, Manager Meng, of course I know. No, Pete. Meng Yan almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, but she immediately felt happy. Unlike Lu Yifei, who did not violate the company's regulations, Bai Xiao destroyed the company's public property and also destroyed their punishment mechanism. Damn it! She almost forgot. As long as she violates the company's policies and regulations, as the human resources manager who also has administrative management, she has the authority to punish. The company's property is sacred and inviolable. Bai Xiao. Then please pay the price for your actions. Meng Yan, who found an outlet for his anger, gave a sinister smile. Tay, as fingers painted with scarlet nail polish casually snapped in the air. The group of robot dogs that had been quietly watching the battle around the crowd had already adjusted to attack mode. They tensed their bodies. Their dog eyes turned scarlet, and their tongues spitting out strong electric current. They all moved toward Bai Yu and surrounded him. In areas 1 and 2, the people who had been standing obediently in the hexagonal 5 quickly crowded together in fear when they saw this. Yan Qingqing reacted instantly after hearing the 3 words. By Xiao Xiao. It turns out it's really her. The brave and smart little girl in the copy of Silent Island. By Su? Oh. No. By you? There was a hint of excitement and joy in Yan Qingqing's eyes. And after seeing Ming Zhuo preparing to attack Bai Yu, she silently took out her attack tool and took it into her hand. Lu Yifei next to him was also ready to attack. Everyone is a player. In the beginning, I was prepared to just go on. But now, since someone has broken all this, they naturally have to stand together. The key is that they have actually stopped watching it for a long time. The battle between the two sides is tense and about to break out. Chapter 463, Dream City, 38. Seeing dozens of robot dogs getting closer and closer to Bai Yu, Yan Qingqing held a whip in her hand, took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and rushed behind her desperately. Xiao Bai, Sister Qing is here. Don't be afraid. After Yan Qingqing finished speaking in a low voice, he looked at the surrounding robot dogs from the other side, ready for battle. She had seen the power of these silver robot dogs before on the streets of Dream City, like something out of a science fiction blockbuster. The bite of the titanium alloy dog mouth is extremely strong, and the electric power of the tongue is also extremely strong. It should be an alternative. Security guard. In the Dream New City, this dog is much harder to deal with than the zombies and rot worms in the copy of Silent Island. Of course, she also believed that since Bai Yu could survive until now and enter this dungeon, his personal strength must have been strengthened. But she definitely can't do it by herself. And the normal range of human visual angle is 180 degrees at most. If there was a robot dog behind him that was secretly spreading attacks, Bai Yu himself would definitely not be able to defend against it. This was one of the reasons why she chose to stand behind Bai Yu. Sister Qingqing. Bai Yu's inner emotions were so excited that they surged like hot volcanic lava. With Yan Qingqing as her backing, she felt much more at ease. The emotions between people are so magical sometimes. In fact, she has experienced many dungeons in the future, and has also met several people with good strength or good character. But all the people I met in the dungeon were not as affectionate and trustworthy as the comrades I met when I was a newbie. Whether it was the dead teacher Jiang, the fat man who fought side by side, the two-faced kid Ling Shifei, or the black-dressed lady Yan Qingqing. The feelings between everyone are indeed much simpler. This kind of simplicity and trust is difficult to express in just 1 or 2 sentences. But this is not the time to express emotions about meeting old friends. Bai Yu quickly retracted his thoughts, glanced at Ming Yin on the stage, and whispered, Sister Qingqing, let me change directions with you. Help me hold Ming Zhuo off for a minute. Okay. Yan Qingqing didn't know why, but she readily agreed. When Ming Zhuo saw Bai Yu hiding behind Yan Qingqing, he thought she was scared and couldn't help but sneered. Bai Yu, who had his back to Ming Zhuo, with a thought, took out the Pingbu Qingyan card that had been gathering dust like the Sweet Words card from the space for a long time. This card suddenly came to her mind just now when she saw Ming Zhuo operating the transparent panel with his fingers in midair. This made her realize that Ming Zhuo, the NPC, probably didn't have any special powers. Most likely, she was able to control those robot dogs, teleport people to Area 3, etc., because her position gave her certain abilities. If this is the case, then if her position is replaced, her rights and abilities will also be cancelled. Bai Yu decided to give it a try. The card information has emerged in the field of vision. Name, Pingbu Qingyan card *1. Are rare. Type, consumables. Number of times the current copy can be used *1. Function and purpose. 1. This card can be used when there is a workplace environment setting in the copy. 2. For general managers. They can obtain their positions and corresponding rights in a short time. Of course, in any workplace, responsibilities, rights, and benefits are all relative. So please bear both responsibilities and obligations. 3. Taking into account the fairness and rationality of the dungeon workplace. In order to avoid intentional card bugs by players, this card cannot be effective for senior managers. 4. If you are promoted too quickly, your colleagues will be jealous and even complain behind your back. Therefore, after clicking on this card, there will be a CD duration of 1 minute. Players, please pay special attention. Note, the good wind, with its power, sends me to the blue clouds. Start using it with 1 click to help you make a comeback in the workplace and help you counterattack in life. Would you like to use the Pingbu Qingyan card immediately? Weather? Bai quickly clicked yes. 0:59. The countdown for the card to take effect starts. TSK! Such a deep love between sisters. It's a pity that you can't play the role for much longer. Meng smiled so tremblingly on the stage that he didn't even notice Bai's little moves behind his back. Yan Qingqing deliberately glared at her and said coldly, Manager Meng, is that right? Hearing this, Meng Zhuo stood up straight, regained his previous serious face, pointed at Yan Qingqing and said, Yan Yi, Bai Xiaoxiao destroyed the company's property. You will see her tragic end later. As a scarce management trainee sent to Xincheng by the company, your future in the company will be bright. I kindly remind you one sentence. You'd better not get along with her. Otherwise, I'll punish you too. Yan Qingqing also stood up straight. She held her head high and looked calm, and sneered coldly. Manager Meng, I have to complain. You talk a lot of nonsense. My ears are about to get calluses. By the way, you are nagging so much, but you don't see any real talent. Is this how you lead on weekdays? I'm so curious. How did you get into this position? Is it because of face? Or by squeezing these new employees? Also, from the beginning of the interview to now, why have you been hiding on the platform? Are you afraid that the people you harmed will eat you? In your last life, you were probably a coward. Right. Ha 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 ha. When she said, a turtle with a shrunken head. It's a turtle. Her voice was deliberately raised. Yan Qingqing knows how to attract firepower. Ha ha ha. I'm a tortoise, but I'm a turtle. When the others heard this, they repeated the word and burst into laughter. The other side. Midnight, card CD countdown ends. Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! The Pingbu Qinyan card function has taken effect. If you are promoted like a rocket, be sure to guard against arrogance and impatience. And please make reasonable use of your job rights, and do not abuse them at will. A cold prompt sounded in Bai's ears. From a person who passed the interview to become a middle-level manager. Is this called a rocket promotion? System. Do you have some misunderstandings about career promotion? Bai really couldn't complain. At this moment, a translucent control panel appeared in her field of vision. Dream Company One-Click Interview Management System. Current name, Bai Xiaoxiao. Current position, Manager of Human Resources Department of Dream Company. Current rank, Middle Level. Reporting to Superior, Meng *, Senior Level. Current subordinate, Meng Yan plus XXX. Interview session modeling, Preliminary test, Retest, Final test. Interview session operations. Pass, Eliminate, Transfer, valid only for eliminated persons. Attack, Robot Dog 1/3. Robot Dog 1/2. Robot Dog 1/1 is effective for those who violate company policies and procedures. Approval, support issuance/retrieval of work badges, etc. Therefore, as she expected, that Meng Yan only had this panel in his hand because of his position. As long as you are not born with special powers, it will be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Bai glanced at the content of the panel again, and paused at the fifth item. It seems that this Meng *, high-ranking person, should be another key NPC. This Dream Company, depending on the name of the manager. Is it still a family business? Gee, no wonder this Pingbu Qinyan card has to be restricted to only those who can use it. This game is a real dog. On the other side, Meng Zhuo was so angry at Yan Qingqing's words. Yan Yi, don't be ungrateful. After saying that, she waved her hand, commanding the robot dog to attack directly. And at the same time, she was about to take back the employee tags on Meng Zhuo and Bai. But halfway through the wave, he paused. No. To be precise, it stuck. Just like a robot dog that was shaking and barking. Someone suddenly removed the battery and became stuck. The robot dogs that came up to Bai and Yan Qingqing and jumped into the air, ready to open their mouths to attack, were also stuck. The scarlet color in their titanium dogs' eyes has begun to fade. Lu Yifei and Pan Ting, who were holding weapons in their hands and ready to help Yan Qingqing and Bai fight back, were also stunned. Yan Qingqing was even more stunned, but she did not dare to take it lightly at all, and held the whip tightly in her hand. What's going on? Where's the panel? Meng Zhuo's expression changed, and a trace of uneasiness and fear flashed in his eyes. I tried to call up the operation panel again, but my vision was still blank. She panicked, completely panicked. At this time, Bai calmly walked out from behind Yan Qingqing, looked at Meng Zhuo with his hands behind his back like a veteran cadre, and said quietly, Xiao Meng, what are you looking for? The people around her were stunned by her appearance and words. You? Meng Yan looked confused, and his fingers danced wildly in the air. But I found that only a line of subtitles panel appeared in front of me. Current name, Meng Shan. Current position, Employee of Human Resources Department of Dream Company. Current rank, Basic Level. Reporting to Superior, Bai Xiao, Middle Level. Current subordinate, 0. Warm reminder, work hard today too. Otherwise, it's you who should get out tomorrow. Meng Shua's eyes blurred. His throat was clogged, and a mouthful of blood almost came out of his heart. Bai Yu continued. Xiao Ming, why don't you take the new employees to visit the company quickly? How do you do this job? Just leave the employees here for a long time. Don't you know that employees are the company's valuable assets? The property was damaged, and I want you to look good. Although Bai Yu got Meng Shua's panel because of his promotion. However, this panel can only operate the interview process. They are still locked up in this White House. It seemed that only Meng Yan knew how to leave. She could only act according to circumstances. The words deliberately provocative are full of temptations. Meng Tong. Dot. Pete looks great. Everyone was even more confused when they heard Bai Yu's outrageous words. Dot. This is so weird. What happened? Why did the roles suddenly reverse so strangely? When Bai Yu saw that Meng Rong was still standing there stupidly, he simply shouted in an unhappy tone. Xiao Ming! What the L are you doing so stupidly? Do you still want to do it? If you don't want to do it, get out of here! Xiao Ming Pete. Meng Yan's head was buzzing and hurting as she kept calling him Xiao Ming. But now she had become a subordinate and lost all her rights. She was so mad that her teeth clenched so hard that all 32 of them were about to break. She took a deep breath, glanced at Bai Yu, then looked at the pile of cameras on the white dome, and then looked at the time on her watch. An almost undetectable grin suddenly appeared on her extremely embarrassed face. Bai Xiao. You have the guts. You wait. Chapter 464, Delusion City, 39. Manager Bai. Of course it's okay to take new employees to visit the company. It's just that it's time to go to the company for dinner. And many departments are empty. How about I take the new employees to the cafeteria to eat first? And after the meal, I will take the new employees. Is it okay for employees to visit the company? After all, the screening process this morning was very physically demanding for the new employees. Meng Tong's fingers hanging on the sides of his legs were almost pinched, and he forced out a flattering smile. Canteen? Bai Yu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other and said, Okay, then let's do it as you arranged. The other NPCs were very puzzled by the sudden change in their jobs, especially this Meng Shuo, who had been very arrogant under the leadership of Yi Qi. At this moment, he was like a deflated rubber ball, looking timid. However, players can probably guess what kind of superpower card Bai Yu should have used. Meng Yan, who was standing on the platform, had already turned around. A trace of gloom flashed in her eyes. She raised her palm and gently pressed it on the number 2 LED screen behind her. As water ripples appeared on the palm prints on the hands, the 3 LED screens began to flash. A second later, the content displayed above changed. Exit for male employees, exit for female employees, exit for interview losers. After Meng Zhu finished everything, he took a deep breath and turned around. She cleared her throat, looked at Bai Yu and said, Manager Bai. Next, please follow the on-screen prompts and take the corresponding exit. Outside the employee exit, you can go directly to the company canteen. Yan Qingqing whispered. At this stage, I feel like there is a ghost. Bai Yu felt the same as her. She decided to continue to practice finding faults to the end. Xiao Ming, why do you always do these fancy tricks? How can you improve work efficiency like this? Do you understand that we need to be simple and efficient? Also, why do you still have 2 employee exits? This is a waste of duplication of construction. Do you know the material? And why is there still gender discrimination in the company? Isn't it okay for male employees to do so? Meng Shuo almost blacked out. Here we go again. Bai Yu's words were crackling with a stinging tone, which made her so angry that she had nowhere to vent her anger, and her little face turned blue and white in turns. I don't know why, but if Bai Yu asked her properly, she wouldn't bother to answer. But the other party was obviously connoting herself. But she couldn't help but want to refute him immediately. She was about to open her mouth to explain, but she didn't expect that Bai Yu wasn't done yet. Then she pointed at the more than 900 old, haggard and mutilated interview losers, and said in a bad tone, The company has made them like this. Are they just thrown back into society? Just a reminder, these are all masterpieces of your predecessor. Don't think that I will wipe your ass for you. Dot. The seeds in Mengju's brain were buzzing, as if someone was stirring it with an electric drill. Wipe. It's endless. Right. Being a human resources manager will give you what you can do. Why don't you go to heaven? Why don't you leave me alone and give me free mouth practice? Damn it. Let me jump around for a while. Mengju's teeth shattered a few more in an instant. There will be employees at exit 3 to do post-processing for them. Manager, bye. Don't worry. Mengju finally suppressed his anger and smiled. Seeing that Bai Yu didn't say anything, he continued to argue. Manager, bye. You must have heard that the headquarters of Dream Company is also where the production workshop of Dream Puree is located. The sterile environment requirements here are extremely strict. Therefore, as long as you enter the company, you must undergo full body disinfection and put on the company's special work clothes. Just fine. After all, the first person to enter is the disinfection room and changing room. There are differences between men and women. Please understand that. After disinfection and dressing are completed, I will take you directly to the staff canteen to eat. This time, Bai Yu finally stopped questioning her words and said calmly, Okay. With her permission, Mengju raised his palm again. Ding. There was a sound. The 3 LED screens began to plummet down from the platform in front of the screen. After it was lowered to the ground level, the 3 LED screens opened from the left and right sides with a clatter, like a door. Behind the 3 gates, at first glance, there are bright passages with no end in sight. Among those who passed the on-site interview and obtained their Dream Company job cards, 10 were male employees and 9 were female. A male employee who passed the interview was already heading towards door number 1. The hundreds of interview losers in Area 3 rushed towards Gate 3 as if they were running away. Only the female employee in Area 2 was still standing. Bai Yu, Yan Qingqing, Lu Yifei, and Pan Ting stared at each other. Among the other 5 female employees, the bald girl with earrings and the blonde girl with baby face are probably players. And the remaining 3 girls with good qualifications are probably NPCs. The earring girl and the baby face didn't seem to want to get together with the 4 of them. Just now, when Pan Ting and the others were preparing to help Bai Yu fight the robot dogs, the 2 of them did not move at all. At this moment, the 2 of them were standing among the 3 NPCs, with a casual expression of, I will do whatever you do. It seems obvious that they are showing off. But in fact they are all talented players who are good at hiding their strength. Manager, Bai. Let me take you to the disinfection room and changing room. Mengju had already walked forward with a graceful step. Although her face was pale with anger, her temperament and aura were still there. Bai Yu was quite satisfied with her timely recognition of the situation, and said, Okay. Several people followed Meng Yin and walked towards exit number 2. After passing through the second exit, they seemed to arrive in a larger white space. After they all entered, the door composed of LED screens closed tightly behind them with a bang sound, and the environment that originally seemed extremely bright suddenly darkened. The temperature in the air was inexplicably colder. Bai Yu and the others looked back. There is no trace of the gate behind him. The surrounding walls fit together as if they were one body. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Mengju's mouth. Bai Yu glanced around, but there was nothing around him. Manager Bai. Let's go! With a professional smile on his face, Meng Yin stretched out his hand to sign the word, please. Bai Yu nodded slightly and followed. Others followed suit. Bai Yu took 2 steps and spoke. Xiao Ming, why don't you introduce the environment here? Meng Yin curled his lips and said, Ahem. Manager Bai. There's nothing to introduce in this area. It's just a theft-proof area. Anyway, no one will come here again. By the way, I took a look and found out why our work badge is only valid for 3 days. It was Lu Yifei who spoke this time. Mengju criticized her a lot, but due to Bai Yu being the new leader, he had no choice but to answer. Because those who pass the interview will have a 3-day adaptation period. Lu Yifei raised her eyebrows and said, Adaptation period? What do you mean? Xiaoming, can you stop talking in half? Xiaoming Pete? Is that what you call Xiaoming too? This time, Mengju glared at her fiercely and stopped talking. Lu Yifei did not hesitate. Hey, what do I want to ask you? I don't know. I have no comment. Mengju also said in a bad tone. Dot. When Bai Yu heard this, he and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. This is interesting. Could it be that once the 3-day adaptation period is over, they will no longer be employees of the company? Those NPCs had said before that those who entered the headquarters of the Dream Company would not be able to get out again. I will work in the company for the rest of my life. Since you can work in the company for a lifetime, the work card should be more than just 3 days. This is obviously a contradiction. She actually had conjectures about seeds and petri dishes in her heart. I wanted to ask Mengzhu directly, but seeing that there were other NPCs present, I felt that it was not appropriate at this moment. Thinking of this, she was ready to continue to find trouble. Xiaoming, as a member of the Human Resources Department, it is not your duty to serve employees enthusiastically and provide them with answers. If you continue to show off to employees like this, it will affect employees' satisfaction with our department. Be careful. I will deduct your performance. But you said exactly what he said? Ming's big red lips turned white with anger. She pursed her lips tightly and squeezed out a few words through her teeth, saying, Manager Bai, I really don't know. Bai you. Other people. Finally, a narrow passage running left and right appeared in everyone's sight. There are cameras all over the passage, and there are silver white walls on both sides. Bai Yu raised his hand and touched it lightly. The wall was cold and hard, as if it were made of metal. Compared with the previous environment, the light in the passage became darker and darker. There was a whoosh of cold wind blowing from the air conditioning vents above. Although Bai Yu was wearing a suit jacket, he still felt a little cold, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. She looked at Meng Yan seriously. Xiaoming, the temperature of the air conditioner in the company is set so low. It consumes a lot of electricity. Meng Tong. Waste Pete. You really take yourself seriously when riding a horse. But she still endured the discomfort and apologized. Manager Bai is right. I will ask them to raise the temperature in a moment. Bai Yu glanced at Yan Qingqing, and the two of them had a tacit understanding. This NPC has quite a lot of endurance. If you can do this, there is a high probability that you are holding something bad in your stomach. Bai Yu deliberately provoked her in this way. On the one hand, he also wanted to use the provocation method to find out some clues. On the other hand, it is actually to speed up the plot. After all, if there were still 3 more days to adapt, they might really get lost in the dungeon. The interview and screening process alone wastes too much time. Besides, her Pingmu Qingyun card is not valid for long. It's not necessarily possible that her authority will be revoked after a while. The group of people walked in the maze-like passage for a long time. Bai Yu was a little impatient. How long do we have to go? Manager Bai. We will be here soon. By the way, when you enter the disinfection room in a moment, you are not allowed to bring any supplies except the work badges I just issued to you. If you have valuables, I can help you keep them. Mengzhu pointing in front of him. He said. Her words were addressed to everyone. Senior Sister Mingming, can't we take our mobile phones and wallets with us? The person who asked was one of the NPCs. Mengzhu turned around and glanced at her. Yes. The other NPC looked a little panicked. What should we do in the company if we don't have a mobile phone or money? When your items are brought to the company, they will bring external germs and contaminate the workshop. In the company, it's okay to have a work badge. As for communication, we have internal communication equipment. NPCA was stunned. Yes. There's nothing wrong with it. The company has systems and regulations. Once you come in, follow them carefully. Meng Yan glanced at her coldly, and glanced at Bai Yu and the others inadvertently. However, Bai Yu and the others looked calm, as if they didn't care that their personal belongings were about to be confiscated. Disinfection room. A red door finally appeared at the end of the passage. The door is automatic sensor. Everyone filed in. The door closed tightly with a clatter. A large electronic storage basket with automatic classification and storage functions appears in front of you. Bai Yu threw the handbag in without thinking. The same goes for Yan Qingqing and others. Anyway, everyone has spent a lot of money and points to buy material backpacks. These handbags and backpacks are just for show. The 3 NPCs saw this and had no choice but to follow suit. The group quickly completed disinfection, put on Dream Company work clothes with empty hands, and left the locker room. Mengzhu didn't know where he got a white coat to cover himself, and he stood waiting at the exit with a solemn expression. At first glance, it looks quite impressive. Pan Ting glanced at her, and as if she had reacted, she suddenly leaned into Bai Yu's ear and said, Dear, have you noticed that every time we enter a door, that door is completely locked? Why do I feel that she is deliberately driving us deeper in a certain direction? We will not be able to enter this Dream Company. Can't get out? After saying that, she frowned and said, Why do I still feel like we are like guinea pigs entering a laboratory? Successful hunters often appear in the form of prey. It doesn't hurt to be a guinea pig for once. Yan Qingqing whispered with a smile. Bai Yu looked at her knowingly, reached out, and patted Pan Ting gently. Dear, be more confident, and remove the word feeling. Panting. Dot. Chapter 465, Dream City 40. What are you talking about? Are you so happy? Lu Yifei, who had been frowning since she entered the disinfection room, saw Bai Yu and the three of them whispering there, so she couldn't help but ask a question. After saying that, she did not forget to wink at Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing saw this and walked forward quickly. Let's talk about the topic between women. I'll talk to you alone later. Hee hee. Pan Ting reacted, winked at her, and said casually, Lu Yifei. Dot. Manager Bai. Let me take you to have a meal. At the end of the room in front is the company employee canteen. Meng Yan, who was guarding the door of the locker room with a solemn expression, raised his eyes and quickly came over to meet him. An almost invisible ray of dark light disappeared briefly in her eyes. At this moment, there was a bang, and the locker room door behind everyone was automatically locked tightly, as if it had been blown back by the wind. Everyone glanced back subconsciously. Sure enough, the door had become one with the surrounding wall again, and not even a single inch of gap in the connection was visible. Looking back, at a glance, they entered a brand new closed area. The air here is getting darker and darker, and the temperature has dropped several degrees compared to the previous area. It looks like there is a cold storage building next to it. Buzz buzz! Buzz buzz! Buzz buzz! At this moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble slightly, and very regularly. This tremor is centered on a certain place, and trembles to the edge bit by bit. Is there an earthquake? Yan Qingqing looked around with alert eyes, but didn't notice Lu Yifei winking at her. Meng Zhuo also looked shocked and subconsciously looked up at the camera above his head. It's not an earthquake, Bai Yu analyzed. The tremors of an earthquake are like a sieve, shaking from side to side. This time, the tremor was more like something caused by a large number of objects from one location and extremely fast spreading to the edge. In addition, she noticed that Lu Yifei seemed to have thrown something towards the ground before the ground shook. After throwing it away, she stood there and kept looking down. Is it a prop? What are you doing throwing props at this time? Or should I say, this girl with long black hair and straight hair also has some talents and skills. After all, throughout the interview, she felt that this girl had a very strong personality and temper. People without two brushes would not dare to behave like her. Of course, due to personality, people with two skills still have choices. The shaking on the ground soon stopped, and everyone was about to move forward when they heard Lu Yifei suddenly speak. Sisters, don't rush to eat yet. I'll show you a magic trick. As she spoke, she walked briskly toward the edge of the passage. Yan Qingqing looked back at Bai Yu, and the look in her eyes probably meant she must have discovered some new clues. Bai Yu. Dot! She glanced left and right, and saw that this area contained nothing but bare walls. At first glance, it was empty. Along the way, not to mention the employees of Dream Company, I have never encountered even a ghost. However, isn't it time for dinner? There is no one on the way to the staff canteen. This is quite strange. It's as if all the environments here were created independently for a few people. Bai Yu shrugged and gave Yan Qingqing an expression of continuing to wait and see. In addition, she remembered that the system originally reminded her that she could not reveal her identity when looking for clues. This little girl is so talented and brave. Pan Ting looked confused. Magic? Now? What she wondered about was not what magic itself was, but whether Lu Yifei had discovered something. Meng Yan, who was leading the way, stopped when he heard this and turned around. When he saw the monster again, it was Lu Yifei, and the anger in his eyes couldn't be stopped and started to swish again. Lu Yifei, what are you going to do again? Wipe. She and Bai Xiaoxiao really pressed the gourd and lifted the gourd. One of them had finally settled down, but the other one started to get into trouble again. Do magic? Become your sister? Meng Yan said that she really needs a bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills at this moment. Oh no. It's 10 bottles. Lu Yifei ignored her and continued to walk towards the wall at the edge of the corridor with determined eyes. As she walked, she measured the dimensions of the ground with her steps, counting silently. At first glance, it seems a bit confusing. Seeing the team all stop, NPCA said impatiently. What kind of magic trick are you doing? I'm exhausted from the interview this morning. How can I be in the mood to watch your magic tricks? NPC B. That's right. I'm so hungry that I can eat a cow. Senior Sister Ming. Can we leave her alone and take us to eat first? That's right. Senior Sister Ming. I'm so hungry too. The person who spoke was NPC C. The three of them were just talking about crosstalk, although they didn't know what happened in the previous interview session. And Minghua wanted to call by Xiao manager Bai. The three of them still thought that Minghua was leading the way from the bottom of their hearts. The blonde girl with a baby face and a bald head with earrings walked in silence at the end. The two of them did not speak, but an Xian paused and followed Lu Yifei with interest. Seeing that Lu Yifei paid no attention to him, Minghua was so angry that he didn't know where to direct his anger. At this moment, listening to the words of the three NPCs, he couldn't help but turn his head and glare at them. Don't call me Senior Sister Ming. I know how to eat all day long. I'll let you eat enough in 2 days. The three NPCs who were sprayed for no reason looked at each other for a second. Dot! As soon as Meng Yin finished cursing, he saw a ball of golden flames floating in Lu Yifei's palm, and she gently pressed against the silver-white metal wall next to her. The flame should have no temperature. The light emanating from it shows that it should contain some kind of magical power. Meng's pupil shrank, as if he had realized something, and he shouted loudly, Lu Yifei! What are you doing? Stop it! I'll give you a show and transform into a living person. Lu Yifei turned around and looked at everyone with a smile. Then she quickly turned around, took a deep breath, and pressed her palms against the wall again. More golden flames burst out from her palms. Baiyu and the others were completely shocked by the scene. Soon, those golden flames were burning, and like magic, they spread from the wall to the surroundings inch by inch. Minghua was so angry that he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, then rushed towards Lu Yifei. Halfway through the rush, a whip tempered with dark light struck her ankle with a pia sound. Ouch! She was in pain and couldn't stand still. Her high-heeled foot gave way, and she fell down on the spot with a thud. When she stood up and saw who the culprit was, her face instantly turned green. You? Yenny! How dare you hit me? Don't you want to live anymore? Do you know what punishment you will receive if you attack the company's management within Dream Company? The key is, where did the whip you used to ride your horse come from? I obviously emptied all your supplies on purpose just now. Yan Qingqing put away her whip and smiled apologetically. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hit you. I just wanted to help you. But who knew you were wearing a white coat? And I helped you in the wrong direction. What's more, you are no longer a manager now. You are Xiao Ming. Huh. You will know later whether I am the management or not. I just acted with you test tubes for the first time, and I have suffered enough. After hearing what she said, Ming Yan suddenly sneered. After sneering, she ignored Lu Yifei, who was setting fire and performing magic tricks over there. Instead, she crossed her hands on her chest and looked at the camera on the top of the passage with a look of resentment and hope. On the other side, the silver-white metal wall gradually became transparent as the flames burned, and the scene inside the wall, bit by bit, appeared in everyone's sight. Looking at the strange scene inside, everyone was shocked. A dense crowd of children slowly slid past my eyes. No, to be precise, there were densely packed babies, one at a distance, placed on a silver-white conveyor belt and transported past in front of him. Their hair and bodies were wet with green mucus. It looks like it was just born, and its eyes are covered with green mucus, so they are tightly closed. There is also a light green silk thread hanging from the mouth and top of each baby's head, as if it is delivering nutrients or something to these babies. The arms of those babies, without exception, had a red dot flashing. Baiyu took a breath and recognized that point. It was the button that would flash when he needed to replenish his dream essence. Oh my god! Why are there so many babies here? Is the Boss Baby movie holographically projected inside? The three NPCs immediately exclaimed. The ear-studded girl and the blonde baby-faced girl, who had been standing calmly at the back, finally rushed forward with frightened expressions. The magic continues. Lu Yifei had already raised her palm and ran quickly towards the other wall. The same flame spread out from the other side of the wall. The silver-white metal wall has also become transparent. The scene in the room here is even more shocking. Same conveyor belt, but slightly larger. The conveyor belt was filled with people like piles of goods. All kinds of people. Men, women. The limbs are normal and incomplete. Without exception, they all looked haggard and old. There are dense daughter threads falling from the sky. Baiyu recognized at a glance that they were the more than 900 people who had failed in the previous interview. Therefore, Mengshua lied. The so-called exit number 3 is just another L gate leading to death. At this moment, she suddenly understood that during the previous interview, those people said that giving up the interview and the penalty for failing the interview would become a drug. So, in this case, what about exits 1 and 2? Baiyu took a deep breath and recovered his thoughts. Not far away, at the end of the conveyor belt, is a large stainless steel machine that looks like a funnel. The shape was exactly the same as the juicers in the fruit processing factories she used to watch videos on. At the other end of the machine, from one of the outlets, an unknown red liquid was flowing out continuously. As for the other exit, it is indescribable and indescribable debris. It can be said that the whole scene is very shocking and makes people feel uncomfortable. You? Everyone's appetite suddenly surged with sourness, and they almost spit out their breakfast. These 3 NPCs were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Okay, the magic is over. The size of the flame in Lu Yifei's hand gradually became smaller. Soon, the surrounding flames gradually burned out, and the transparent walls on both sides gradually began to return to their original appearance. Those weird and bloody workshop scenes disappeared. Lu Yifei put away her palms and turned around. Her face looked a little tired. Pan Ting and Baiyu took a big step forward and supported her left and right. Yan Qingqing frowned and said, "That Mengshua is gone!" Everyone looked up and saw that Mengshua had indeed disappeared. She was clearly standing in front of everyone just now. Could it be that he slipped away while everyone was concentrating on watching the juicing workshop? But she was wearing high heels and a conspicuous white coat, and she was standing in the front of the crowd just now. It was impossible for everyone to not notice that she was leaving. She disappeared out of thin air. The one who spoke was the bald girl with earrings. I had been looking at her out of the corner of my eye, and she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked stunned, but quickly figured it out. Since she has the ability to teleport those eliminated candidates who failed the interview to Area 3, there is also someone who can teleport her away. Miss, you must have consumed too much energy just now. This potion can help your body recover a little. I'll give it to you. The blonde baby-faced boy who had also never spoken a word stepped forward and handed Lu Yifei a bottle of light orange. The potion passed. She was obviously doing well. Lu Yifei reached out and took it, but did not drink it immediately. Instead, she said, "Thank you. Can we join you? The two of us also have some of our own." The bald ear-studded woman hesitated to speak. Everyone looked at each other for a second and said nothing. Mainly, they don't actually form any group. It's just that everyone's previous goals were relatively consistent. Indeed, those 3 are unconscious, and Ming Yan is also missing. For us, this moment is just right. Should we? Yan Qingqing raised her eyes and glanced at the camera above her mid-sentence. She suddenly realized why the bald girl with earrings was halfway talking. Bang! A golden head turned and hit the camera directly. The camera cracked and shattered. Bang! The golden brick fell to the ground with a dazzling light, making a shallow pit. Everyone. Dot! Isn't that a gold brick? Is it so simple and arrogant? Under the gazes of several people, Baiyu slowly walked over, bent down and picked it up. Okay, you can talk now. Yan Qingqing looked at Lu Yifei and got straight to the point. Dear, how did you find something abnormal inside the wall just now? It's a pity that the props can only be seen within a very small range. After Lu Yifei finished speaking, she continued, the place right in front of where Mengshua wants to lead us is not a canteen at all. Everyone. What is that? Lu Yifei took a breath and slowly spit out a few words. The breeding zone. Pan Ting heard this and said, so the interview at Dream Company is a scam. No wonder the previous interview selection process was so weird. Yes. Lu Yifei nodded and continued. This area, judging from the prop feedback I just gave, should be infinitely extended. In addition to the breeding area right in front, there is also the Dream Gene screening area, growth area, chip area, maintenance area, and release area. As for whether there are other areas I don't know. That's all I can see right now. Chapter 466, Dream City, 41. Dot. Everyone was silent for a while. The words Lu Yifei said would be perfectly normal if placed in a modern animal breeding factory or plant planting factory. However, judging from the weird, juicing, room on the left and the baby conveyor belt on the right, it is obvious that there is something abnormal here. This kind of abnormality makes people's hair stand on end, and a chill runs down their backs. Bai Yu recalled what she had said and raised his eyebrows slightly. Dream genetic screening area? In Dream City, the word dream can be used as a noun in many places. For example, Dream Company, Dream Hospital, Dream Supermarket, Dream Cinema, etc. are more like place names. But Bai Yu always felt that this word might represent the pure word dream. As for genetic screening, it originally refers to a new technology that uses genetic technology to conduct genetic testing on unborn babies or newborn babies to achieve the best results to ensure that they will not suffer from major genetic diseases. This technology also exists on Blue Star itself and is already very mature. But here, the word dream is added in front of it, and it seems to have a special meaning, combined with the previous interview and screening process. The people who produce the seeds have actually been screened. Then, they screen their seeds again. And what was screened out were seeds with strong dream genes. Then, after these seeds grow up and become babies, they are released into the new and old cities of the dream, where they grow up to adults and receive higher education before being sent back. Then, through the interview and screening process, some of the best ones will be retained to continue producing new seeds, which will then be cultivated, released, and recycled. This cycle repeats endlessly. The retrieved losers will be put into the juicing room in the name of interview losers. Everyone cannot take everything they have experienced in their dream company with them. That's why there is the outside world's yearning and myth for the dream company headquarters. In addition, during this process, the leaks in the old city took on most of the planting and post-cultivation tasks, and also had to pay a large amount of taxes to the new city, or the new city's agent, the dream company. At the same time, everyone, starting from birth, has to spend a lot of money to purchase the dream puree produced by the dream company, because dream company's business is spread throughout the city. Every aspect of their life, old age, illness, and death seems to be inseparable from dream company. The settings of these links, at first glance, are very absurd and weird. But if you think about it carefully, there is something running through it. Bai Yu felt that he was close to the truth, and the truth is most likely hidden in these weird metal buildings around them. In addition, the exploration time must be accelerated, and it is best to solve it within the 3-day adaptation period shown on the work card. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Since the other party can build these, their power must be extremely powerful. However, there was one thing she failed to connect, and that was the mirror city she saw suspended in the air when she first entered the new dream city. Well, it's called the Dream Gene Screening Area. This name seems a bit ambiguous. Liu Yifei's words pulled Bai Yu back from his thousands of thoughts. In plot exploration copies, some words often imply some information. The blonde baby-faced man Winston said, "Those names are scary just thinking about them. So what should we do now?" After saying that, she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Maggie, the Mai of Maizi, and Wang Qi combined with Qi. Li Zhengheng. That Zhengheng of Iron Bones." The bald ear-studded woman also waved to everyone, although she shaved her head and wore a single earring. Her facial features were very good, and her kind eyes had a cool air. The earlobes are also very thick and looked like Buddha statues. Pantene followed closely. "Pantene, the shampoo one." She and Yin Qingqing both have big waves, but Yin Qingqing is more charming. The remaining Bai Yu, Liu Yifei and Yin Qingqing were already famous during the previous interview session, so they did not introduce themselves. The 6 female players are all orientation trainees from Dream Company, except for Yin Qingqing, who has a relatively special status. The others all come from the Dream Old City. As for why they were released separately, no one knows the reason for the time being. Bai Yu guessed it was for species diversity or dream diversity. After all, there is an old joke in which the poor guess that the rich man's pole must be made of gold. A person's location, environment, vision, etc. play a decisive role in personal dreams, since those daughter threads absorb people's dreams, dream puree, and help people create more dreams. And once dreams dry up and there are no new ones, people will die. Therefore, the diversity of dreams is definitely needed. "How about we go directly to the gestation area and take a look?" Pan Ting suggested. Li Zhengzheng glanced ahead, then looked at Liu Yifei, and said, "The front seems to have the same silver metal wall. There is nothing there. Maybe we can't see it. I wonder if the prop Sister Liu used just now can be used now. My prop has a CD value. and it won't be available until tomorrow at the earliest. Lu Yifei shook her head, but opened the bottle of potion that Maggie gave her, opened it and drank it, panting that Meng Shuo wanted to take us to the breeding area just now. Now if we go by ourselves, aren't we throwing ourselves into a trap? I suggest taking the opportunity to take a rest first. Now that Meng Shuo has disappeared, maybe he has gone to bring in reinforcements. Yan Qingqing didn't quite agree with her suggestion. Bai Yu didn't think that Meng Shuo had gone to move reinforcements. Even if she robbed her job panel in such a magical company, she always had some other means to save herself or call the police. Thinking of this, Bai Yu raised her eyes and looked at the camera she had smashed. Lu Yifei, don't you think it's strange? For such a big dream company headquarters, how do you feel that the only manager is Meng Shuo? Yes, and the feeling of this Meng Yan is very different from the employees of the dream company outside, especially the employees in the old city. Li Zhongjing also said, except for Yan Qingqing. They all spent their first day in the dream old city when they entered the dungeon. It is full of dream company industries. Restaurants, hospitals, supermarkets, etc. Almost all are dream company setups. But ignoring the small number of management trainees, the managers and employees inside are, without exception, no different from ordinary people. Of course, the only strange thing is the low-resolution street scene in the old city, and the crowds of people on the street who would suddenly self-destruct if they lacked dream pulp. Chapter 467, Dream City, 42. This Meng Shuo seems to have some kind of supernatural power. Starting from the entry point of Dream New City, everything everyone saw began to become dreamy. The new city and the old city are like two worlds. There is a clear gap between the Dream Company headquarters and other places in the Dream Company. The most important thing is that everyone was led into the White Room in a daze. Now they only know that they are at the headquarters of the Dream Company. But they have no idea where the headquarters is. Surrounded by metal walls, it looked more like they were locked in a closed building full of weird workshops. And this also made them more limited to the current situation when they were considering analyzing some things, rather than being able to jump out of this narrow range like Bai Yu. As far as I know, there is another executive named Ming. I don't know if this person is the spokesperson of the founder of Dream Company. As for the others, I don't know for the time being. Bai Yu, who had been silently analyzing, spoke. The Dream Company has a mysterious founder. The founder has always been reclusive. And he has an equally mysterious chief spokesperson. These 2 points are all information retrieved from the internet when everyone first entered the copy. Regarding the background of the Dream Company, everyone has actually forgotten most of it after going through the interview process. The main reason is that the plot is too disconnected. But in fact, a lot of information, only when put together, can the original background of the copy be better revealed. Bai Yu's thinking was so thorough that everyone glanced at her. Bai Jing and Bai Xiaoxiao, do you know any other information? You should have used the props in Meng Shuo just now to change your position. Right. Maggie spoke a little arrogantly. She asked this question as if without thinking. But she is clearly not new. Bai Yu ignored her and continued. Also, everyone should have read the content on the back of the work card. Everyone was stunned and took out their work badges. Pan Ting scanned it twice, with a puzzled look on her face. Dear, is there nothing on this? The work card is valid for 3 days. This is quite strange. But Lu Yifei also asked about it. Do you want to say adaptation period? No. Bai Yu shook his head and said, look at the second item too. With this work card, you can enter and exit any office area in the headquarters of Dream Company, except the underground part. Everyone. God! Yan Qingqing and Li Zhongjing have probably already reacted. Yan Qingqing was the first to bear the brunt of the analysis. So, according to usual dungeon experience, this sentence represents 3 possibilities. First, our current location is not in the office area, so we can't go anywhere. This work card is just a useless card, which can only prove that we are temporarily employees of the company. Second, we are now in the underground location of the Dream Company headquarters, and the surrounding areas are filled with illegal product workshops. Third, what big secrets might be hidden in the underground part of Dream Company? In the copy, some specially marked keywords are most likely to be specific. Bai Yu added, there are also those surveillance cameras everywhere. Generally speaking, the back of the surveillance camera leads to 2 places. One is the company's security room, and the other is the boss's office. If there are so many weird and illegal workshops in the Dream Company, then it is obvious that there is a high probability that they lead to boss's office. Yin Qingqing is also very thoughtful and has rich working experience in Blue Star. So she analyzed it directly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. So? Maggie's eyes were confused for a moment. And she said with a painful expression, "Why do I feel that there are more and more complicated things that I can't sort out? Is it because my IQ is too low? I think my IQ is pretty good. But at this moment, my head is about to smoke." Louis Fei also said, "I'm also a little confused. Mainly because I was disturbed by the interview session. I felt that many thoughts and ideas were completely interrupted." Pan Ting also frowned and sighed helplessly. Bai Yu looked at them, pondered for a moment, and said, "I don't know the true face of Mount Lu. Just because I am in this mountain. In fact, at this time, everyone needs to jump out and not be limited to the current small details. After all, every dungeon we experience has a main thread that pulls us forward. We cannot be led astray by some plot branches or trivial clues." After she finished speaking, Lu Yifei and Li Zhongzheng couldn't help but look at her with admiration. These words were like enlightenment, making several people's thoughts less disturbed in an instant. Of course, my head is still buzzing and hurting. Xiao Bai, the time left for us is limited. How about you take everyone to sort it out as a whole? And then we can make comparisons and supplements? Yin Qingqing glanced at Bai Yu and said with an expression of approval. She didn't expect that the little girl had grown up rapidly after not seeing her for a while. This kind of growth was extremely unexpected for her. If other people knew that Bai Yu's true identity was only 19 years old, instead of the 27 or 28-year-old he currently appears to be, they would probably have the same shocked expressions. Yeah. I feel like your thinking is clearer. I'm really a little confused. Maggie quickly agreed. I actually don't really want to understand this. Bai Yu pursed his lips. Li Zhongzheng comforted her and said, "It's okay. We believe in you. Just say whatever you think of, and we'll supplement it together and work together." Pan Ting also joined in. Yes. Otherwise we would have been stuck here. I feel that this link should be deliberately set up by the system. It is similar to the inference and puzzle link left for us. Maybe if the inference is solved correctly, the plot will continue to advance, and Ming Yin will appear again. Lu Yifei. No, it's better not to show up that old witch. Okay, everyone, don't take the topic too far. Xiao Bai, we believe you, Yin Qingqing said, reaching out and gently tugging Bai Yu's arm, giving her a comforting look. Bai Yu was actually not timid. What he did just now was just a deliberate show of weakness in order to retreat in order to advance. After all, apart from Yin Qingqing, she was not familiar with anyone else. Although everyone is looking at you and me at this moment. Everyone knows you. But you don't know your heart. But this dungeon has reached such a juncture. It is obvious that in the later stage, everyone will need to work together to pass the level. After all, the shadow of the big boss has not been seen yet. But in general dungeon routines, when you see the big boss, it may be time for the final duel. The strength of one person is definitely not as good as the combined strength of 6 people. Everyone looked at Bai Yu with trust and expectancy. Bai Yu spoke for a while, then spoke solemnly. Then I'll tell everyone what I just thought of. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Chapter 468, Dream City, 43. This dungeon is called Delusion City, but the actual place we are in is also called Dream City. I believe everyone knows the difference between these two words, so I won't go into details. As for why there is this difference, it may be intentional in the game, or there may be other deep-seated reasons, but we don't know yet. Bai Yu spoke for a few seconds, and then slowly opened his mouth. Everyone listened quietly. No one interrupted. Yin Qingqing and Lu Yifei took out their mobile phones from their prop backpacks, and wrote down the key points and doubtful points she mentioned in memos. Bai Yu. Secondly, Dream City is divided into Dream New City and Dream Old City. The environment of the Old City has big problems. I don't know if you have noticed that the clouds in the sky of the Old City will not move. And there are also roads on the road. The decorations and scenes are just like those in low-pixel games. Very strange. Everyone. Dot. They really didn't notice. After all, who would have thought that there would be such a thing as false landscaping in the copy? And even if there were, they would think it had little to do with the plot they were about to leave. So, is Dream Old City a setting similar to the Truman Show? It's just that the people inside are unknown. Pan Ting raised her hand. Lu Yifei also said, maybe the environment of the Old City is just set up by virtual reality. Then the question is, who set it up? What is the purpose of setting it up like this? After all, If you want to raise humans like in some science fiction movies, just fix a random place. Oh! She suddenly remembered that people in the old city had to pay a large amount of taxes with strange names and a wide variety of names. If the place is fixed, then only one kind of wool can be collected separately. Have you not noticed that the environment and technology in the old city and the new city are very different? The old city looks like the old industrial era, dirty and messy everywhere. There are also those slogans that promote dreams and more children. And the new city seems like a brand new civilization, full of science and technology. And the surrounding environment, full of birds singing and fragrant flowers, is extremely real and more suitable for human habitation. And I met a person before, and he told me that people in the old city have been cut off by the new city from birth to old age and death. But they have no ability to resist. This cutting of leeks comes from all kinds of weird taxes, from being forced to buy dream puree, etc. As for people in the old city, if they want to enter the new city, unless they get an invitation, they will be isolated in the world of the old city for the rest of their lives. So there must be some reason that created this situation. If we look at this situation on Blue Star, it might be caused by some kind of antagonistic war, or it might be caused by some kind of blood or racial differences. Let's not discuss this point for now. Baiyu continued to state. So, it is very likely that the people in Xinjiang have some kind of power, similar to the power of a creator. Lu Yifei raised her eyebrows and looked at the only Guanpei student from Xinjiang. Yan Xinjiang. Yan Xinjiang understood what she meant and shook her head directly. No. As far as I know, we are just normal people. But our living conditions are a little better. The people in the new city are like sickles to the old city. But in fact, in the new city, to the Dream Company, we are like sickles to each other. It's just about harvesting each other. The only person with special power and unlimited rights in the new city should be the person who dreams of the company's headquarters. Li Zhengzheng concluded. So, there are 3 types of people now. 1. Poor people who dream of the old city. 2. Rich people who dream of the new city. 3. Creators and controllers of the company headquarters? My mind is a little confused. What does this background have to do with the present? Maggie said she was confused. Pan Ting explained to her. Bai Xiaoxiao is going from front to back, from big to small, and is analyzing it bit by bit for us. Maggie said, oh, and looked at Baiyu with her chin in her hands, looking like a well-behaved primary school student. Baiyu. The background of the dungeon has been roughly clarified. Now we are talking about the second level, whether you are a person in the old city or a person in the new city. Adults need to drink 3 bottles of dream puree every month. Otherwise they will self-destruct. But after drinking dreams after puree, we will have some kind of fantasy about dreams. And then people will become weak, old, and tired. Baiyu didn't say that he was aware of the daughter thread. After all, just because she can see it, doesn't mean others can. I felt that something like a moving thread would flexibly penetrate into my body to absorb my spiritual power. And after I drank the dream puree, a voice would ring in my ears. That the voice seemed to be saying to me, I have a dream. And then I automatically started to think about what my dream was. In short, it was very strange. It was Lu Yifei who spoke. Me too. Me too. It's amazing. That voice is so bewitching. Others have said that they can also detect it. And they can also feel a sense of voyeurism when the daughter threads appear. Yan Qingqing. Have any of you tried to catch the daughter thread? I've tried it. It looks tangible, but is actually intangible. It can't be grasped with bare hands. Li Zhengzheng narrowed his eyes and then added, Dream Puree is also produced at the headquarters of Dream Company. It seems that all these settings are intentionally designed around something. So, who is absorbing human dreams or spiritual ideas? This may be the deepest truth. Be the one in control. If this is the case, then there is a 4th type of person or object in Dream City. The 4th type is special beyond the first 3. Let's call him the real person in power for the time being. When Yan Qingqing and Lu Yifei heard this, they were stunned for a moment, lowered their eyes and wrote the words, The real controller X? Baiyu gave Li Zhengzheng an approving expression. Her thoughts coincided with her own. Lu Yifei also has new ideas. By the way, the babies in the workshop on the right had red dots on their hands. And I saw the chip area through the props. Could it be because they implanted it in their arms when they were born? Got the chip? These babies are all trainees from Dream Company. So the idea of implanting chips is still tenable. But the ordinary people in Dream Old City and New City are born naturally, grow up naturally, and their arms still have that red button is strange. Are all the people in the city robots? Or bionics? Li Zhengzheng continued to wonder. A trace of doubt flashed in Pan Ting's eyes, and she said, I understand robots. They shouldn't be. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the fresh blood plasma and shriveled mincemeat in the juicing room just now. Moreover, if they were created and assembled by humans, it is impossible for them to have the function of reproduction. But then again, what is an android? Chapter 469, Dream City, 44. Others are also a little confused about the concept of bionic people. Li Zhengzheng said, the bionic man is a kind of robot that is closest to humans. As far as I know, the top-level bionic man is made of artificial prosthesis and organs. It has an artificial blood circulation system, as well as artificial pancreas, kidneys, and spleen, and trachea. Even possess human intelligence and emotions. So they may also have dreams. However, when it comes to the function of reproducing offspring, I think androids should not be able to do it. Ethically and technically. It really doesn't make sense. Maggie and Pan Ting were stunned for a moment. Isn't this jump in knowledge too big? Are the knowledge requirements for passing a dungeon so high? The two of them looked at Baiyu at the same time, expecting her to have anything to add or explain. But they heard Baiyu say, probably not bionic people. After all, this is a copy of the game. And the players who come in are of all types, ages, and cognitions. If its setting is so profound, ordinary people will not be able to understand it. After Baiyu finished speaking, he pondered for a second and then said, I've checked and there are no chips on their arms. I don't know if there are chips elsewhere, but I'm sure they are regular humans. Maggie, check? You can also call it anatomy. Baiyu glanced at her and smiled. Maggie, I feel a little scared and a little excited when I hear it. What's going on? Yin Qingqing glanced at everyone and dropped the topic. Okay, let's not get too divergent in our discussion. Regarding the issue of red warning buttons appearing on everyone's arms when there is a lack of dream plasma, I have specially marked it. Let's skip this topic for now. Xiao Bai, you can continue here. Baiyu swallowed subconsciously. She talked for a long time, but she was actually a little thirsty, thinking about the ice cola and ice juice placed in the space. I really want to take them out and take a sip. But after looking at the people in front of her, she gritted her teeth and held back. By the way, are those 3 people awake and pretending to be asleep to eavesdrop? Maggie suddenly glanced at the 3 NPCs lying on the ground not far away. Louis Fei said with a smile, I used coma prop cards for them earlier. They won't be able to wake up for a while. Don't worry. Baiyu cleared his throat and spoke. Okay, before we talk about the 3rd level, I want to ask everyone if you have seen the Mirror City suspended in the sky when you enter the new Dream City. She almost missed this link. Mirror City? Levitating in midair? Everyone looked at each other for a second, except for Pan Ting and Yin Qingqing. They all shook their heads in unison. Maggie said, We were pulled to the interview site in the White Room. We were at the entrance of the new city. We had no chance to see the whole of the new city. Louis Fei, I just braved the wall and came over in that underground square. Me too. I'm right behind you. Li Zhengzheng glanced at Louis Fei and said, Sister Qingqing, where are you? Baiyu looked at Yin Qingqing. Yin Qingqing was different from them. She was directly dropped into the new city. The interview was scheduled for the next day. She will definitely have to go out searching for clues on the first day. Well, I've seen it. I've also asked people about it. No one knows the ins and outs. And no one knows who lives in it. It looks more like a holographic projection or phantom effect. And they said that city, in there it existed before birth. Many generations ago. Yin Qingqing finished speaking. And in fact, in Xinqing, it is illegal to discuss the Mirror City. Everyone. So it is obvious that the Mirror City is also related to the Dream Company. And it is the location beyond the Dream Company. Baiyu hit the nail on the head. Yin Qingqing raised her eyebrows. Question mark. Dream Company is the lawmaker of Dream City. Since it is illegal to discuss it, it is obvious that the existence of the Mirror City is inseparable from their company. However, they cannot hide this Mirror City. Also, there are many transparent threads extending downward from the Mirror City. Those threads are the same as the daughter threads we saw after drinking the dream puree. Pan Ting added, Everyone. Yin Qingqing. That thread should be invisible to the people in the new city. Only us players can see it. Is it some kind of supporting relationship? A concept suddenly flashed through Li Xingzhen's mind. Baiyu's words came out without thinking. I guess it is a 3rd-level food chain. That Mirror City is at the top of the food chain. Other people. Dot. Why is this a bunch of new vocabulary? The CPU is going to burn out. Is there any problem? Also, according to this reasoning, if they fail to successfully pass the test, they will be thrown into the juice room like those who failed the interview. Yin Qingqing and Louis Fei frowned and wrote the meaning of the existence of the suspended Mirror City in the air again, and marked several question marks next to it. Okay, now let's talk about the third level. The interview after we enter the Dream Company. Baiyu told everyone about the pile of things he had previously learned about the training and selection of management trainees. Everyone became more and more confused after hearing this. Okay, that's all I know. The authorities are obsessed, but the onlookers know clearly. After listening to the whole story, do you have any ideas? Baiyu said with a dry mouth. Everyone began to fall into memories and contemplation. After a while, Louis Fei said, I seem to have guessed what's going on. Everyone looked up at her in unison. I have seen a Western movie before, and it goes something like this. The founder of a company sold his soul to a mysterious man. The mysterious man helped him rise to power and helped his company become stronger and bigger. However, after death, I will give the lives of my descendants to that mysterious person as a reward and exchange. After Louis Fei finished speaking, she continued to talk. I also watched a movie, which is a Western science fiction movie. It tells the story of aliens gaining power through meditation on a certain planet. At the same time, they will breed humans. Yin Qingqing was the first to react. So, you want to say that there is also such a mysterious person in this copy. He helps the founder of the Dream Company gain supreme power. But the reward is to continuously absorb or devour human dreams and spirits. And ideas? So the illegal workshops and management trainees at the Dream Company headquarters actually serve that mysterious person? Baiyu. It's also possible that there were two groups of people at the beginning. And in the end, this mysterious man chose to side with the people in the new city. Although this mysterious man is extremely powerful, he needs to use human dreams to achieve certain goals. Just like a dream eater. As soon as she finished speaking, a ding sound suddenly sounded in her ears. Midnight. It seems that the validity of the Pingbu Qingyan card has expired. Baiyu frowned. At this moment, everyone discovered that a group of people appeared not far away out of thin air. The leader was a handsome young man with a tall and straight figure and a majestic appearance, wearing a high-end dress. He has a dreamy face that is a popular lover. Snow-white skin, silver hair, ice blue eyes. Below the white snow, there are two pools of ice blue and clear lake water. But at this moment, murderous intent pervades the icy blue lake. Chapter 470, Dream City 45. Snapped. 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 The applause fell slowly and loudly, and a cold smile flashed from the corners of the handsome young man's lips. The young man's cold pool-like blue eyes glanced at everyone, and finally fell on Baiyu's face. Behind him, a group of people stood in an extremely orderly manner. A bunch of people with similar faces, exactly the same height, wearing silver-white uniforms, holding firearms in their hands. On both sides, there are a bunch of silver-white robot dogs with bared teeth and ready for action. There was a faint red color lingering in the eyes of the titanium alloy dog, each one staring roundly, staring at the six people, as if it was ready to step forward and tear them apart at any time. Baiyu and everyone had a moment of déjà vu, as if they had traveled through time in some science fiction blockbuster. It's a pity that the other party obviously has bad intentions and is murderous. Although not a word was said, the atmosphere was obviously tense. Thinking of this, Baiyu pretended to reach out his hand on his back and already took the unlimited ammunition PPK in the space. In her opinion, if there was to be a battle at this moment, a powerful pistol that could attack from a distance was much better than the black blade that cut iron like mud. I'll go! When did these birdmen show up? Are they ghosts? Li Zhongjun glanced at the other party and complained in a low voice. Louis Fei. Teleport. The key is, who is the opponent? Hey, I'm not afraid that the villain will be bad, but I'm afraid that the villain will be handsome. Maggie muttered. She looked a little nervous. These words sounded like they were used to comfort myself. Baiyu glanced at her. Instead of guessing here, you can ask and you will know. Maggie. Dot. The young man had already led everyone a few steps forward. He stopped 5 or 6 meters away from them. Bai Xiao Xiao. The story you just told was good. The young man stared at Baiyu with sinister eyes, and spoke quietly with thin lips. His voice had the richness and maturity of an adult man. which was very inconsistent with his youthful face. Pan Ting, Li Zhongzheng and others looked at each other for a second. Emotions, everything that just happened, was right under the eyes of the other person. But the camera is obviously broken. Yan Qingqing and Bai Yu looked calm. In their view, if A does not appear, B will also appear. It's impossible to really let them continue the tea party there. Mr. Ming, I have long admired you. Bai Yu smiled slightly, and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant tone. If she guessed correctly, this boy was most likely the senior executive shown on Ming Zhuo's personal dashboard. Ming Star. This is a procession, with people shouting from the front and supporting from the back. If you don't reach the level of general, you won't pretend to be 13 like this. Oh, you actually know who I am? Hearing this, the young man raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of displeasure at having his identity revealed flashed through his ice blue eyes. Bai Yu glanced at him calmly and said, Of course I know. I also know about your illegal activities here. But Mr. Ming, as the spokesperson of the founder of Dream Company, there is no need for you to throw your own bright future into it. Right. After all, you are still so young and beautiful, the future is bright. When Bai Yu said the last few words, he almost vomited. What happened to me today? When I was Pua Ming Ming earlier, I was very criticized. Now my nerves are greasy. Focus on one thing throughout the whole process and fight to the end. However, the character design seems to have collapsed. Pan Ting glanced at Bai Yu. Puzzled, is this considered teasing in public by Bai Xiao Xiao? Could it be that the negative buff after drinking the dream puree started to appear? Yan Qingqing also frowned. Dot! Dot! After hearing this, the young man was silent for a moment with an extremely ugly face, and then said coldly, Bai Xiao Xiao, I might as well give you a chance. Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. What chance? The murderous intent in the young man's eyes became even more intense, and he said coldly every word. This is a good chance to talk. Hearing this, the group of people behind him all fired their black guns and pointed them at Bai Yu. Yan Qingqing frowned upon seeing this, and quickly took out a defensive item from the item backpack. Bai Yu was about to speak. Bang! A white figure fell from the sky. It was Ming Zhuo, who had mysteriously disappeared just now. She seemed to have fallen from the void on the top of the building, because the ankle injured by Yan Qingqing had not yet recovered. Ming Zhu stumbled and lost his balance. After rolling half a circle on the ground, he quickly got up. Ming Yan's charming and delicate face was filled with embarrassment at the moment. While arranging her messed up hair and white coat, she excitedly pointed at Bai Yu and complained to the boy. Mr. Ming, this is Bai Xiao Xiao. She was the one who changed my position just now. I don't know what magic she used. That panel was able to get into her hands. She must have secretly exchanged something with him. The power belongs only to us. After Ming Zhuo finished speaking indignantly, he suddenly realized that he had almost spilled the beans. Mr. Ming. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it. She winced, then reached out and covered her mouth. Bai Yu frowned. Him? Exchange power? Others exchanged power with him. Oops. Is this the big boss that has surfaced? The key plots are so similar. Then Li Zhongzheng is the prophecy emperor. Right? Trash! The young man over there had already reacted. His face darkened, and he reached out and slapped the narrator so casually. Paw! A loud slap passed through the air. Ming Zhuo's left cheek instantly became red and swollen. Everyone. Dot! Just? You can still beat people from a distance? Hey, Xiao Ming, you really don't understand the unspoken rules of the workplace. Look at you. Among other things, you just went to see Mr. Ming behind my back. Don't you think about it. You can go over the top and report to Mr. Ming today. Boss, are you going to have to report to someone else tomorrow and go behind Boss Ming's back to find someone else? Also, in the workplace, whether you are in management or a subordinate, confidentiality is the top priority. You have such a big mouth. I just need to install a small speaker for you. TSK! People like you will cause trouble for your boss sooner or later. Bai Yu deliberately finished speaking without taking any trouble, then covered his mouth and laughed. Her pair of bright eyes were staring closely at the young man's expression. These strange words are somewhat provocative. The young man in front of him is obviously the spokesperson. Or in other words, the talker of the legendary founder of the Dream Company. Because when he mentioned this word just now, there was no extra expression on his face. However, it is unknown whether the founder is alive or dead, and whether he is the him mentioned by Ming Zhuo. If we say, besides him, This young man is the biggest boss, and the one who can call the shots. Then, he was naturally not affected by Bayu's stoking dissension words. Chapter 471, Dream City 46. If there are other more powerful forces behind the young man in front of him, and he himself is just a puppet with certain authority, then the young man will naturally become suspicious. Then things are a little complicated and tricky. Sure enough, after the young man heard this, the muscles at the corner of his lips twitched, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Before Meng Shuo opened his mouth to defend, he saw his hand volleying in the air. Meng Shuo's figure had left a white light on the spot and disappeared. Baiyu couldn't help but secretly took a breath of cold air. Others were also frightened for a second. In Baiyu's opinion, the young man had a control panel similar to the one he got from Meng Shuo. This panel with mysterious power gave him great management authority over his subordinates. Meng Shuo is his subordinate. The 6 of them, as people who had just passed the interview and obtained the work license at the Dream Company, were naturally his indirect subordinates. Does that mean that if the young man controls the panel at will, the 6 of them will obey unconditionally? After all, there is an invisible force that exists in the logical relationship in the workplace. Unless they are no longer employees of their Dream Company, then this restriction from the power of the workplace contract and the suppression of the power of subordinates by their superiors may no longer exist. However, that also means that their identities are completely exposed. It's no wonder that this copy didn't ban their props and weapons. Because even if they use all the martial arts skills of Class 18, under the logic of such strange workplace rules, there is a high probability that they will not be able to compete with the opponent. After all, as employees of their Dream Company, they most likely cannot go against the wishes of their superiors. So when she was puking about Meng Yin like that before, that Meng Yin was still able to hold back everything. Now that they have deduced the plot of the dungeon, they are just about to see the truth behind it. However, the appearance of the blue-eyed boy completely blocked their way forward. How can we see the last him? How can I do? Baiyu looked calm, but he was thinking rapidly in his mind. Huh? Bai Xiao Xiao, you have a very good mouth. Just now, I wanted to give you a chance out of kindness. Now that you know what you shouldn't know at your level, don't blame me for being rude. You still go wherever you need to go. The young man snorted coldly and raised his hand again. Break the work card and throw it away. Baiyu suddenly reacted and hurriedly shouted at everyone. At the same time, she took out the work card from the space, tore it into pieces 3 times, threw it to the ground, and crushed it several times. Then the hand holding the unlimited ammunition PPK quickly pulled down the safety, pointed it at the young man's hand, and pulled the trigger. The others were stunned. Lu Yifei, Yan Qingqing, and Li Zhongzheng realized what they were doing and quickly followed it. Pantine and Maggie were half a beat too slow to react. The person opposite, who was pointing a gun at Baiyu, had already pulled the safety and put his finger on the trigger, waiting for the boy's order. The young man looked down at the empty panel in front of him confidently and pointed at it with his finger. Whoosh! The bullets in the unlimited ammunition PPK shot out quickly and went straight to the cold white palm of the blue-eyed boy. Bang! The bullet penetrated his palm, accelerated backwards and pierced his chest, and then headed straight for the man standing behind the young man. Bang! The man fell to the ground. There was a green viscous liquid that kept pouring out of his chest. Soon, a large puddle of green liquid full of sea smell filled the ground. The taste of this liquid is exactly the same as the dream puree in the silver-white bottle. The young man's eyes were cold, and he stood tall and straight, motionless, under the dumbfounded gazes of Baiyu and Yan Qingqing. The holes in his palm and chest that were penetrated by bullets slowly closed up little by little. At the same time, Pan Ting and Maggie disappeared on the spot after leaving a streak of white light. Bai Xiao Xiao, I really underestimated you. Do you think I can't do anything to you now that you are no longer employees of the company? The young man slowly raised his eyes. His blue eyes were filled with sharp icy blades. There was a ferocious smile on his lips. But he waved his palm fiercely towards Baiyu and others, and shouted angrily, They are not from Dream City. Kill them directly. No one will be spared. Boom! Boom! Dot! The bullets from the opposite side were shot at Baiyu and others like a drizzle. Yan Qingqing was already prepared to quickly throw a defensive card forward. A golden light formed a transparent wall in front of several people. Those bullets hitting it seemed to be sucked into a black hole and disappeared instantly. 0-10, the defense time is only 10 seconds. Retreat first! Lu Yifei shouted. Li Zhongzheng glanced around a few times. We are surrounded by copper walls and iron walls. There is no way to retreat. Capture the thief first. Capture the king. And then capture that hairy guy. Seeing that the bullets were ineffective against several people, the young man raised his hand to stop everyone from shooting. Raising their hands again, the robot dogs, with their eyes stained with scarlet blood, leapt into the air and pounced fiercely at several people. The weapon in Bayou's hand has been replaced by the black blade. There are several robot dogs that have opened their big mouths and stuck out their electric tongues. Dog's tongue contains strong current. Do not touch the dog's tongue with metal weapons. Bayou quickly reminded. Good. No. The silver blade in Bayou's hand drew several perfect arcs in the air, and 2 metal dog heads fell down in response. Yan Qingqing used a whip to roll up the robot dog and threw it towards the boy. Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng both had long swords in their hands, and they were both very sharp. To deal with these robot dogs, sharp cold weapons are much easier to use than hot weapons. Just like chopping melons and vegetables. Just be careful to avoid areas with current. Several people have also strengthened their physical fitness through the game. After a set of smooth movements, a pile of ZZ, smoking metal dog heads fell all over the floor. The menacing robot dog destroyed the group in an instant. Superior! The young man's eyes darkened a bit, and he realized that the barrier that blocked the bullets had disappeared. He directly ordered the man with the gun to continue attacking. The weapon in Bayou's hand was once again replaced with unlimited ammunition PPK. Several bullets were used up, and several more people lay on the ground. The remaining few people were quickly dealt with by Li Zhengzheng. She also had a gun in her hand. A machine gun. The power and ammunition quantity are much greater than Bayou's small one. Under Li Zhengzheng's ruthless shooting, a burst of gunpowder smoke filled the scene. Naturally, bullets penetrated the young man several times, but without exception, he healed automatically. Everyone speculated that he had a fatal weakness, but obviously, he is the key among the key NPCs, so he cannot be killed directly. This setting is nonsense, but everyone can't do it. After all, in the current environment, they can't kill someone with a borrowed knife. The temperature in the air is dropping rapidly. Bayou looked at the young man standing alone in a pool of green blood and asked coldly, Mr. Ming, where is the person behind you? In other words, where is the real manipulator behind Dream Company? Bai Xiao. Do you really want to know? Then I'll let you see it. There was a thick layer of ice in the young man's blue eyes. The muscles at the corners of his lips twitched a few times, and he sneered. Snapped. The lights in the passage went out. Chapter 472, Dream City 47. The surroundings fell into endless darkness. After the young man said those words, he glanced coldly at several people. His ice-blue eyes were dimly shining in the darkness, like a cat. But soon, he disappeared silently on the spot. Bayou frowned slightly, and his nerves became more tense the moment the young man disappeared. This Ming *''''''s strength and level were stronger than she imagined. Much stronger. She wanted to use the sweet talk card against him just now, but she had no choice but because the card prompted that the opponent was at a higher level and was in game balance. So its function was ineffective against him. I tried several other functional cards, and it was the same. So from this point of view, some props produced by the system are not omnipotent in the dungeon. Li Zhengzheng let out a sigh after realizing it. That means CZ is gone! The words he just said were so fierce. It couldn't be some dirty trick. She had a bald head and originally had kind facial features. At this moment, his face was a little angry. He was wearing an earring, and he was holding a machine gun in his hand. At first glance, she looks like a glaring female King Kong. It should be a plot point NPC, similar to the kind that will appear in a certain plot link and disappear when the plot is almost progressed. Lu Yifei explained. Yan Qingqing frowned and thought for a second, then said, He doesn't look like an ordinary node NPC. Look at what he said to Bai Xiao just now. He was very arrogant, and his eyes were very sinister. It should be as Zhengzheng said. He has a future. Hand. Yes. Please be careful first. Bayou also agreed with Yan Qingqing's view. After saying that, she took out a strong flashlight from the space. Yan Qingqing, Li Zhengzheng and the others took out a headlamp directly from the prop backpack and put it on. Through the light beam, several people saw that green mist with a fishy smell began to fill the air. The origin of the mist comes from the corpses that died just now. The corpse was made of unknown strange substances. Within a few seconds, it had all turned into puddles of green viscous liquid on the ground. These fogs are formed after these liquids evaporate in situ. Not only that, there is also a large amount of dense green mist spreading out from the void in the center. It was just like the glass cover in the previous interview session. No wonder that boy disappeared. It is indeed very sinister. Bayu's breath stagnated, and he realized, these green mists are most likely the inhalable dream puree. She quickly thought, and tried to temporarily put the mist into the space. But the green mist seemed endless, rushing from the center to all sides. After collecting it for a while, I realized that I couldn't finish it. I couldn't finish it at all. Li Zhengzheng couldn't help but take a few steps back. I'll go. What the hell is this? Yan Qingqing. I understand. This place is surrounded by copper and iron walls. It seems that the other party wants to trap us here. Let's find an exit first. Lu Yifei, can you make do with your props? Even if they are translucent. That's fine. Li Zhengzheng glanced at Lu Yifei. Lu Yifei shook her head. No, I don't have enough CD value for my props, so I won't be able to do it. The light was very dim, and the few people's attention was not on Bayu. She didn't notice it, but she was concentrating on collecting the green mist into the space. If it doesn't work, go back the way you came and exit. I remember the red metal door of the locker room, which is not too thick, Li Zhengzheng said, raised the machine gun in his hand, and fired wildly in the direction of the locker room door. However, metal walls are extremely hard. Even though the gun was full of firepower, it only left a few deep bullet marks. Hack! Grandson! At hashtag UN and %*. Li Jingjing's face suddenly became very ugly. After scolding her for a while, she raised her foot and kicked the door hard. The wall was motionless, but her legs were numb from the shock. Li Zhengzheng became more and more angry. He caught a glimpse of the 3 unconscious NPCs on the ground from the corner of his eye. He went up to them and delivered 3 bullets to them. What should we do? Do you have any good ideas? On the other side, Lu Yifei and Yan Qingqing were also slowly groping along the wall, tapping lightly with the weapons in their hands. Unfortunately, judging from the feedback, these walls are all solid. The fog in the air is getting thicker and thicker. Away from the central area, several people standing on the edge also felt the fishy smell of the sea coming towards their faces. Bayu shouted, "This mist is inhalable dream puree. That guy is going to turn this place into a glass cover and suffocate us. Everyone, put on your masks." Now that none of their arms are lit, continuing to inhale the mist would be an overdose of dream puree, and the consequences would be disastrous. It was too late. But soon, she had already pulled out a gas mask from the space and put it on. That was what she bought, by the way, when she went to the mall to purchase the supplies yesterday. Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng, who were standing in the distance, looked surprised. "Dot! You have all these things. Are you carrying Doraemon on your back? Xiao Bai, do you have any extra?" Yan Qingqing raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, and spoke carefully. The prop backpacks they bought were all in one compartment, and the types of supplies they could put in were limited. Naturally, they would not consider occupying a separate compartment to store masks that would hardly be used. There are still masks, but there is only one mask. Bayu quickly took out 3 medical protective masks and handed them over. How much this mask can resist is unknown, but it is better than a few people holding their breath and suffocating themselves to death. The 3 people quickly put on their masks. The fishy smell was instantly reduced a lot. But despite this, several people had accidentally inhaled a small amount of mist before. A bewitching voice began to sound in everyone's minds. "My name is Lu Yifei, and I have a dream. I have your sister. My name is Yan Yi, and I have a dream. I don't have a dream." Dot! In the thick green fog, those transparent daughter threads appeared. Fortunately, a few people didn't inhale much, but they were still able to control their moods. As soon as the thought came up, it stopped on its own. "What should I do?" Lu Yifei, who had always been calm, began to look solemn and anxious. There were already daughter threads reaching towards her body. The daughter flower seemed invisible, but her ancient sword could not stop cutting it. And if the fog gets thicker and thicker, they will inhale a lot sooner or later, and the consequences will be really uncontrollable. Yan Qingqing, since this is a workshop, there should be an import and export. We can definitely find an export. The key exits and entrances are perfectly integrated, and there are no flaws at all. We just finished pounding the wall, and no flaws were found. It would be great if we had explosives. We could blow up a hole, Li Zhengzheng said, looking down at the ground. Bayu did have it, but he picked it up from the gold refinery in real space. Unfortunately, it is impossible to get the materials in real space to copy space. It's impossible for a game to really give you no way to survive. Right? Thinking of this, Bai looked at the ground, then around, and then at the top. When she saw the air conditioning outlet and the inspection hatch next to it, her eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 473, Dream City, 48. The ventilation ducts of these air conditioners should be connected as a whole. We can simply dig through other workshops from above. I don't believe that guy has the ability to put fog in all the workshops. Bai obviously noticed that the other party was dense and sparse, against the background of the green mist and through the flashlight light source. You can clearly see that the cold wind is blowing out from the air outlet of the air conditioner. Air flows in one direction. Therefore, the green mist could not penetrate directly, and could only linger, thicken, and swirl in the space where they stood. Louis Fei also reacted. Yes! When our company on Blue Star renovated the office, I participated in it. There is usually a certain reserved space above these air conditioning ducts. Let's avoid this green mist first and leave this room. If you dare to fill all the rooms with green mist, let's pollute it together. After she finished speaking, she continued excitedly. If we are lucky, we can even find the outdoor air conditioner along the direction of the pipe. And maybe we can leave the building. Although they are tall, they are slender. As long as the passage is not too narrow, there should be no problem if you crawl through it. It is not practical to find the outdoor unit of the air conditioner, but it is still possible to find it in other rooms. Cough, cough, cough. Louis Fei shouted excitedly, and a ball of green mist passed through the mask and was inhaled by her. Yes! Why didn't I think of this? Li Zhongsheng also stamped his feet excitedly, raised the machine gun in his hand, and fired at the nearest air conditioning vents and inspection openings. The grill and inspection opening of the air outlet are also made of silver-white metal, but compared with those metal walls, it is relatively thin. Soon, metal fragments and bullet casings fell to the ground. However, because the air outlet was destroyed, the one-way flow of air was also interrupted, and the green mist in the room filled the gap with a swish. Bai raised his flashlight and looked inside. The space above was much larger than they imagined. Yan Qingqing never participated in the discussion. She took out a rock-climbing grappling hook from her prop backpack and threw it into the passage very skillfully. Bang! The metal grapple was clasped. She reached out and tugged first, making sure the grappling hook was secure, and then said, I'll go up first. Several people dragged and lifted her up first. The space here is indeed very spacious. Come up quickly while there is little fog above. Yan Qingqing quickly observed the environment above, bowed down, stretched out her hands, and said to everyone. Several people quickly climbed onto the ventilation duct. There are also many metal pipes such as water pipes laid side by side on it. In terms of load bearing, they are much better than ventilation pipes. However, the air here is obviously much thinner and chilly. Bai glanced at the gap, took out a raincoat from the space, and covered it. The green mist overflowing from inside was obviously much less. The supplies are very mediocre, but the effect is very good. My God! Bai Xiao, you are so enviable! Louis Fei was envious for a second again. She was a person with a strong sense of boundaries, so she didn't bother to ask Bai if he had a special backpack. The blind cat encountered a dead mouse. Bai frowned and answered the question. The space on the ventilation duct is limited, and several people are half lying and half squatting at the moment. To be honest, it's hard, but it's better than being forced to smoke green mist down there. Louis Fei, when you used the props to check this area, do you still remember the general layout? Yan Qingqing glanced at Louis Fei. Louis Fei said yes. In this way, it will be relatively safer here. Let's take a rest for a few seconds. I will tell you the general layout again, and then we will determine a direction forward. After everyone nodded, they all let out a sigh of relief. In the previous interview and screening physical test session, everyone's physical strength and energy were almost exhausted. Later, he fought with robot dogs and those strange people for a while. To be honest, it was only because of the strong desire to survive that I gritted my teeth and persisted until now. Although this area was dark, oppressive, depressing, and cold at the moment, everyone felt relieved for a moment. Taking my current position as the starting point, directly ahead is... Louis Fei had just finished speaking when a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the ears of several people. All, ding! Now temporarily add the dungeon side task too. Players are asked to find their missing companions. These two companions, you have worked together before. You have struggled. Now that they are gone, you must miss them very much. You can't wait to meet them. After all, there is an old saying, you have to meet people to live. I want to see the corpse. Of course, in the process of searching, you will also get closer to the truth behind Dream City and Dream Company. This will help you speed up customs clearance. Of course, you have also noticed that there are weirdness and dangers everywhere in the company. Please don't take it lightly. Those who complete the mission will receive an extra clue to clear the level. Those who fail the mission are equivalent to those who fail the dungeon. The hungry and tired people in the darkness had confused and shocked faces. Do they miss it? No. They don't want to. Not at all. Everyone just met by chance in the copy. Besides, those who save others must save themselves first. And now they themselves cannot save themselves. Do you want to see people alive or dead? Are your brains showing off? Whoever wants to go on this crappy mission will go. Hack! Dog game! I give up! Li Zhengzheng turned over directly, used the butt of the gun as a pillow behind his head, and just laid down on the pipe. Lu Yifei also clenched her fist tightly and gritted her teeth. This game is so sick! It's so complicated! Yan Qingqing reached out and patted Bai Yu's arm gently, giving her a comforting look. Bai Yu smiled at her and silently said to her, I'm fine. She frowned and took a deep breath, recalling the task prompted by the system just now in her mind, and said, Don't be discouraged. Everyone, the last 2 tasks in this mission actually have clues. I think I know where we should go next. Lu Yifei breathed out silently and looked at her with an incredible expression. Dear, what do you mean? Bai Yu, Ming Shuo wanted to take us to the breeding area at the beginning, and the Ming asterisk who just said where we should go sent us there. So it is obvious that Pan Ting and Maggie should have been sent by him with one click. Went to the gestation area. After saying that, she pondered for a second, and then continued with a solemn expression. So, the game is guiding us to the gestation area. If I guess correctly, Pantene and Maggie should still be alive now, but their bodies should be gone and no longer their own. Chapter 474, Delusion City, 49. After Yan Qingqing heard this, he stretched out his hand to rub the center of his eyebrows and sighed silently. She wasn't worried that Pantene and Maggie's bodies were still their own, since the system broadcast said, If you are alive, you will see the person, and if you are dead, you will see the body. This implication is actually very obvious. What she was worried about at the moment was that the system was obviously deliberately guiding them, and it had some meaning of inviting you into the urn. But objectively speaking, escaping cannot solve the problem. As players, they have no choice, unless you really want to die. Thinking of this, Yan Qingqing made up her mind and spoke first. I think what Xiaobai said makes sense. Like her, I chose to go directly to the gestation area. Lu Yifei glanced at her, but said nothing. Along the way, anyone with a discerning eye could see that she and Bai Yu were obviously old players who had known each other before, and their previous cooperation should have been quite pleasant. There should be some basis of trust between the two. The rapid agreement was not surprising. Li Zhengzheng pursed his lips and furrowed his brows as he angrily continued her transformation. She was lying very uncomfortable. There were cold and hard tubes under her back, which made her shoulder blades ache. But she was really tired at the moment. My head is tired. My heart is tired. My body is tired. And I don't want to move at all. The machine gun she used looked very powerful and cool. But in fact the gun had a strong backlash, and it was not as easy to fight as shown in the movie. In addition, she was not a professional. At this moment, her arms, wrists, and waist were beginning to feel aching. Of course, I know that going to the breeding area will definitely mean greater risks. But if we choose to leave or give up at this moment, then our decision to dream of a new city in the first place, or the previous efforts we have made, will be meaningless. After all, no matter how great the danger is, we have to face it head-on sooner or later. Isn't that what we experienced in the previous copies? After Bai Yu finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng, who were silent, and then added, However, these are my personal opinions and suggestions. Whether to go or not is up to everyone to decide after weighing it. There is no forcing. Judging from the current situation, there must be more strength with more people. And Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng can be regarded as good temporary teammates in terms of character and strength. But Bai Yu had no intention of forcing or asking them to go with him. After all, we are all adults, and we are responsible for our own decisions and our own lives. Lu Yifei was still frowning in thought. She kept looking at the void, as if combining Bai Yu's analysis and recalling the system's broadcast prompts. Li Zhongjing took a deep breath and sat up, the depressed expression on his face lessening. Yan Qingqing glanced at the two of them, looked at Bai Yu, and hesitated to speak. Suddenly an old saying came to mind. Bai Yu. Sister Qing. What old saying? If you think this is a risk, then the risk has arrived. If you think this is an opportunity, then the opportunity has already taken shape. After saying this, Yan Qingqing smiled and said softly, Xiao Bai, let's go! Bai Yu nodded and said, yes. Lu Yifei and Li Zhongzheng looked at each other, thinking deeply about Yan Qingqing's words. At this moment, the green mist can rarely be smelled in the space. In addition, the light was dark, the vision was not good, and the breathing was not smooth. Bai Yu simply took off the gas mask. Yan Qingqing saw this and brought her a headlamp from his prop backpack. Xiao Bai. This will be more convenient when crawling later. Thank you, Sister Qing. Bai Yu reached out and took it and put it on. For the sake of safety, she took a medical protective mask and put it on before turning around. Wait a minute. I decided to go with you. I will recall the exact location again so that we can climb over faster. Lu Yifei had already thought through it and hurriedly stopped the two of them. Li Zhongzheng reached out and pinched the earring on his ear and said with determination, I'll join you, too. After saying that, she took out a new magazine from her prop backpack. After changing the magazine, she put the machine gun into her prop backpack. The weapon in his hand was replaced by a sharp short blade. Okay, Bai Yu responded, and he and Yan Qingqing looked at each other and smiled tacitly. In addition, since everyone has unified their thinking, how about we simply formulate a countermeasure and then set off? After Bai Yu finished speaking, he took out some food from the space. There is Coke, juice, coffee, and some bread, beef jerky, and chocolate. I suddenly remembered that I still have some inventory in my backpack. Let's replenish our strength while it is relatively safe now. She smiled coquettishly and handed it to several people. Lu Yifei and Li Zhongzheng were once again shocked by her backpack's ability to store supplies. The two of them were indeed hungry and thirsty, so they quickly thanked each other and reached out to take it. They both opened the drinks and took a big sip. In fact, their original bags also contained energy supplies such as energy drinks and Snickers bars. But they were all left in the disinfection room. The prop backpack mainly contains weapons and props. There is only a little food left, which is only enough for a person to temporarily replenish his physical strength. It's really generous for someone like Bai Yu to be able to take out so much in one moment. Yan Qingqing had seen Bai Yu's backpack storage ability in the copy of Silent Island, so he was not surprised. In 2 or 3 minutes, the three of them quickly sorted out a countermeasure while replenishing food. Lu Yifei, on the other hand, not only explained the location of the incubation area to everyone in detail, but also explained the layout of other workshops he saw in detail. Now, several people probably have a simple map in their minds. In this way, even if an individual is in danger later, his mind will be much clearer than before. I'm relatively familiar with the layout here. How about I lead the way in a while? Lu Yifei volunteered after the rest. Naturally, the remaining 3 people would not object to this proposal. Soon, under the leadership of Lu Yifei, several people slowly and cautiously crawled towards the breeding area. The mezzanine space above the air conditioning ducts and between the floors is very spacious in some places, while in other places it is densely covered with various pipelines, twists and turns, and very narrow. Sometimes they can't even get through and need to go around. Just like this, the time and speed instantly slowed down a lot. Several people also tried not to make any noise, so they crawled very slowly. When passing by some special workshops, they would also turn off their headlights, and then look through the air conditioning vents to see if Pantene and Maggie could be seen inside. The further they climbed forward, the more strange workshops they experienced, and the more frightened they became. First of all, there is no need to elaborate on the juicing workshop that I passed by. The juicing part inside is not over yet. There is still a steady stream of people being sent to the metal funnel by conveyor belts. There should be a large air purifier inside, but the fishy and unpleasant smell can still be smelled from a distance. It's no wonder that the air conditioning is pouring into the house like crazy. Chapter 475, Dream City 50. Bai Yu looked at the daughter threads densely covered on the corpse, and a question suddenly popped up in his heart. Perhaps these daughter threads are everywhere. It is only because some conditions are met that they can see and feel them. Or in other words, they become visible. So, Are the few people crawling in the dark area at this moment crawling among those ubiquitous daughter threads? They soon arrived at the Dream Gene screening area. This area is adjacent to the juicing area, and the location just corresponds to exit 1 of the interview session. This place is more like a laboratory with a sense of science fiction. And it is also the first time that everyone has seen workers. However, the staff members, like those behind the boy, all wore the same clothes and had similar looks and expressions, as if they were cloned from molds. These people whose bodies will turn into green liquid after death are like the suppliers of Dream Awakening plasma and the biochemical weapons used by Dream Company for defense. It is easy to kill them, but the inhalable dream pulp that evaporates from their corpses is a deadly weapon for them. Bayu recalled the bottle of dream puree he drank in the hospital before, and almost vomited out the food he had just eaten. And just when she reached out to cover her mouth to stop vomiting, she happened to catch a glimpse of a person inside who looked like the leader of the team. He was holding a large, crystal clear test tube in his hand. He was taking samples with a straw and removing the white liquid in the test tube, packed in several small bottles with blue caps. Soon, the bottles were capped and put into a machine that looked like a centrifuge. The machine started up and made a slight, buzzing sound, which just covered up the sound of several people passing by. Bayu looked at the neatly arranged workbench below and paused. There are exactly 10 workbenches. The 10 men lying on it were the same 10 men who passed the interview and went out from exit 1. She must have been rinsed when she entered the disinfection room, so her hair was wet and not yet dry. Their heads were covered with needles as thick as chopsticks, which was shocking. Just like the baby workshop, there were large green silk threads along the needles, injecting certain medicines into their heads. The 10 men had their eyes closed at the moment, and the flesh folds on their faces were wrinkled. The expression looked like pain, but also like joy. Several people were covered with a piece of white cloth up to their armpits, and the white cloth just covered their knees, and their arms were placed tightly against the body on the white cloth. Looking at the overall shape, there is a high probability that there is nothing underneath the white cloth. In one corner of this room, there are rows of densely packed vertical crystal-sealed cabinets filled with light green mist. In every cabinet, there is a person floating. They were also naked. Their eyes were closed, but they could vaguely see, and their hands and feet twitched from time to time. Should still be alive. There are some red codes on the cabinet, but the distance is too far for several people to see clearly. Silk threads like dodder flowers extended from the tops of those cabinets. Soon, the buzzing sound stopped suddenly, and the centrifuge in the room stopped rotating. And Bayu and the others had suppressed their inner discomfort and left the sky above the room area. After walking around for a long time, about 10 minutes passed. Lu Yifei at the front finally stopped crawling. She raised her right hand and clasped her fingers together into a fist, signaling the 3 of them to move forward. Here we are. After completing this action, she raised her head slightly, took a deep breath, and then her whole body froze as if she had seen a ghost. The remaining 3 people's hearts were raised in their throats again after they had been hanging for a long time. In front of Lu Yifei's crouching position, there happened to be an air conditioner outlet. Bayu guessed that she must have seen something just now. She and Yan Qingqing quickly moved their heads forward to take a look. Looking at the scene in front of them, their pupils shrank instantly, even though Bayu had been mentally prepared. The moment he saw it clearly, all the hairs on his body stood up one by one. Directly below them was a huge cave-shaped building filled with cameras and robotic arms. There was a gap of 3 or 4 meters between the entrance of the cave and their prostrate position. Under the entrance of the cave, it is visually estimated that it is as deep as 5 or 6 stories. The cave is brightly lit and feels very warm. There was even some warm air flowing upwards. Looking down, the edge of the cave wall was filled with people like a crystal honeycomb. Without exception, they are all women. They are fixed in the honeycomb and covered with a transparent, high-definition crystal cover. There is no green mist in the hood, but it can be seen that there are countless large and small tubes behind them, as if they are transporting something to them. In addition, the 360-degree circular honeycomb is divided into 6 areas by 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, gray and white. Under each area, at the edge of the hive where each person stands, there is also a light strip corresponding to the color of the area. The light strips are displayed segment by segment, and the number of segments displayed by each person's light strips is different. Yan Qingqing frowned, took a deep breath, and gave Bayu a look. It means, what do you think? Bayu didn't say anything. and silently took out a high-definition telescope from the space. I bought it yesterday when I went to the mall to buy those camping equipment. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy at this moment. Louis Fei. Li Zhongjong. Dot. The two of them were originally shocked by the scenes at the scene. Seeing that she actually took out this thing at this moment, the fear in her eyes was squeezed out by surprise. Baiyu had already looked down through the telescope. She read it with her eyebrows knitted and her heart trembling with fear. After taking a breath of cold air, she handed the binoculars to Yan Qingqing beside her. Soon, all four people finished observing. Everyone's faces were solemn. This is indeed the greeting area. As the name suggests, it is a nurturing place. Those areas divided by color are actually divided by gestation time. The darker the color, the closer it is to the due date. The white area is the area waiting for pregnancy. There are only 9 hives in the white area. 2 of them already have people. 1. Pantene. 1. Maggie. The remaining 7 are empty. All. Ding. Congratulations to the current player for completing side mission 2, finding the missing companion. Current players will receive a copy of the clues for customs clearance. The clues have been sent to the personal game board. Please check them yourself. Everyone is getting closer and closer to passing the customs. Of course, the closer to the truth, the more dangerous it will be. Please continue to work hard and don't be discouraged. There was no time for shock and astonishment, and a few people quickly opened their personal game panels with nimble fingers to check for clues. Drop. A harsh sound, accompanied by red light, came from Yan Qingqing's arm. Chapter 476, Dream City 51. Baiyu, Li Zhongnong, and the others paused with their fingers hanging in the air, and looked at Yan Qingqing's arms with vigilance. Snapped. Yan Qingqing subconsciously raised her hand and pressed the button icon. After a short beep sound, the icon stopped flashing, but the 9-segment red blood bar that appeared on the skin of her arm, the same as the battery power indicator, began to flash red light crazily. The light was so dazzling that it couldn't be covered at all. In addition, they were wearing a short-sleeved knee-length skirt provided by Dream Company, pink and very loose. When they came out of the locker room and saw it, several people felt that the work clothes were very inappropriate. But helplessly, when they entered the disinfection room, the clothes they were wearing had already been removed with one click on the grounds that they might be contaminated with external viruses. Now it seems that this outfit is actually maternity clothes. Fortunately, the pipes in the mezzanine of the Dream Company are spotless. Otherwise, if the pipes were full of dust like in reality, and they had been crawling forward for so long, this pink maternity skirt would have turned into a dirty rag. 29:52. There is less than half an hour left before replenishing the dream puree. Yan Qingqing looked at the countdown on her arm and frowned unconsciously. Sister Qing, do you have dream puree in your backpack? Baiyu whispered and glanced around cautiously. Fortunately, there is nothing unusual around for the time being. The round honeycomb hole in the ground seemed to have been soundproofed, and the vertical distance was far away, so nothing unusual was found. As for the mezzanine where they are currently, no matter how rich the Dream Company is, even if the air conditioning ventilation ducts and walls are made of special metal, it is impossible to install cameras here, unless you are sick. No, it seems that I have to go back to the room just now and replenish the dream puree. Maybe your lights will be turned on later. Do you want to go back together? After Yan Qingqing finished speaking, he took a deep breath and tried to let go. Calm down your emotions as soon as possible. Li Zhongjun looked back and said, I just drank it yesterday, and I accidentally inhaled some. Adults only need to drink this 3 times a month. What I drank yesterday should last for 10 days. I also drank it yesterday, and it's hard to buy it recently, so I don't have any reserves. It's possible that I drink it 3 times a month, and it's not evenly divided according to time. Yan Qingqing frowned slightly and explained. After Li Zhongjun heard this, he said, Louis Fei. It seems like the game did it on purpose. Dog Games likes to make some tricks on players, and it doesn't happen every day or two. Sister Qing, here. During the conversation between the 3 of them, Baiyu had silently taken out a silver metal vial from the space and handed it to Yan Qingqing. It's the puree of dreams in a bottle. She had previously searched it from Brother Zhang and his gang in Baishulin. Yan Qingqing was not surprised when she saw the metal vial. Instead, she looked worried and said, What should I do if your light suddenly turns on after I drink it? The setting of this thing is very strange. If you drink too much, you will age quickly and even turn into a mummy. It won't work if you don't drink it. It will self-destruct into a ball of blood mist. It's like there's a time Z bomb inside your body. Of course, if it really doesn't work, there is a solution, that is, kill a staff member. But what she can't be sure about now is whether these staff will be the same as the staff behind the boy, and will turn into liquid and evaporate the green mist. If I had known earlier, I should have picked up some stumps just now and put them on. But then again, what is going on with these staff? Forget it. It's too far off topic. Yan Qingqing retracted her thoughts. I have another bottle. Bai Yu looked at Yan Qingqing sincerely and said calmly, not only does she have a bottle, she also has a full space. It's just stored in a space in the form of mist. And I don't know what shape it will take out. Li Zhongng. Lu Yifei. It feels like Doraemon. 28:00. 2 minutes passed unknowingly. And the blood bar on Yan Qingqing's arm decreased again. Yan Qingqing thought for a while, reached out, and took the dream puree from Bai Yu's hand, opened it and drank it. Soon, she closed her eyes uncontrollably, and began to enter the fantasy world of, my name is Yan Yi, and I have a dream. And her original solemn and worried expression was replaced by a happy and relaxed expression. Soon, those mysterious daughter threads also appeared from the void. One by one, they followed her pores, slicking, and drilled in. Yan Qingqing's face looked old and haggard to the naked eye. She looked like she was in her 30s before, but now she is almost 40. Li Zhongzheng and Lu Yifei could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. Bai Yu's black blade can cut these daughter threads, but cutting it off now makes little sense. She simply put one hand behind her back, slid her fingertips, and the light overflowed. A transparent butterfly caught the breath of those daughter threads and followed the trend. By the way, let's take a look at the clues about the game rewards just now. After Bai Yu finished speaking, he quickly opened the personal game panel with his fingers. Hey, that's right. I almost forgot. Lu Yifei and Li Zhongzheng quickly reacted. Just now, they were also going to check out the clue rewards after completing side mission 2, but were temporarily interrupted by Yan Qingqing's unexpected situation. In the item column of Bai Yu's personal game panel, there are 3 blind boxes of system rewards lying in order at the moment. Unfortunately, the blind boxes were opened in order of rewards and could not be skipped, so she had to click on them one by one. Blind box reward 1, real space, skin decoration card *1. This card is very good. It seems that her real world, the villa, is close to the sea, but it didn't mean much to her at the moment. Bai Yu didn't read the detailed description of the card and directly put it away and threw it into the space. Blind box reward 2, delicacies card *2. After using this card, you can turn random ordinary food into the delicacies you most want to eat, which can be eaten immediately, and the quantity is doubled. It's like chicken, pork and Chinese cabbage go in. Lobster, shark fin and black truffle come out. At the moment, it doesn't mean much. She also didn't take a closer look and just threw it into the space. Blind box reward 3, Dream City, copy clues. Bai Yu quickly reached out and opened it, and a line of text information, like a small composition, appeared in his field of vision. There was a resident on a mini-planet, the predecessor of Dream City, who suffered from a strange disease many centuries ago. This strange disease can make people feel decadent and unwilling to make progress all day long. This strange disease is actually a bit like a very serious negative emotion. But it is more serious than negative emotions. And it is so contagious that it does not even need a transmission medium. It may just be a phone call from someone who is sick. Or you may just be passing by on the road. It can be transmitted. Chapter 477, Dream City, 52. The initial symptoms of people suffering from the disease are anxiety, tension, anger, depression, sadness, pain and other negative emotions. But soon came the second stage of the virus's attack. The backlog of these negative emotions becomes deeper and deeper, and complications such as depression, violence, anger, and even social disorders, suicide, etc. appear. At first no one noticed or paid much attention. I think it's just that people have reached a period of low mood. Some people realize that something is wrong and begin to try to actively escape this negative emotion. But without exception, conventional methods of arousing positive emotions failed. Gradually, more and more people are getting sick. At this time, the outbreak of this virus has also reached its third stage. People have found that when the disease develops to a certain extent, the body may even self-destruct. Officials finally realized something was wrong. Scientists have also stepped up research. Even people from the metaphysical world were invited. A long time has passed, and a lot of research funds have been spent, but nothing has been achieved. At this moment, a mysterious young man appeared. He said that it was because of an unknown virus that mutated human body genes. This affects human emotions, makes humans lose their dreams, and awakens some negative emotions. And only by researching corresponding medicines that can help people dream or help humans give birth to dreams can we avoid the self-destruction consequences of human body caused by this genetic mutation. It is unknown where the virus came from. However, he said that he had the ability to develop a medicine against the virus. Of course, the officials couldn't believe it. They just thought he was just talking nonsense. And how can a young boy solve a problem that so many top scientists cannot solve? In addition, the boy's identity turned out to be blank. This is very suspicious. The young man was naturally expelled. It would be good if he was not actually imprisoned. After all, his identity was blank. However, despite this, there were still people in the officialdom who secretly hid the young man with the mentality of treating Seema as a living horse doctor, and secretly supported and sponsored him to do this research. And in fact, among the officials, they appear to be harmonious on the surface, but secretly they are divided into different camps. There are those who are in power, and there are naturally those who are waiting for opportunities to prepare to rise to the top. Those who support young people are naturally those who are waiting for opportunities in secret. And if that potion can really be researched, it will not only be a matter of saving all mankind, but also a steady stream of wealth. Soon, the boy's medicine was developed. Naturally, there are people who are trying the medicine. Soon, the effects appeared. People will finally stop blowing themselves up and die. But those who drink the potion will have some unrealistic fantasies popping up in their minds. And after drinking it, there will be side effects, and you will become older and haggard. However, compared with living, there is nothing to fear about being old and haggard. Just think about it. Don't be afraid. Potions were quickly mass-produced. The party that sponsored the young man also successfully rose to power. But soon they coveted the boy's potion formula. After all, the virus has changed human genes, and it will not take a short time for human genes to be revised and adjusted. The research and development, production and sales of pharmaceuticals have become a steady stream of wealth. Of course, there are also voices saying that the virus was actually released by teenagers. After letting the mouse go, you can just be the cat again. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to develop it? Soon, the boy who saved humanity was tortured, interrogated, and imprisoned. It was only then that they discovered that the boy's true appearance was actually somewhat alien. But the boy withstood all kinds of torture and never said what the formula of the medicine was. And one day later, everyone suddenly discovered that the young man who was locked up in a place with strict security measures similar to a bank vault was missing. Potions will always run out. This virus started to spread. After that, the human population on this planet decreased rapidly like the dinosaurs of the Cretaceous period. The entire planet is facing disintegration. Fewer and fewer humans who have withstood the test and selection of the virus are gradually gathering together. In the end, only the size of a city remained on the entire planet. At this moment, a mirror city suspended in midair appeared. Then, there was a private company called Dream Company. The company sells that long-lost potion. Now this potion has a name, Dream Puree. No one knows how or how the company came to be. After all, I live in fear every day. So naturally no one wants to care too much. And the story about that mysterious boy has actually disappeared in the long river of history. At first, people were skeptical, suspecting that it was an alien high-dimensional civilization. Some people also have theories about ghosts and gods. Even the atheists were all speechless at this moment. But at least people know that they can buy potions from here to extend their short lives. I don't know how much time has passed. I don't know what methods or magic this company used to control the city. And the city was directly renamed Dream City. And the city was divided into two, a new city and an old city. The descendants of humans who had imprisoned teenagers and humans who opposed the control of Dream Company were all driven to the old city of dreams. The remaining advocates and supporters stayed in the Dream City. The entry checkpoint between the old city and the new city is somewhat magical. Some people speculate that this is some kind of high-tech civilization. After all, the end of science is most likely metaphysics. Several centuries passed. After long-term development, the Dream Old City and the new city have become two completely different worlds. The old city still retains the style of the old industrial era. Human beings here are poor, toiled, and taxed heavily, and has been silently harvested by Shinshin. Some people began to reduce their fertility and lay down to rot. At this time, Dream New City, or in other words, Dream Companies, Directed Investment Plan for Management Trainees, appeared. In fact, this plan has always been there. But before, it was hidden and small scale. But now, it's public and large scale. Gradually, people also adapted to everything they encountered in reality. People in the new city and the old city also live their daily lives normally. But in fact, behind everything that seems normal, it is not as simple as it seems. The short composition ends abruptly here. Bai Yu and Lu Yifei's eyes hurt from watching this. Yin Qingqing has woken up from the side effects of dream puree. She also quickly read through the clues awarded to her by the blind box. The four of them stared at each other in astonishment. This clue made some of the information they had deduced earlier clearer. However, new problems have arisen. This issue has been clarified in the last sentence of the essay. That boy. Is he the boy we met? Yin Qingqing spoke first. Li Zhengzheng nodded. Most likely, yes. But if you are referring to him, then he has lived for many centuries and is probably an old monster. It's not really an alien. Is it? I guessed before that he might just be a talker. But I didn't expect that the big boss is him, Lu Yifei said. The setting of aliens or old monsters is not surprising in the copy, and the few people did not discuss it too much. After Lu Yifei finished speaking, she narrowed her eyes and said, the core question now is, what does everything behind it imply to us? Chapter 478, Dream City, 53. Then we can only ask the blue-eyed boy in person. After all, it seems that those daughter threads that absorb human dreams and ideas are inextricably related to him. Bai Yu pondered for a second and analyzed. Indeed, according to the clues given by the system just now, if the people in the old city at this moment are the descendants of the people who make the young man hate or feel unhappy, then it makes sense to deceive the descendants of those people in the name of paying interviews and hiring, and turn them into seed providers and physical petri dishes. As for why there are quotas in the new city, it is naturally for the so-called dream diversity. In addition, he is obviously already rich and powerful. So why does he still do this? Maybe out of some bad taste. Perhaps it is because creating an ordinary and normal living environment for human beings can help human beings dream and create. Because human thoughts are objectively easy to solidify. Solid thoughts and cognitions are not conducive to creating dreams. And he, or the manipulator behind the daughter thread, obviously needs to feed on these human dreams. But these are just Bai Yu's speculations. I agree. And I agree with what you just said. Go directly to the young man. Although he is elusive and asking him is actually very unrealistic. This is indeed the only thing we can do. Li Zhengzheng also agreed. Road. Lu Yifei naturally agreed. The game hints so clearly. To them, that boy was actually like a mountain with a ferocious tiger. What they are asked to do is to find, by preferring tiger mountains even though they know that there are tigers in the mountains. After Bai Yu finished speaking, under the dumbfounded gazes of the other three people, he took out a set of black sportswear from the space that he didn't even have time to pick up the tag, and put it on. The Dream Company had previously given them the white soft-soled cotton shoe covers. So she took them off and put on her own sneakers. If a soldier wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his weapons. Weapons that are easy to use are one thing, and clothing that is comfortable and convenient for fighting is another. At this point, her space is quite powerful. Dot! Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng's eyes were about to stare. There is no doubt that there are space props. However, it is just a place that I envy but cannot reach. Lu Yifei couldn't help but ask, Dear, do you still have it? Can you sell me a set? No. The capacity of the backpack is limited. I can only hold one spare set. Bai Yu shook his head. She still had it. But the size didn't fit the other three. Oh! A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Yifei's eyes. Okay. We can't just talk here all the time. There are 3 options now. 1. Go down. 2. Go out. 3. Go back. How do you choose? Yin Qingqing quickly brought the topic back. Bai Yu didn't even think about it and said bluntly, Since the game guided us here, I will definitely choose to go on. Li Zhengzheng. Go down to the breeding area. This entire Dream Company headquarters, if I guess correctly, is actually a complete black illegal industry chain serving that boy. And the nurturing area below the ground is obviously the core area of the entire industry chain. We are going to maybe destroy it completely. Of course, This may be the best way to force the boy to show up. Bai explained. Destroy? Lu Yifei, who had always been rational and straightforward, suddenly glanced at the densely packed pregnant women below. Those pregnant women in the red area are actually on the verge of giving birth, and almost all of them look like twins or triplets. Although I know those people. Maybe they are just a piece of fictitious data. But as a woman, when I had to make this decision, I still felt a little uncomfortable inside. In particular, her true state on Blue Star was that of a pregnant woman who was 8 months pregnant. I don't know if this dungeon will leave any shadow after I return to Blue Star. But the key right now is to get back through the game alive. Bai naturally understood what the doubt flashed in her eyes meant, and said bluntly, to end all this completely, some sacrifices are inevitable. What's more, now we are in the dungeon and destroying the operating equipment behind this workshop, instead of destroying them directly. With luck, they should it's survivable. In their current state, perhaps death would be a better relief. Li Zhongzheng fully agreed with Bai's decision. Yan Qingqing frowned helplessly and said, don't waste time discussing it here. Let's go down first. The implication is, just do it and that's it. The biggest difference between players forming a temporary team and acting alone is that a lot of time is wasted on explaining and persuading each other. If you were alone or with teammates who cooperated tacitly, how could you have so much time for nonsense? Wait a moment. Bai said, took out his mobile phone from the space, typed a bunch of words, and then, covering it with his palm, handed it to several people. Several people passed it to each other and read it in silence. Nodding tacitly, let's go, Bai said and put on the gas mask. Lu Yifei and Yan Qingqing also took out their protective masks and put them on. Li Zhongzheng took out the machine gun with a new magazine from the prop backpack. I'll do it. Bai knew that she was going to blow open the metal vent with a gun, so he quickly stopped her. The air conditioning vents were quickly cut open by Bai with a black blade. Your dagger is so sharp. Why not just now? Li Zhongzheng stared at the dagger in her hand, hesitating to speak. Are you using it to cut those metal walls? Bai glanced at her knowingly and said with a smile, the cost of trial and error is too high. The walls just now were so thick, and she went crazy while holding a dagger while trying to cut them off. Of course, if the ventilation duct on the top is not found in the end, it is not impossible to cut it. Additionally, she actually has an invisibility cloak that can pass through walls. However, the invisibility cloak can only penetrate ordinary walls or metal fences. Solid metal walls cannot be penetrated. It should be that the system prevents players who hold this item from going to the bank vault to do bad things. Okay, everyone, get ready. I'll go down first, Yan Qingqing said, took out the rock climbing grappling hook and fastened it. And the first one slid down along the rope. The remaining 3 people quickly entered the crystal beehive in the same way. This crystal hive is a greenhouse. The space is filled with warm air. Bai didn't stand for 2 seconds after landing, but he felt his whole body starting to heat up. The camera in the hive adjusted its direction and pointed towards them the moment they landed and stood up. Chapter 479, Dream City 54. Li Zhongzheng directly raised the machine gun in his hand and bang 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 a few times, destroying all the cameras. Broken glass and bullet casings fell everywhere. However, the loud gunshot did not wake up the pregnant women with their eyes closed. They should have entered some kind of dream state. It may also be that the sound insulation effect of the crystal cover is too good. Pantene and Maggie are also alive. However, they are obviously much fatter, and their backs are also covered with various pipes. On the honeycomb electronic screen below where the 2 of them were standing, there was also a line of small words, planted. When the 4 of them saw it, their hearts sank. They are still alive. Why don't we see if they can wake up? Maybe they know information that we don't know. But not necessarily. Lu Yifei glanced at the 2 of them and suggested. Bai nodded and took the black blade to cut open the crystal mask. Possibly due to the inflow of fresh air, the eyelids and fingers of Pantene and Maggie, who were in a coma, moved slightly. This, after seeing the pipeline behind Pantene clearly at close range, Lu Yifei and Li Zhongzheng's pupils shrank instantly. Those pipes of different thicknesses have already penetrated into the bones of Pantene and Maggie. It was as if they were tightly integrated with their bodies. But Pantene and Maggie were separated from them for less than an hour. You guys. Pantene opened her eyes weakly, seeing Bai and the others. A glimmer of light appeared in her dim eyes. Pantene, let me help you cut the pipe behind you. Lu Yifei raised the ancient sword in her hand and was about to step forward. Pan Ting was unable to stop her and said, "Goodbye. Lu Yifei?" Pan Ting. All of us and the pipes behind us have become one. Once removed, we will die immediately. This is what the boy said himself. He doesn't seem to be scaring us. Everyone looked stunned. By you? Then what can we do to rescue you? There is no way. All those who pass the interview will have no chance of survival as long as they enter the hive in the breeding area and are connected to these tubes. Pan Ting said with a bitter smile. Yan Qingqing got straight to the point. Did you get any information during this period? Pan Ting glanced at her with complicated eyes, was silent for a moment, and said, "We will continue to be artificially planted, and then continue to give birth. After the optimal due date, we will completely become employees of the Dream Company. And the dream puree that those people outside drink is, in fact, from the employees of the Dream Company who have lost their value, as well as those who failed in the interview process. Everyone. So, this is how the people behind the boy who will turn into liquid and emit green mist after death come from. What kind of weird settings are these? That Meng's easy. He is so miserable and inhumane." Li Zhongzheng couldn't help but cursed angrily after hearing this. Baiyu stepped forward and touched the pipes behind Pan Ting with the black blade, only to find that the pipes that looked like plastic hoses swayed like snakes. And those tubes also protrude from the void behind the hive. It's just that they are arranged in an extremely orderly manner, with just one cluster sticking out of each hive. Are these tubes alive? Baiyu was stunned. Others were also stunned. In order to confirm his conjecture, Baiyu simply used a knife to cut open another unknown hive grid next to him. The woman inside shows that she is 10 days pregnant. She took the dagger and cut directly into the thickest pipe behind her. The tube connected to the woman's spine shrank back into the void. Ah! The woman groaned in pain. Her round face wrinkled into a ball, and her belly suddenly started to glow red. It's like there is a red flashing light installed in the belly. The other three were also shocked by this scene. So these tubes, are they integrated with the daughter thread? An idea suddenly popped up in Baiyu's mind. Lu Yifei, Li Zhongzheng. Everyone, keep your weapons in hand. Why have we been here for so long and destroyed the monitoring equipment? It's so abnormal that it can be so quiet here. Yan Qingqing, who was on the side, was full of vigilance and never relaxed from the beginning to the end. Baiyu suddenly frowned. He's here. When Yan Qingqing drank dream puree earlier, the phantom butterfly following the scent of the daughter flower that she released flew back now. And on the wings of the phantom butterfly, there was obviously an icy aura that belonged to that young man. It's fun. It's really fun. Weird laughter loomed from the void, but it was unclear from which direction it came. But it was obviously the voice of the boy with blue eyes. The four people quickly stood back to back, with one person responsible for keeping an eye on the other. Bang! A white figure was thrown out of the void first. It's Meng Zhua. Manager Meng, you failed the entrance examination. The blue-eyed boy gradually appeared from the void with a sinister smile. His figure seemed to be more majestic. The four of them quickly turned around and pointed the weapons in their hands at the young man in front of them. Meng Tan originally wanted to quibble, but when he saw the weapons in Li Jingxing's and the others' hands, as well as Baiyu wearing a gas mask, he was stunned. When she was sent away by the boy with one click, Baiyu and the others hadn't come out yet. After the young man finished speaking, the corner of his lips curled up slightly, and he said with a joking expression. However, it was quite interesting to see the four of them crawling around in those mezzanines like mice just now. After all, the Dream Company is so clean and tidy. It's hard to find. It's really difficult for a mouse to come out. The other party's handsome face looked like an evil devil at this moment, exuding a vicious aura. Baiyu's heart sank. Sure enough, everything was secretly under the control of the young man. Therefore, he deliberately let a few people come here. What is the purpose? In addition, when I tested the relationship between him and Meng Zhua's superiors and subordinates earlier, his performance was actually pretending. Abnormal. Lu Yifei couldn't help but curse. Li Zhongzheng also shouted angrily. Meng Sunzi, do you have voyeurism? Ha ha ha. Just go ahead and curse. Anyway, you won't be able to curse after you die? Unexpectedly, after hearing the two curses, the young man was not angry but happy. However, I won't let you die soon. If you can persist until now, you must have big dreams in your heart. People with big dreams must have good nutrition. A strange sneer curled up on the corner of the young man's lips. His eyes were full of salivation as he stared at the faces of Baiyu and Yan Qingqing in the middle. When Baiyu heard this, he glanced at him lightly. Really? Maybe you can't see me anymore. Chapter 480, Dream City 55. As Baiyu finished speaking, Meng Yan, who was standing behind the young man, noticed that she had even changed her clothes, pants and shoes. Baiyu was holding a sharp dagger that shone with cold light in his hand at this moment. She is tall, wearing a black slim-fitting sportswear and a neat bun. Her face is filled with youthful confidence that is inconsistent with her old skin. She stands unusually calmly in 3 pink maternity skirts. Ming Tong took a deep breath and looked away from her face. She suddenly felt that her head started to buzz and hurt. Where did the clothes, pants and shoes with this thorny bag come from? And the bald Li Zhengzheng, if I read correctly, actually has a machine gun in his hand. And that one, Mr. Ming, you'd better send me away with just one click. 10,000 grass and mud horses were running wildly in Ming's heart, and his face was uncontrollably green and red, as if he had been painted with color-changing dye. The boy with blue eyes naturally had no time to talk to her. Hearing Baiyu's words, he just looked at the other party coldly and said, Bai Xiao, why do you think you can get in here smoothly? His tone was cold and aloof, and he deliberately showed off his superior attitude. It's a pity that Baiyu and the others don't accept this trick at all. Now I am patiently chatting with him for the time being, just to buy myself a little more observation time. Baiyu's little face tilted up slightly. His left index finger lightly passed the dagger blade, and he raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, why? Isn't it because you want to die here? The air here is warm and surrounded by copper and iron walls. According to our feng shui theory, it should be quite suitable for burying people. Huh? You stupid human being. You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Hearing this, the young man curled his lips and sneered, raised his palm, and waved it gently in the air. As his fingers rotated slightly, a harsh sound of rumble suddenly came from above his head. This, Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng raised their eyes, their expressions darkening. The area between the top of the incubation area and the air conditioning ventilation duct is gradually filled with silvery white metal suspended in the air. Soon, the metal top plate interface disappeared. The climbing rope Yan Qingqing left there was cut in two by the thick metal plate, and the remaining rope fell to the ground with a snap. Oh! It turns out that Mr. Ming, you are not a human being. Baiyu raised his voice, covered his mouth with a smile, and continued, That's right. If we were human beings, why would we need to absorb human dreams and spirits for food? Maybe it's because our own structure is too low level to even have dreams. However, after absorbing them for so many centuries, we haven't yet choosing to stop. I really learned a lesson from human being shameless greed. Yan Qingqing. Li Zhengzheng. Lu Yifei. Baiyu's words were full of yin and yang, and the meaning of irritation was obvious. The young man's body can freely escape into the void, and if the young man in the system clue refers to him, he has lived for many centuries, and is no longer as easily angered as Meng Zhuo. Baiyu only had one thought at the moment. Force him to stay here. Force him to get angry. Force him to take action. Only in this way can a quick victory be achieved. After all, they have actually collected and reasoned out the plot clues of the dungeon. Sure enough, after listening to her words, the young man's originally calm expression changed slightly, and his lowered palms unconsciously raised again. A thin layer of frost gradually appeared on his blue watery eyes. The boy's lips twitched. Bai Xiao, don't force me. What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? You were the one who originally dropped a negative emotional virus on this planet, wasn't it? Then in the name of saving all mankind, you actually raised all mankind as poison, isn't it, Mr. Ming? Oh, no. I should call you the old monster who has lived for centuries, but still enjoys feeding people. You, old man, play two roles, and you are very good. Li Zhengzheng frowned. Raising two humans? It should be raising humans. She was a little confused about the word that came out of Baiyu's mouth. Lu Yifei whispered, In a medicinal environment, let a lot of bugs kill each other, and the remaining one is the goo. Of course, Bai Xiao should be the reference. According to the short essay prompted by the system, during the period after the boy disappeared, the drug that could cure the negative emotion virus was actually discontinued for a period of time. Although humans did not kill each other after being infected with that kind of negative emotion virus, those with weak resistance actually died early one after another during that period. The remaining humans, those who were still alive when the Dream Company and the Mirror City in the sky reappeared, had actually temporarily defeated the virus. It can be regarded as a kind of goo that has survived in a different way and has a relatively long lifespan. These people's ability to resist negative emotions is naturally better than those who have died. Bayou's 3 consecutive questions came out sonorously, word by word. The young man's cold eyes and handsome face were covered with a thick layer of ice. As Bayou said, he is indeed not human. He comes from a high-dimensional planet in the universe, feeding on human thoughts and spirits from other planets. Human dreams, to them, are delicacies that make them salivate. There are actually not many planets with human beings in the universe, and they are actually very far apart. Every space jump consumes a lot of their manpower, and the resources of their home planet are gradually being exhausted without realizing it. As one of the few survivors, he came to the planet where the Dream City was formerly located with the mission of collecting resources for his home planet. Then came the virus outbreak and a series of other things. In the end, he invaded and controlled Dream City through some means. And for a long time, most of the human race was kept in captivity by him. However, as he continued to feed on human dreams and ideas for so many years, he gradually realized that dreams were single and boring. Because most people's dream is simply to live, can live longer. In other words, escape. And he obviously hopes that these humans can have new ideas and have new things. He was inspired when he was out searching one day and picked up his dream from a dying farmer. The farmer originally raised a group of chickens, ducks and geese. However, farmers have discovered that chickens, ducks and geese raised in the mountains and forests have more delicious meat, are more energetic, and can be sold at a higher price. The farmer's dream at that time was to have a private hill where he could freely raise chickens, ducks and geese. Chapter 481, Dream City, 56, and, inspired by this, the boy released the captive humans back and provided them with a normal living place. It's just that the living environment is different between the old city and the new city. Then, he discovered that when he absorbed those human dreams, the taste was no longer singular. Because everyone's dreams are different. Children hope to grow up to be scientists or heroes to save the world. The adults hope that their wives will be as beautiful as flowers if they are rich and wealthy. Old people hope that they can stay young and live forever. He also learned how to make money in business and pay excessive taxes from the consciousness and dreams of some former officials. Then the big taxes in the old city, and so on, came up. The Dream Company also wore a coat and became a large company related to all aspects of the national economy and people's livelihood. Human wealth is constantly flowing into his treasury. Human dreams kept flooding into his body. Human resources are continuously transmitted back to his home planet through the material transmitter he installed in the sky, disguised as a mirror city. In fact, everything has been progressing perfectly and orderly until now, because he is not far away from final success. However, the few people in front of me disrupted everything, especially the person who just pierced all the truth. By Xiao Xiao. He had wanted to play a final game of cat and mouse with him. Unfortunately, she unveiled the mystery about herself. That is his reverse scale and his bottom line. After all, my true identity is not something that these stupid humans can spy on. We must not let them leave here alive. So just let the secrets on your body and their bodies be completely buried in this metal bunker. The resentment and murderous intent in the young man's heart grew stronger and stronger. The ice in his eyes became thicker and thicker. Crack! The blue ice shattered. Whoosh! 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 Countless daughter-like transparent silk threads spurted out from the young man's palms and mouth. And like sharp swords, with a cold and strange aura, they quickly stabbed towards Bayou and the others. Damn! Behind the threads of the daughter flower is really this old pervert. Li Zhengzheng cursed angrily, picked up the machine gun in his hand, and fired at the boy. It's a pity that those daughter threads look tangible, but are actually invisible. In her desperation, she forgot that the boy's body was the same, and that the other person's body had a strong ability to recover. The bullet quickly penetrated the threads and the boy's body, and bang! 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 Shot into the red waiting area behind him. Wow! 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 All the crystal covers in the delivery area were shattered, and the bullets continued to penetrate backwards, splashing a pile of red blood. Ah! Ah! Dot! The pregnant women in the delivery area just woke up from breathing fresh air. But in the blink of an eye they screamed, and went to another paradise together, with the fetus in their belly. Meng Yin, who was standing next to the boy, also did not escape the bullet. It's a pity that she doesn't have the dodge and recovery abilities like a young man. Bang! The bullet passed through her chest. She frowned, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Soon, like the weird employees everyone had encountered before, green viscous liquid began to flow from her body. The green soaked into her white coat and gradually evaporated into a green mist. The four people fighting with the young man over there naturally noticed it. However, Mengjua's green mist alone could not affect them much, and they were also wearing masks. The focus of the four of them was still fixed on the young man, who released the daughter thread to attack them. Yan Qingqing's whip swept along the boy, and Lu Yifei's ancient sword also went straight towards the young man's face. Those daughter threads were obviously afraid of the black blade in Baiyu's hand. It's a pity that the black blade is too small, and its killing range is limited. The daughter threads in the young man's hands and mouth were still spurting out in a steady stream. The machine gun in Li Jingxing's hand was, not surprisingly, swept away by a few strands of thread. Some daughter threads had penetrated their clothes and pierced the pores on their bodies. The young man stood there, his feet motionless, and his two palms slowly waved in the air, controlling the daughter threads with his thoughts. He wants to capture them alive. No! This is obviously a dimensionality reduction attack. The disparity in strength is too great. There is nothing we can do to him. Yan Qingqing's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Sister Qing, go on! Baiyu suddenly shouted and handed her the black blade in his hand. Yan Qingqing looked back, reached out and quickly took it, and suddenly realized. Sisters, Plan B! Lu Yifei and Li Zhengzheng said. Okay. Plan B is a simple plan that Baiyu showed them on his phone when they were in the mezzanine just now. At that time, she considered that the surveillance of teenagers was everywhere, so she did not speak out directly, but used words. The young man snorted coldly upon hearing this. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, looking indifferent as if everything was under his control. It was too late. But soon, the black blade in Yan Qingqing's hand rushed wildly, and cut off part of the daughter thread. And under her, opening the way, the weapons and attack props in the hands of Li Zhengzheng and Lu Yifei had already smashed towards the young man's head and face. Although his body will heal after being injured, he will never be able to feel the pain. Ha! Don't overestimate your capabilities. The young man sneered coldly, raised his hand to take back the daughter thread, and was about to wrap the three people running towards him into 3 silkworm cocoons. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a powerful force, which was quickly gathering not far away. That kind of power is exactly the same as the daughter thread in his hand, both shaped by thoughts. In fact, he had experienced it slightly before. It's that butterfly-shaped thought. But at that time, the power of the thought was too weak, only vaguely present. But at this moment, this thought is as strong and powerful as the hot magma that is about to erupt in a volcano. The source of power is by Xiao Xiao, who disappeared from his sight at this moment. Yes, when Yan Yi and the others combined to attack by Xiao Xiao, her body suddenly disappeared on the spot. The young man frowned slightly. He teleported flexibly, preparing to avoid Yan Yi and others who were attacking him, and then followed his breath and consciousness to search for Bai Xiao Xiao. But unexpectedly, Lu Yifei waved her fingers in the air like a dragonfly, and a large net with golden light fell from the sky. The young man's pupil suddenly shrank, and the daughter threads in his mouth and hands were instantly retracted by him. He waved his palm forward fiercely again, and the daughter thread quickly pierced the golden net. And at this moment, behind the big net, overwhelming light golden light swept toward him from all directions. Those streams of light, one by one, turned into butterflies in the air. In an instant, the young man was surrounded by phantom butterflies that were everywhere. Chapter 482 The Ultimate Showdown. Light golden light continued to spurt out from the void, and the wings of the phantom butterfly whipped up a gust of wind, blowing the young man's silver hair away. In the face of danger, the young man closed his blue eyes and began to use his ubiquitous thoughts to feel the source of this majestic power. Exclamation point. Yes! The blue eyes opened, suddenly, and the boy's lips curled up with a sinister smile. Bai Xiao Xiao, I really underestimated you. But this is very interesting. After all, I like strong opponents. But such opponents are obviously not suitable for eating. You are only suitable for one word. Die! The young man laughed wildly with eyes full of excitement. The transparent daughter thread in his hand suddenly changed from virtual to solid, from thin to thick, like silver white metal wires, swiping and swiping in the air to weave into an airtight sheet. The net that captures human consciousness. The net was covered with sharp barbs, which smashed the metal net thrown by Lu Yifei into pieces, and then quickly and violently pierced the position where Baiyu was standing. Xiao Bai! Be careful! Yan Qingqing quickly threw a defense card in the direction of the gill net. At the same time, she had twisted her body, jumped into the air, raised the black blade in her hand, and cut towards the big net. Li Zhengzheng also followed closely, and threw a defensive item over. The power brought by the double-layered defense items made the movement of the large net slow down a bit. Lu Yifei, who was holding an ancient sword in his hand, took out the few remaining bottles of healing potions from his prop backpack and used them all on Baiyu. The opponent she encountered this time was too powerful. If she could not successfully pass the level, her potions, no matter how precious and rare, would be useless. It's better to use it to help the strongest Baiyu. After all, she guessed that the skills Baiyu used just now were very mentally draining. 3 o'clock, invisibility cloak countdown. 3 minutes left. Baiyu quickly noticed that every barb on the large net that the young man had woven with daughter threads was as if it was equipped with a positioning radar. Moreover, after the young man's big net was woven, the daughter threads in his hands and mouth seemed to have dried up. He seemed to be secretly accumulating strength and preparing for a second attack. It seems that he has finally forced the opponent to use his ultimate move. With a thought, she took out a prop from the space and threw it out. A Rubik's Cube type prop, shining with colorful lights, penetrated the big net and stopped in front of the young man. Name: 17th level Rubik's Cube. R rare. Type: durable goods. Function and purpose. 1. The specified object can be trapped, and the trapping time is related to the length of time it takes the opponent to restore the 17th level Rubik's Cube. 2. When the specified object is trapped, the Rubik's Cube needs to be solved before the next action can be carried out. 3. The time to solve the Rubik's Cube is based on the shortest recovery time in the human world, 3 hours. Usage restrictions. Available once per copy. The remaining available times of the current copy, 0/1. Childish! The young man glanced coldly at the colorfully shining Rubik's Cube that was standing in front of him, and waved his long, cold white fingers gently in the air. In less than a second, the Rubik's Cube was restored. Such an educational toy that tests human intelligence is simply not worth mentioning in the eyes of a high-dimensional creature like him. Baiyu? Knock. Is it an optical brain? That's outrageous. Lu Yifei, has it started? Li Zhengzheng, It's over. Yan Qingqing. The young man over there has finished accumulating his strength. And the daughter threads rush out again. This time, half of these silk threads were accurately positioned, and went straight to the metal butterfly transformed by the white feather. The other half was heading towards Yan Qingqing and others. Baiyu thought secretly for a second, and then threw another prop. Name: P80C. R rare. Type: durable goods. Function and purpose. 1. Defensive props that can automatically detect the source of danger and launch an unlimited amount of metal Ps within a limited time. 2. P has certain lethality, corrosive power and resistance. 3. Duration of use, 30s. 4. CD duration of props opening, 3s. Usage limit, available once per copy. The remaining available times of the current copy, 0/1. 003. There are other props in Baiyu's space, but most of them are one-time consumables. And given the current strength of the young man, there is a high probability that the meat bun will never come back. This P-shooter prop is basically useful. Midnight. PADC has taken effect. 030. Bang! The prop split apart and turned into countless fist-sized peas that looked like they were painted with a layer of green paint. They were launched like shotguns towards the large metal net of daughter flowers in front of him. Baiyu, this size is a PADC. This is a potato ADC. Sparks and clangs caused by the impact of metal began to ring in the air. The power of those peas quickly held the approaching daughter net in midair. And after colliding with the big net, the peas will automatically break apart, and a layer of green liquid will flow out, which will adhere to those big metal nets. There was thick, pungent smoke like concentrated sulfuric acid filling the air. Midnight, time's up. The large metal net of daughter flowers woven by the young man, with his thoughts turned into a mist in the air, and gradually dissipated. Dot! Upon seeing this, the young man frowned slightly, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep breath, breathed it out slowly, and began to mutter something. I am time. I am space. Immediately, he slowly moved his hands as if doing Tai Chi, and the steps that had been paused on the spot started to move leisurely. Green mist spread out from the void one by one. The surrounding metal walls are also slowly changing. The dense crystal honeycomb, along with the people inside, began to melt slowly like crystal clear chocolate. On the other side, Most of the phantom butterflies released by Yu were lost in the confrontation with the boy's daughter thread. Fortunately, Yu's level has been improved since he cleared the level last time. Her phantom butterfly ability has obviously been greatly improved correspondingly. And with the several healing potions contributed to her by Lu Yifei, her mental energy can be fully charged in 1 second. Yu also concentrated his energy, and countless powerful streams of light slowly gathered at his fingertips. Ready to go. Boom! The metal wall surrounding everyone collapsed. More thick green mist swept directly and overwhelmingly towards several people. I'll knock it! It's over! Li Jingjing's pupils suddenly shrank. There was so much mist that even if a few people were wearing masks, they would instantly turn into mummies due to ingesting too much dream puree. Yan Qingqing and Lu Yifei's nerves became even tighter in an instant. However, what awaits them is an even more terrifying scene. Those collapsed metal walls gradually transformed into strands of silver-white daughter threads. These threads swish, swish, and swish, quickly connected towards the young man's body. No, rather than being connected, they are actually one. And as all this went on, the bright light dimmed instantly. They seem to be in ruins. Not far away is the dream new city where the lanterns have just begun. Looking up, the mirror city suspended in the air is now emitting a faint light. The warm air that was lingering around everyone also dissipated instantly. The temperature in the air began to drop rapidly. The thin pink maternity clothes Yan Qingqing and the others were wearing felt as if they had fallen into a cold lake instantly. And the hairs on their bodies were so cold that they stood up one by one. Yu, who was wearing a gas mask, had a trace of sadness in his eyes. The opponent's strength is obviously too overwhelming. Such a setting is obviously unfair. Where is the way to break the situation? At this moment, she suddenly noticed a small crystal clear water droplet faintly appearing in her palm. This small drop of water, with a cool and moist touch, appears when you activate the talent skill Phantom Butterfly when clearing the copy of Qingxi Town. The foundation of the Phantom Butterfly, Chrysalis of the Butterfly Spirit, a line of subtitles appeared in her field of vision. Butterfly Effect. All things can be controlled. And balance and control. The 3 key words of the talent skill flashed through her mind. The Butterfly Effect. Everything is controllable. Balance the checks and balances. Yu raised his eyes and looked through the green mist at the young man opposite. She seemed to suddenly have enlightenment. Sisters, we must fight quickly. Otherwise, if this continues, we will be cold to death sooner or later. Lu Yifei scolded, and the ancient sword in her hand danced with sword flowers and went straight to the young man. Ugh! A strand of the boy's silver hair was cut by her sword and instantly drifted away in the wind. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. The young man waved his hand, and a powerful force went straight to Lu Yifei's chest. Lu Yifei was so shocked that she spat out a mouthful of blood. My name is Lu Yifei, and I have a dream. My name is Yan Yi, and I have a dream. Dot! The green mist became thicker and thicker, and several people inevitably inhaled some of it. The bewitching voice began to resound in their minds. The daughter threads transformed from the metal wall were flying toward their bodies faster than usual. Boom! In the thick green mist, thousands of rays of light spread out. Thousands of butterflies waved their crystal clear wings, carrying wisps of light golden light, like butterfly-shaped sharp blades, slashing towards the daughter threads transformed by the same thoughts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dot! The threads were instantly cut off by the majestic force, and they all retreated towards the young man's body. This is impossible. The young man's pupil shrank, and he was shocked for a second by this sudden change. The manipulation of his thoughts to form so many daughter threads and attract green mist had already consumed too much of his thoughts. On the opposite side, Bai Xiaoxiao became more and more courageous as he fought, as if his spiritual thoughts were inexhaustible. When the young man's heart becomes angry, he will transform into another form and run away. Sister Qing, give me the knife back! Yan Qingqing, who was wielding the black blade, quickly handed the dagger to Yu. Yu took the black blade, jumped in the air, and slashed directly towards the young man's face under the reflection of the golden stream of light. The young man's body flexed, and he ducked to the side. But he didn't expect that this was exactly what Yu wanted. A stream of light, like a light golden transparent cage, just wrapped his body inside. The boy's blue eyes began to turn faintly scarlet. However, before he could finally exert his power, thousands of transparent butterflies were already fluttering around him, like a natural seal, temporarily sealing his power. The overwhelming transparent silk threads, like rootless trees, instantly turned into sand and scattered all over the ground. The thick green fog began to drift away with the wind. In one thought, life and death were completely reversed by Bayu's own power. Yan Qingqing and Li Zhongzheng, whose faces were once again old and haggard, stared at all this in stunned silence. Boom! Those threads connecting the mirrored city in the sky also turned into sand and disappeared with the wind. The ground began to tremble, and the dream new city on the ground and the mirror city in the sky began to collapse. In an instant, the entire city had been reduced to a pile of ruins, and everything within sight was devastated. Only then did Bayu realize that he had only known about Dream City before, and thought it was because of the copy map. Only now do I know that on the entire planet, there is only a small oasis like Dream City left. In the rest of the planet, the resources that should belong to humans have been absorbed by the young man over the centuries. The tremors on the ground stopped. The boy who was placed in the butterfly cage opened his eyes quietly at this moment, with a strange smile on his lips. Tens of thousands of men and women, with red lights flashing on their hands, climbed up from the ruins. Their bodies were covered with wrinkles, like zombies. Their scarlet eyes looked at the 4 people on the ruins, and they quickly chased after them. Those red lights! They are going to explode! Lu Yifei shouted. Li Zhongzheng patted his bald head and was the first to react. Knock! Isn't this the Battle Royale mode prompted by the system? Li Zhongzheng glanced at the young man and suggested. It seems that these people have become the young man's puppets. Should we kill him first to avoid future troubles? No. The system has warned you not to kill key NPCs. Lu Yifei said quickly. The 3 of them all looked at Bayu, but she gritted her teeth and said, Run! She no longer has any extra strength to go to Huan Dai again. The 3 of them started running wildly. Whoosh! A harsh sound broke through the air, coming from the butterfly cage. Everyone was stunned and looked sideways at the cage. Bai Xiao Xiao! We will meet again! The young man trapped in the cage said coldly, and with a wave of his finger, a bunch of frozen sharp blades penetrated the phantom butterfly cage and went straight to the door facing several people. The moment several people raised their hands to cover themselves, the young man's figure had disappeared. As for the zombies that were chasing a few people, their movements suddenly stopped. All, ding! If the disappearance of the current dungeon boss is detected, surviving players will be sent to the settlement interface after 30 seconds. Sisters! Success! We've cleared the level. After being stunned for a second, excitement and joy spread like a warm current in the hearts of the 4 people who had survived the disaster. You are really outstanding! Yan Qingqing came over and hugged Bayu tightly. Bayu also reached out and hugged her back. Thank you, Sister Qingqing. 10. The 10-second countdown begins. After hugging Yan Qingqing, Bayu took off his gas mask and took a deep breath of fresh air. Whoosh! A piece of green silk thread suddenly emerged from the void, like a green cobra, and quickly wrapped around Bayu's wrist. Chapter 483 Settlement Space 1. 8. There are 8 seconds left in the transmission countdown. You? Be careful! Yan Qingqing, who was standing next to Bayu, caught a glimpse of the strange green color and stretched out her hand to pull it away. But he saw that green light glowing, like a living thing, slipping and soaking along the skin of Bayu's wrist. On Bayu's fair wrist, a green mark of 5 millimeters wide was instantly left. The mark felt cool, and Bayu was confused for a moment. Not a good thing. Lu Yifei's pupil shrank. Oh my god! What is that? Li Zhongzheng. What else could it be? It must be a virus or a tracking mark left by that old monster Ming Xuanzi specifically for Bai Xiao Xiao. That person looks like a conceited pervert who will seek revenge. I don't know why the game doesn't let's kill him. When she thought about her most powerful weapon being swept away by the boy's daughter thread, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and stamped her feet wildly. Of course, she also suspected for a moment that it was because she killed Ming Yin, one of the key NPCs, that the game took away her core weapon as some kind of punishment. Lu Yifei. Sister, even if I give you a chance, you can't kill him. Bayu was not as shocked and frightened as they were. She pulled up her sleeves, glanced at her wrist, took a breath, and said calmly, It's okay. It wasn't about her neck or heart. She didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence. As long as you don't leave the dungeon, any crisis is likely to come. Besides, partition walls have ears. Who knows if another one will fly out? Yan Qingqing. Is this okay? Li Zhongzheng. What do you mean? Bayu didn't explain and started to roll up his sleeves silently. Yan Qingqing. Dot. Lu Yifei, Li Zhongzheng. 3. As the three of them looked at him with puzzled looks, Bai Yu took out the black blade. 2. Breathe in. Look around. There is only 1 second left before leaving the dungeon, and there should be no more trouble. 1. Base. The knife fell from the hand. Bright red liquid spurted out. The severed palm with the green snake mark fell rapidly in the cold wind. Hissing, the heartbreaking pain spread along the bleeding broken arm and spread all over Bai Yu's body. She clenched her back molars, wiped the blood on her body with the black blade, and put it into the space. Yan Qingqing. Lu Yifei. Li Zhongeng. I'll knock it! I can't tell that my sister is a werewolf. Ding. Interface transfer begins. Accompanied by the ethereal prompt sound. Everything in front of me disappeared. Bai Yu's whole body was quickly surrounded by warm water ripples layer by layer. The bleeding broken arm gradually disappeared, and a brand new hand that was intact as before quickly grew out. The wrinkles, vicissitudes of life, and fatigue on his face gradually disappeared. Ding! Interface transfer successful. Player Bai Yu, welcome to the game settlement interface. Bai Yu finally returned to the familiar white space. The moment he raised his eyes, the white screen was floating in the sky. Player Bai Yu, congratulations on passing the A3 level game copy, Dream City. Next, the game will be settled for you. The assistant's voice and orange subtitles appeared in front of me at the same time. Your performance in this round of the game is Wisdom and Wonderful Tongue. Outstanding. Your evaluation result is A3. Excellent. The points reward you will receive is 180 points. After the A-level 1.5 bonus factor, the actual points you get are 270 points. In view of your outstanding performance and key influence in this copy, you will be awarded an additional 999 points. According to the evaluation results, you will receive a reward of 180,000 gold coins. After the B-level 1.5 bonus coefficient, the actual gold coin reward you can obtain is 270,000 yuan. Ding! Complete the game and become stronger and richer. Your physical fitness has been invisibly improved. And since you have comprehended Foundation of the Phantom Butterfly, Chrysalis of the Butterfly Spirit in this copy, your natural skills have been doubled. Please experience it in reality and in the next copy. Bai Yu, Enlightenment? Good guy. It sounds a little bit fantasy. To sum up, plus your original points of 2,156 points. Your latest points total is 3,425 points. Wow. Although you are still an A-level player, you are only 1,575 points away from being promoted to a distinguished S-level player. Please don't be discouraged. Of course, I also hope that you will continue your efforts in the next games. Achieve great results again. After Bai Yu heard this, he popped up his cheeks angrily. After struggling for a long time, the game mechanism rewarded only 270 points. Sure enough, relying solely on the points reward for clearing levels is really not enough. The assistant on the white floating screen looked at her and blinked. Ding! Dear, the game does not encourage players to kill each other to gain points. Of course, the game also detects that the difficulty of the dungeon becomes more difficult in the later stages. But the points required for upgrading will be more. Therefore, after the player reaches level A, the game will combine the player's performance in the dungeon. Get extra points as rewards. Bai Yu. Dot. Knock. This little assistant has a knack for prying into people's minds. Right? Dear. The assistant is not voyeuristic. After all, your personal privacy is sacred and cannot be violated. The assistant is just more obedient. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Yu choked directly on his words. After coughing into her chest, she raised her eyes and glanced coldly at the screen. The assistant stopped talking and continued to blink at her with her big, watery eyes. Bai Yu even saw two cute little Gao Yuan Hong appear on the screen. She thought for a while and decided to seize the opportunity to ask something before saying, I suddenly thought of 2 questions. Assistant, kiss. You said it. Bai Yu. Is the copy world we are experiencing now a real parallel world? It should be more than just a piece of data. Right. Assistant, dear. This question is beyond the scope of the assistant's authority to answer, so I can't answer you for the time being. Oh. Avoid answering. Therefore, there is a high probability that it is not data. This system assistant is like some plot NPCs in the game. As long as sensitive keywords are asked, they will neither say yes nor no. Anyway, just 2 words, you guess. Fortunately, she already roughly understood the routine behind the game. so she didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. Bai looked at it with a scrutinizing expression and continued, "By the way, where did that young man come from?" The assistant instantly switched to a confused expression. "Kiss. Which boy are you?" "Bai Yu. The boy with silver hair and blue eyes in Delusion City." The little assistant switched to a crying face again. "Oh, him. I don't know him either. Bai, believe it or not, I will give you a geo? Forget it. Why compete with artificial intelligence?" Even so, Bai still joked. "Little assistant, why don't you know anything?" "I don't know why I feel so pitiful. JPG, the assistant was silent for a second with an aggrieved face. Then suddenly the volume increased, and the conversation changed. "Ding! Dear, your question and answer time today has seriously exceeded the limit. So this little assistant will leave first. In addition, your personal game panel data has been updated. Please check it yourself to confirm that the rewards are correct." Chapter 484 Settlement Space 2. After the assistant finished speaking, he blinked again, gave Bai a cute smile, and forced himself to turn off the phone with a pop. "Dot! Was it taken away?" Bai, who was ruthlessly abandoned by his assistant, could only put his hand on his forehead and sigh. After taking out a bottle of soda from the space and taking a sip, she slowly opened the personal game panel. Name, Bai. Age, 19. Gender, female. Number of completed copies, 1. Silent Island, 2. Qingxi Town, 3. Heartless City, 6. Delusion City. Level, A. Points bonus, 1.51.5. Gold coin bonus, 1.51.5. Player points, 3,425. Current gold coins, 1302606-28097 plus 270000 plus 6328 equals 1550837. Amount composition description. 1. Original gold coins, 1,302,606 yuan. 2. Cost of purchasing supplies and renting a house in Y City, 28,097 yuan. 3. Reward for this clearance, 270,000 yuan. 4. Conversion of remaining dream coins, 6,328 yuan. Bai took a sip of water and continued to look down. Current props, ranked regardless of level. Idea space *1, real space 1 plus copy space 1. Black blade *1. Mama buys heart *1. Unlimited ammunition PPK *1. Pain mask *1 out of 3. Material gain converter fragment *1/8 incomplete. Power cards. Sweet words card *1. Pingbu Qinyan card *1. Disappear in smoke card *1. Other supplies. A small bag of seeds *1. Skin decoration card *1. Delicatessen and seafood card *2. It has been detected that the mind space has been upgraded to level 7. Please choose whether to view it. Whether. Excited by you touched yes with his fingers. A row of information appears in front of you. Name, idea space. Type, contract item. SSR extremely rare. Current level, level 7 3-bedroom villa. Current specifications, 100m 1600m cubic meters. Function and purpose. 1. Storage, supports automatic classification of materials and hot and cold temperature zone control. 2. Supports the access of thoughts, which can be accessed in an instant. 3. Supports the storage of non-human items, except props and items belonging to other players, except illegally obtained items. 4. Real space is continuously activated, and the specifications range from 100 to 1600 cubic meters. The props in copy space can be transferred to real space in one direction. The current number of transferable props is 1 piece and 2 pieces. In view of the particularity of props, bidirectional transfer between 2 spaces is supported. 5-star. Real space has activated the occupancy function, but only space holders can occupy it. 6. Other new functions to be upgraded and activated. Remarks, small space, big dreams, more loyal than a dog. Once bound, they will remain together until death. Probability of props dropping after the player dies, 0. Bai's eyes paused at the 5th line, and he carefully and silently read that line several times. Her little heart was beating wildly for no reason while she was reciting silently. Confirmation completed. Your eyes are not dazzled. Real space can actually be inhabited. Therefore, she finally no longer has to rely on the Space Experience Day card to temporarily enter the real space. Therefore, when Blue Star was on the verge of the end of the world. She had a new home of her own. A unique new home in the world that looks like a safe house in the apocalypse. At this moment, she really wanted to post an anonymous post on Weibo to show off. She really wants it too. She still wants to. I suddenly realized that there are so many things I want to do. Baiyu felt ecstatic in his heart. And he even squeezed out a few tears from the corners of his eyes. Having finished the soda in her hand, she took out a bottle of mineral water from the space and drank it in one gulp. After struggling like this, my excited heart finally calmed down a little. She always felt like she was missing something. After reading the overall information about the space upgrade again, her eyes stopped at the space specifications. And she was shocked again. The previous space upgrades were all 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, and up to 10x10. The progress was actually very slow. Unexpectedly, this time it started with 40x40. This is a qualitative change resulting in a quantitative change. Right? The volume of dungeon space is 1,600 cubic meters. If it were placed in the dungeon just now, she should be able to contain all the green mist. Previously, I was worried that the pile of gold bricks in the copy space would take up a lot of space. Okay. Now I won't be afraid of 10 more piles. After the upgrade, the real space area is 1,600 square meters. This means that the entire area she will get is 3,200 square meters. Because the land area outside the space house corresponds to the space house 1-to-1. So now, you can go shopping like crazy and stock up like crazy without worrying about running out of space. Sky. So, what kind of small villa is this? You can obviously build a small supermarket and a small farm. Baiyu had already begun to pinch people frantically to prevent himself from being too excited and fainting. Ding! If it is detected that the current player stays in the settlement space for too long, you will be teleported directly to the original world. A cold mechanical sound made Baiyu, who was in a state of crazy joy, finally come back to his senses. Lan Xing, Baiyu, has successfully cleared the level again. Asterisk. The ripples in the water before his eyes dissipated. Baiyu returned to the house he rented temporarily before entering the game in Y City. But at this moment, her whole body was still wrapped in a cocoon-shaped golden light. This golden light gradually turned from virtual to real, appearing next to the fabric sofa in the living room. Ding! The current environment is detected to be safe. A 10 security protection period will be started for you. After 10 seconds, this system will not be responsible for your life or death. Sure enough, the security protection period was reduced from 20 seconds to 10 seconds again. Fortunately, she is in her room at the moment. The house area is not large. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. On the 3rd floor. No elevator. Of course, now that the power goes out from time to time, those high-rise elevator rooms have actually been abandoned. The remaining people, except for those living on the ground floor, have almost all moved to this kind of traditional community or bungalows. After all, most of the remaining people are old people and children who have not entered the game. There are also a small number of young people who successfully passed the game and came back. Some people who have the conditions will also choose to rent villas, or in some areas where animals and plants are seriously encroached. Some villas and communities are actually unmanaged. Some people will take the risk of encountering wild beasts and directly occupy the magpie nest and live in it. In addition, although Y City has a small population density and a high level of industrialization and machine automation production, it faces the same crisis of collapse as other cities. No one knows how long this small town can survive. Therefore, some people with foresight still chose to escape in advance and went to G City, the central city with the largest refuge. Baiyu actually wanted to rent something smaller, similar to a single apartment. But in this small border town, there are basically no such houses. It's not that there are none. Those apartments are mostly rented by young people, as the main customer groups of the game. Those places are almost completely destroyed now. Dong dong dong! Dong dong dong! A sudden knock on the door brought Baiyu's thoughts back to reality. Chapter 485 Real World 1. The 10-second system security protection period ended, and the cocoon-shaped golden light lingering on Baiyu gradually dissipated. Dong dong dong! The knocking on the door continued. Miss Mo, are you at home? Seeing no one responded in the room, the other party did not choose to leave, but spoke. It was an old man's voice, which sounded hoarse and dry, and a little familiar. Baiyu took out a mask and a baseball cap from the space, and put them on as a habit. Then he tiptoed to the peephole of the door, and took a look outside. In the dim corridor, outside the door, stood an old man with slightly white hair and a vigorous look. The old man was wearing a floral vest, floral pants, and big slippers. He was holding a black leather envelope bag in his hand, and a large gold watch from Lux on his wrist. The clothing and accessories are clearly two different styles, as if they were pieced together temporarily and put on. Bai recognized him at a glance. His name was Lao Guan, a native of Y City. I don't know what he did before. I just know that he has a wide range of connections and resources. In addition, he was just past the time he entered the game, so he wanted to use his remaining heat and started working as a middleman in the purchase and sale of materials. After all, if you are a little younger, once you enter the game and successfully pass the level, the gold coin reward you will receive is very generous. Materials are scarce on Blue Star and prices have skyrocketed, but the money is basically enough for them to survive for the time being. If you fail to pass the customs, you will die, and you don't have to worry about your livelihood. What is more embarrassing are the elderly and children who cannot enter the game because of their age. When the game first arrived, shelters were built in every city on Blue Star, and there will be dedicated personnel coming to search for empty nesters and children left at home. Each shelter also houses many elderly people and children without care. But in the later period, resources and manpower became increasingly limited, and more cities fell after being invaded by plants and animals. Officials are no longer able to arrange for personnel to conduct door-to-door searches, but those in need can go to shelters on their own. Shelters in various places are also gradually reduced, merged, and gradually transferred to cities that have not yet fallen. During this process, it has become a secret fact that only children and worthy elderly people are admitted. Even the fire that happened inexplicably in the shelter where Bai was previously was actually not an exception. Of course, not all seniors will choose to go to a shelter. After all, more and more cities have fallen, and transportation is inconvenient. How to get to shelters has become a problem. Some elderly people, whose sons and daughters have returned from playing the game, can temporarily take care of them during the 1-month break from the game, buy some supplies, and strengthen the windows and doors at home. There are even particularly powerful ones that can even get a housework robot to help at home. There are some lonely old people or children who never come back in the game. They know that their time is short, but they choose to live in the present and face the coming of death calmly. Of course, there are also a few small cities that have not fallen yet. Like Y City, some old people who are capable and in good health and have not entered the game have become the main force to help maintain the basic operation of the city. Lao Guan is one of the main forces. However, he is not a regular main force. What he is doing now is a bit similar to speculation in the old days. He actually has some savings, but Blue Star prices are soaring, and inflation will only get worse. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't just sit around and wait to die. Plus he also had some connections and resources, so he started doing this job. Bai also met Bai by accident when he was buying supplies and stocking up in Y City before entering the game. After all, some supplies cannot be purchased through formal channels. One of the things she asked Lao Guan to help her find was a Type B RV with its own photovoltaic panels and self-driving capabilities. Cars with self-driving functions, whether buses, minibuses, or RVs, have been produced in Y City's car factories before, but most of them are electric cars. And cars with built-in photovoltaic power generation panels were the latest revisions and developed by these car companies after the game came to Blue Star and at the request of the officials. In addition to their own photovoltaic power generation functions, these vehicles also add some basic defenses. At least the properties of materials such as steel plates used in making cars are much better than those used in daily household vehicles. It's not like those cars from the early days, where the thin skin of the car would be dented by a casual collision. In addition, the average new car takes at least 1.5 years from research and development to shipment. But because it was an official requirement and all scientific research efforts were concentrated to overcome it, it was shipped out of the factory in less than 2 months. However, these cars basically did not enter the market, and they were all collected by the authorities as soon as they came off the production line. When Bai asked him to help him find some generators and charging stations, he happened to mention it. Bai was naturally very concerned at that time. After all, it was only a matter of time before Y City fell. To get to G City, the central city, transportation is indeed a problem. There are still a few small emules left in the space, which can be charged while walking. But it's a big problem when spending the night in the wilderness. Now, Although the real space has been upgraded to allow people to live in it, the accommodation problem has been solved. However, she still felt that she needed to buy one just in case of emergency. Because of the scarcity of that car. The market price is not cheap. And there is a price but no market. The quotation Lao Guan gave her started at 300 yuan, which did not include 8 points of personal commission. A car like this would have been enough to buy a high-end RV in the past. But today is different from the past. There are a lot of gold bricks in the space that Baiyu can't use up. So he naturally agreed. At this moment, Lao Guan suddenly came to the door at the address he left. There was a high probability that there was news about the generator or the car. Baiyu opened the door, smiled and said politely, "Grandpa Guan." "Ouch. Miss Imo, you scared me by not saying anything for a long time. I thought the big client I had been waiting for finally flew away." Lao Guan was not surprised by her, fully armed, appearance wearing a mask and hat. After he finished speaking happily, he sighed. "Hey, now Blue Star's communications are all cut off. It feels like we're back to the days when communications were basically yelling and walking. It's really inconvenient for us with old arms and legs." After he sighed, he stood still. He didn't take the initiative to enter the house. After all, Baiyu was standing at the door and had no intention of inviting him into the house. However, he still glanced briefly into the room through the gap. The decoration inside the house are very ordinary. But that's right. How can someone who can spend millions to buy supplies live here? It seems that the little girl in front of me is not lying. And she is just a middleman. When Baiyu heard this, he smiled and said, "Grandpa Guan, I'm not a big customer. I'm just a little shrimp who takes orders. By the way, it's a matter I entrusted to you. Is there any progress?" Chapter 486 Real World 2. Baiyu asked very vaguely. Lao Guan nodded with confidence and said with stern eyes, "Well, it's all done. Miss Imo, how about we go into the house to talk?" After saying that, he cautiously glanced left and right of the corridor. The house Baiyu rents has 4 households on one floor. Her house is right in the middle. In this situation, no one goes to work or goes to school, except for going out to buy and find exchange supplies. Everyone basically stayed at home most of the time. In the room next to her, a left-behind child was probably being lectured by a left-behind old man. And the sound was quite loud. Baiyu thought for a while, opened the door and let Lao Guan in. Seeing that she had closed the door, Lao Guan said, "Little Imo, are you free at 5 o'clock this afternoon? We will pick you up at the gate of the community. I have also found the cold storage you asked me to find for you. And the things will be transported directly there in 3 routes. It depends on whether your big boss goes there or not. After all, it's a multi-million deal. If he goes too, tell me the location and we will pick him up together. When you arrive at the cold storage, you deal directly with the supplier, paying with one hand and delivering the goods with the other. As a middleman, according to the old rules, I only take commissions and do not make any difference in price." Lao Guan smiled honestly, showing his slightly yellow teeth. Divided into 3 routes? That means that photovoltaic charging piles, RVs, and a large number of daily supplies that she asked him to find have also arrived. Those daily supplies are mainly food and daily necessities. The food is mainly chilled seafood, aquatic products, meat, poultry and eggs. Of course, there are also some dairy products, cakes, canned fruits, dried vegetables, packaged clean vegetables, etc. There are also a lot of pre-made dishes such as crayfish, pickled fish, fried buns and so on. I also bought a lot of mineral water and drinks. The prices of these products have increased several times compared to before the game came to Blue Star. According to Baiyu's previous space specifications, so much supplies could not be accommodated. However, she originally estimated that based on the previous upgrades, if she successfully cleared the new dungeon, the real space would be twice as large as 11 by 11, 242 square meters. Supplies that cannot be stored are placed in the cold storage first. If you can't pass the level, it's not a waste. After all, she paid Lao Guan a small piece of gold symbolically, converted to less than 10,000 star coins, just for fun. Because of these supplies, Lao Guan doesn't have to worry about buyers. It can be sold by changing hands. Now that Baiyu's space has been upgraded to be so large, it's easy to fit them all in. However, the original agreement between her and Lao Guan was that she would only face Lao Guan alone. She was unwilling to face the supplier directly. After all, in the current environment, Most of the materials produced normally or collected by search and rescue teams are basically requisitioned by the government. It is not an ordinary person to be able to provide so many supplies on his own and sell them to private individuals at double the price. Or to put it bluntly, he is not a good person. So when Lao Guan said they would come to pick her up in the afternoon, she was stunned for a moment. You? Grandpa Guan, didn't we agree before that you are the only one? Then you take me to the warehouse. I will look at the goods and give you the money. Isn't it very simple? Hey, because this is a gold transaction, the other party may need to use professional methods to test the purity of the gold. In addition, to tell you the truth, the sources of those materials are not formal. But don't worry. The materials are all its good material. And there's no problem with the quality. It's just that I used a little special means to get it. The key counterparty does not believe me, saying that the value of the goods is too great and cannot be transferred directly to me. So they need to trade with you directly. And I don't know how to operate the self-driving RV. When the time comes, there will be a dedicated person I will teach you personally. After Lao Guan finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. After all, it's impossible for you to give me gold worth millions first. And I don't have that much money to advance to them. So we can only have 3 parties work together to pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other. In addition, the other party is car. The warehouse I found according to your request is a bit far away and relatively secluded. When the time comes, we will take the car there and meet there. If your big boss also goes there, you can give me the address, and we will pick him up when the time comes. Go with him. If it's not convenient for your big boss to come forward and you go by yourself, just don't forget to bring this with you. Lao Guan hesitated, raised his hand, and rubbed his thumb and index finger in front of her. Bai Yu glanced at Lao Guan. Thoughtfully, he doesn't look like he's lying. It seems that the requirement for face-to-face delivery of materials is required by those suppliers. The other party couldn't accept Lao Guan's statement of delivering goods first and paying later. But it was quite reasonable. Maybe the other party just has that kind of request. But maybe the other party will take advantage of it. It's not impossible to take her money and then kill someone else. After all, in the face of interests, not everyone still retains their previous principles and moral bottom line. But right now, she had no choice. Y City is one of the few cities on Blue Star that has not yet fallen. The materials here are much more abundant than other places. If you miss this village, there won't be this store. And as time goes by, supplies become scarcer and more expensive. Even gold and currency may lose their purchasing power one day and turn into a pile of waste paper and ore. Bai Yu was thinking quickly in his mind, and even had a contingency plan for what to do if he went to see the other party in the afternoon and a gang fight really happened. After all, you must not have the intention to harm others, and you must have the intention to guard against others. This has always been her principle of dealing with things. Seeing her suddenly falling silent, Lao Guan said quickly, Miss Imo, what do you say? Do you want to go to your boss for advice? Does he live far away? Grandpa Guan, I'll go find our boss for instructions. But it shouldn't be a big problem. We'll meet at the gate of the community at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Bai Yu recovered his thoughts and raised his eyes to look at him. Hearing this, Lao Guan's eyes lit up, and he stood up as he spoke. Oh, that's good. That's good. Then I won't bother you anymore. My little grandson is waiting for me to go back and make lunch for him. I'll leave first. After speaking, he complained again. Hey, the communication is down now. It's really inconvenient. Yes. Bai Yu responded casually, stretched out his hand and opened the door with a clang. After Lao Guan walked out a few steps, he paused on the spot, turned around and waved to her with a smile. I'll see you on time in the afternoon. Miss Imo. Well, see you in the afternoon. Grandpa Guan. After Bai Yu said goodbye, he took a deep breath and closed the door. After lying down on the sofa, she took out her phone from the space and took a look. It's only just before 11 o'clock in the morning. It's still early for the afternoon appointment time. I glanced out the window. It was a sunny day today. Just looking at the scenery outside the window. The sun is shining brightly. The breeze is gentle. And the greenery is abundant. I don't even realize that I am already on the edge of the end of the world. Bai Yu withdrew his gaze, thought for a moment, and took the unlimited ammunition PPK from Dungeon Space to Real Space. Now that the space has been upgraded to level 7, in addition to the gun, you can also take out another prop. She simply put the invisibility cloak and the black sword into the list of options. For her now, successfully getting this batch of goods is the key. Therefore, you have to make complete preparations in advance. As for whether to use the invisibility cloak or the black blade, it will be determined based on the specific situation. After doing this, Bayou moved his mind and entered the upgraded, real space. Chapter 487 Real World 3. As soon as Bayou stepped into real space, a small red dot showing information to be read appeared in his field of vision. She reached out and clicked it, and a line of subtitles appeared in front of her eyes. The cabbage is now mature. Please choose whether to harvest it. Whether. Bayou looked at the patch of cabbage growing happily outside the window, feeling inexplicably excited and happy. This reminded her of a game called Happy Farm she played when she was a child. In that game, you also cultivate land, select seeds, grow vegetables, fruits, and harvest. It also involves weeding, pest control, and watering. Later, you can also go to other people's homes to steal food. Of course, you must also guard against others stealing your food. Looking back, it's still very interesting. At this moment, I have my own vegetable patch, which I have to myself, and the operation is done intelligently with one click, which saves a lot of effort. However, it also lacks some fun. She planned to go see if she could complete part of the harvest with her own hands. However, experiencing the fun of collecting food is something for later. It is neither urgent nor important. For now, let's inspect the upgraded space first. The original real space is 100 square meters of house and 100 square meters of land. The house has a layout of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. In addition to 1 bedroom, she has a variety of beds, bedding and clothing. One of the remaining rooms is used to store the supplies, food, daily necessities, a small selection of medicines, furniture, electrical appliances, everything. Furniture and electrical appliances were all secretly received in the space when they went to supermarkets and shopping malls with the material search and rescue team. She even included 2 high-end bathtubs with massage functions and a smart toilet. The main character is one that you won't let go of if you see it. So every corner of the house, not a single bit of space was wasted, was filled to the brim with all these clutter. Next to the window in the living room, there is a chaise longue for resting, and the rest of the area is filled with shiny golden bricks. The electric cars and other supplies she collected were placed on the land outside. It's better now. The house is 1,600 square meters, and the land is 1,600 square meters. Taken together, it's almost half the size of a standard football field. It would be better to plan carefully. Bayou glanced around and quickly discovered something was wrong. Get rid of the previous 3 rooms and 1 living room. The remaining area of the house part is in the form of open space. That is, no walls, no partitions. It is somewhat similar to an additional 1,600 square meters of rough housing. No, the rough house at least has walls and partitions. It looks more like a large, blank land. What about the finely decorated Davy that we promised? Bayou was stunned and walked towards the clearing. The moment he stepped onto the rough ground area, an ethereal mechanical sound rang in his ears. Ding! The current area intelligent management panel will be obtained after the mind space is upgraded to level 8. After obtaining the panel, you can intelligently partition, intelligently organize, intelligently decorate the current area with one click. After the decoration is completed, you will get a professionally divided material storage area, a living area that meets daily living functions, including but not limited to water supply, electricity supply, ventilation, garbage recycling, and day plus night function settings. A series of professional vocabulary in Bayou echoed in my mind. Bayou listened silently and was stunned for a moment. Level 8? Intelligent Management Panel? Residence Function? She frowned and reacted instantly. Indeed, the space only means that it can be lived in after upgrading. But it does not say that the requirements for residents are met. Because meeting the living conditions does not mean just having a bed. Of course, it is okay to sleep temporarily once you have a bed. After all, sleeping in the space is much safer than sleeping outside. Now that the space is in daytime mode, the light is too bright. So the worst case scenario is installing blackout curtains. However, functions such as washing, bathroom, kitchen, garbage disposal, etc. are currently missing in the space. She was careless. I really don't have any experience in buying or renovating a house. So, looking at it this way, she is really a house slave now. An out-and-out house slave. In addition, the game knows how to draw cakes. Forget it. 1 month is here anyway. So I have to enter the game. Then let's work hard for her greatness. After all, others who want rough land can't have it yet. Thinking of this, Bayu became happy again. After she comforted herself, she took a breath and pouted at the pile of clutter crowded in the room. Then live with the clutter for a while longer. In addition, I have to collect a lot of supplies in the afternoon. It will be more messy. After thinking about it, she suddenly felt that in order to keep her eyes clean and her mind clean, which was a bit obsessive-compulsive, she had to buy a bunch of screens to temporarily act as partitions. If you have the chance, buy 1 or 2 robots that help with housework. In this case, at least the whole space will look much fresher. In addition, during the remaining time before entering the game, I have to be busy again. It has been detected that you have real space, skin decoration card *1 that is unused. Do you want to use it immediately? Yes. No. Bayu retracted his thoughts and clicked yes. A row of subtitles appeared before my eyes. Please select the current space skin mode, official version. 1. Birds singing and flowers fragrant. 2. Beautiful mountains and clear waters. 3. Lakes and mountains. 4. Broad sea and sky. 5. Snowy white. 6. Cure cute pets, to be unlocked. This time Bayu didn't check the effects of each skin one by one. For someone like her who has lived in an inland city since childhood, she has always longed for the blue sea. Although she likes the singing of birds, the fragrance of flowers, the scenery of lakes and mountains, and the cute healing pets. But after experiencing so many emotionally depressing game copies, the beach and waves at the seaside can make her feel like going out to travel and relax. After all, this real space will be her base on Blue Star from now on. Bayu reached out and clicked 4. Vast ocean and sky. Ding! You have chosen 4. The sky is brighter. Please confirm this option a second time. Bayu continued to click yes. Ding! Please select the land area covered by the beach and sea under the skin. 1, 1/8, 2, 1/4, 3, 1/3, 4, 1/2, 5, all, isolated island mode. Bayu thought for a while and chose a quarter. Ding! The current skin mode level coverage land range has been selected and is loading. A blue progress bar appears. 0%, 20%, 50%, 80%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Loading completed. Please start your journey to the blue sea and silver sands. As soon as the sound sounded, the house and the land on one side of the house began to undergo strange changes. Elegant floor-to-ceiling windows appeared. Outside the window, there are white sandy beaches and sparkling sea. There are also lifelike coconut trees. As usual, crabs crawled under the coconut trees. However, the crabs this time are not 50-cent special effects, but live and real crabs. Bang! A ripe coconut fell down. Chapter 488 Real World 4. 16:50 p.m. There were still 10 minutes left before the appointment time with Lao Guan. Bayu had already finished his meal and was waiting at the gate of the community in advance. She tied her hair into a high ponytail, wore a black sportswear as usual, a baseball cap and a mask, and carried a simple backpack. At first glance, there is a bit of cool sassiness in the youthful atmosphere. What was in the backpack now was not gold bricks, but 2 bricks that she had put in specially. It looks heavy and confusing. After all, for her, putting the gold bricks in her backpack was just a matter of thought. Soon, a blue electric pickup truck appeared in view. Bayu glanced casually. The driver was a young man wearing a black t-shirt and a black mask. The person sitting in the passenger seat is Lao Guan. The back row is empty. In the cargo compartment at the rear of the car, there were also several large boxes without labels, and it was hard to tell what they were. Little Miss M.O. Lao Yuan waved his hand at her. Grandpa Guan. Bayu also waved his hand and responded politely, with a smile on his face. Lao Guan squeezed out a bunch of old wrinkles and said, Get in the car quickly. Yes. Bayu quickly observed, opened the back seat door, and sat in. Lao Guan turned his head, glanced at her who was fastening her seat belt, and said, Ahem. Actually, there are no traffic police on the streets now, so you don't need to tie them up. By the way, Miss M.O., give me your boss's home address, and I'll ask my little brother to drive over and pick him up. Bayu buckled up his seat belt and smiled coquettishly. Our boss has something to do and can't go, so he sent me to go with you. Oh, that money? Lao Guan hesitated and glanced meaningfully at her backpack. When he said this, The young man driving the car raised his eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror. But what he was looking at was not her backpack, but her face. After all, at this point, young people who are still alive are either very strong or extremely lucky. These are not to be underestimated. The key is that the other party is still a girl. Bai chose to ignore the look. He looked over and nodded to Lao Guan. When Lao Guan saw this, he turned around and said to the young man next to him, "Then let's go directly to the warehouse to meet up." The young man said, "Yes," and the speed of the car increased instantly. The road was very empty, with almost no cars or people. The only remaining electricity is also given priority to protect residents' lives. Street lights, traffic lights, etc. are all black. At first glance, it looks very desolate, but it was much better than the city where Bai and Lin Lily were. However, along the way, we also encountered some lush communities that were invaded by plants. It's like a small tropical rainforest. On the way, we also encountered a few zebras and ostriches escaping out. Fortunately, we haven't encountered any ferocious beasts yet. But I heard from Lao Guan that there are actually ferocious beasts in Y City. It's just that the range of activity is not obvious. There have also been cases where ferocious beasts suddenly burst into communities and attack humans. But mostly at night. Now people here have learned to be smart. Unless there are special circumstances, they basically close the doors and windows at night and stay at home. Lao Guan glanced out the window, turned to Bai and said, "Little Miss Mo, I usually like to watch the animal world. I feel that these animals and plants may mutate in the future. You young people, you have to live a long time. So you have to be careful in the future. Bai. It's hard to say whether he will live long or not. After all, he has to undergo the baptism of a life-threatening game once a month. And he doesn't know how long he can last." The young man who had been driving silently said, "Oh." When he heard this, logically speaking, every animal and plant will live in a place suitable for its survival. That's why there are divisions such as tropical, temperate, and cold zones. Just like polar bears, they must live in glaciers. And we just encountered the group of ostriches that arrived normally live in deserts, grasslands, or shrubs. But now, we can see all kinds of strange animals everywhere on the streets. And those jackals that appeared inexplicably on the streets last time and attack humans don't actually live in places like Y City. So I feel that according to the theory of evolution, there is a high probability that it will mutate." Bai felt that his words would most likely come true. She had originally thought that Blue Star would eventually become a copy world. The ultimate goal for people in this dungeon is to survive. She is buying supplies and stocking up now because she is actually worried about that day coming and is just preparing in advance. Speaking of this, she suddenly thought that she had another question to ask Lao Guan. "By the way, Grandpa Guan, do you know where Y City sells screens or partitions?" "I know. The furniture mall in the North District used to sell them. A little further there is a private furniture factory that specializes in making screens. But that area has long been deserted. And it should be deserted now. There are weeds in it. It's overgrown and full of green plants. I think it's very dangerous. However, there should be a lot of inventory in the warehouse inside, which no one wants. After all, everyone is worried about food and drink nowadays. So who cares? That decorative thing." "Bai, Grandpa Guan, does that factory have a specific name?" "Well, it's called Jia Furniture Factory. Just search it. It's shown on the offline navigation. That furniture store is nearby." After Lao Guan finished speaking, he turned around with some confusion. I said, "Little girl, you are still buying a screen at this time? Your boss? This brain circuit is a bit strange. Isn't it?" "Bai. Oh, he just let me ask casually. I don't know what he wants. By the way, Grandpa Guan, how long until we arrive?" She silently wrote down the name, and then changed the subject. "It's almost there. It will only take about 10 minutes. After finishing speaking, Lao Guan lowered the visor. It's after 5 o'clock, and the sun is dazzling. Y City is a remote town with a small urban area and a wide main road passing through the city. The blue pickup truck had already left the main road and headed towards a slightly remote side road whose road had been damaged by plants. There are obviously many more plants in this area. Wisteria, costus, morning glories, ivy, pothos, etc. are all growing like crazy. Everything you see is densely intertwined and intertwined with green. This kind of green was something people could only dream of in the past. But now, It's a bit shocking to think that plants come from people who failed in the game, coupled with the fact that we encountered broken down and rusty cars on the road from time to time. Our mood suddenly became heavy. The car bumped for a while and finally stopped outside an area that looked like an area covered with vines on the wall of an abandoned factory. Lao Guan pointed to the distance and said to Baiyu, "Not far away is the wind power plant. The cold storage here is one of the few remaining ones in Y City that can provide temporary cooling and has not been requisitioned." Baiyu said, "Oh," and glanced out the window. There is nothing on the vacant land outside the factory. It seems that the main force transporting goods has not arrived yet. Chapter 489 Real World 5. Sizzle. Sizzle. The driver's intercom suddenly rang. Baiyu and Lao Guan looked at him in unison. The young man parked the car leisurely, and after adjusting the intercom, he started to communicate with Yilawala in a dialect that neither Baiyu nor Lao Guan understood. The man opposite had a very rough voice, a bad temper, and he was making loud noises. Soon, he put down the walkie-talkie. "You too." Brother Chong and the others encountered a beast blocking the way. "They still have 4 kilometers to go. I asked you to wait a moment." Baiyu said, "Yes." In fact, she couldn't figure out why the walkie-talkie could still be used since the signal on the Blue Star, including the satellite communication signal, was gone. However, the call range of this walkie-talkie is limited. Only 5 or 6 kilometers at most. The S-City Material Search and Rescue Team had given her one before. She looked forward to that walkie-talkie ringing every day, because that means that Lin Lily has also arrived in Y City. A quick calculation shows that she should have entered the game at this point. I hope she can come out smoothly. Baiyu retracted his thoughts and looked out the window. Ah, it's broad daylight. And there are wild beasts blocking the road? It seems that Y City will be uneasy during the day. Lao Guan looked shocked and sighed. His words sounded like a young man lying about his team being late. My teammates said that some new lions and hyenas appeared in the west area, and they were very ferocious. It should be that some of the people who entered the game this month chose to give up directly. Lao Guan was stunned for a moment. If they are all in the car, wouldn't it be okay to just fly? The young man glanced at him and had to explain patiently. It was Chuanfei. But those ferocious beasts have learned the lesson and secretly set up roadblocks. Therefore, one car's tire was punctured, and the tire change was delayed for a while. Baiyu! Exclamation point. The animals are going to become spirits, and they will also set up roadblocks. The most rapid increase in the number of animals on Blue Star occurred during the 2 rounds of games starting on January 1st. After all, someone was very fierce and said no to this game that appeared out of nowhere. But later, more and more people will try their best to pass the level. After that, the growth rate of animals began to decrease significantly. On the contrary, there are more and more plants, like bamboo shoots springing up after the rain. After all, the further you go, the more difficult the game becomes, and more people fail to pass the level. Of course, some people gradually feel tired, or as family and friends continue to leave, they can no longer hold on. So he chose to refuse the game directly, turned into an animal, and was done with it. I just don't know if the animals they transformed into in the later period, with their various physical abilities, are stronger than the people they transformed into in the earlier period. After all, as time goes on, human beings' physical fitness will be strengthened. As for becoming smarter, Baiyu frowned slightly. Lao Guan was stunned for a moment, realizing that something was wrong with the young man's tone. He suddenly laughed, slapped his thigh and mocked himself. Hey, it's a pity that my old bones are rejected by the game. Otherwise, I really want to enter the game and turn into an animal or plant. If I am lucky enough to turn into a turtle or a ginkgo, wouldn't that be another kind of immortality? That's it. This human life of just a few decades is not enough to survive. The young man smiled and did not comment on his words. He seemed to be very cautious. He tried not to speak when he could during the whole journey. Those words of explanation just now were considered his limit. But it's normal. After all, the road is smooth. The pickup truck in his hand drove like an F1 Formula. Grandpa Guan, while you two are chatting, I'll get out of the car and get some fresh air. After Baiyu finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out of the car. Upon seeing this, Lao Guan quickly reminded her. Miss Emo, don't go too far. This place is a bit remote. Be careful of wild beasts coming out. Okay, Grandpa Guan, Baiyu said obediently, and walked slowly with his hands on his backpack, pretending to appreciate the scenery. but in fact, he secretly observed the surrounding terrain. A young man who has survived to this day can kill several lions with his bare hands. You don't have to worry about her at all. The young man glanced at Bayu's back and said. Lao Guan was a little stunned. So awesome? But that little girl looks very thin. Extremely weak. Huh? The young man chuckled and stopped talking. A person can go to the wilderness alone with gold worth millions to make deals with strangers. Such a little girl. Do you dare to say that she is weak? Boom! 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 Not far away. The sound of a large truck could be heard. It's a distance of 4 kilometers. And it only takes a few minutes to get there. After all, there is no such thing as a speed limit on urban roads now. Bayu also heard the sound. Soon, 3 large trailers and a black B-type RV appeared in sight, rolling up flying sand and rocks. Such a convoy appears neatly on the road, which is actually very eye-catching, because cars are everywhere. You can even pick them up on the street. But diesel, gasoline, charging equipment, etc. are all expensive and hard to find. It seems that the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. In addition, she guessed that the person sitting in the RV was most likely the leader of this gang. However, her deal is only less than 4 million. Is it worth it for the boss of the other party to personally come forward? Lao Guan and the short-haired boy had already stepped out of the car and stood by the roadside in advance. Bayu pressed the brim of his hat, took a breath, and walked over. The 3 trailers drove directly to the cold storage and the warehouse next to the cold storage. There seemed to be someone watching over there. After seeing the trailer, he opened the rusty door with a clang sound. The black RV stopped right next to their pickup truck. The car door opened, and a tall young man wearing a black mask and black short sleeves jumped out. Triangular eyes, triangular face, round head, tendons, and tattoos. Wearing black self-defense gloves on his hands. There is also a black tactical watch on his wrist. Bayu completed the identification in 1 second. The opponent's equipment is very professional, but his aura and temperament don't sound like a good person. In addition, besides the driver, there were several other people in the RV. Therefore, the person who comes down now should be just a younger brother, not a talker. Old Guan. The other party shook hands with Lao Guan first. Bayu was thoughtful when he heard this title. It seems that Lao Guan's connections and resources did not come out of thin air. Most likely, there used to be an official and a half job or something like that. In this way, this Lao Guan is too down to earth, no matter how he dresses or talks. And his true identity should only be known to certain people. Lao Guan pointed at Bayu and said, The little girl is the representative sent by the buyer, whose surname is M.O.Z. And she also brought the gold to buy supplies. Their boss should be able to pick up the goods tomorrow. After the handover of these materials, they will be borrowed from your warehouse for 2 or 3 days. Chapter 490 Real World 6. Okay. After the other party responded, he looked at Bayu and walked towards her. Brother Chong. The short-haired boy here greeted the other party respectfully. The man known as Brother Chong nodded slightly. Who is this? Halfway through Lao Guan's introduction, he was directly interrupted by Brother Chong. Just call me Brother Chong. Then let's go confirm the supplies first. The other party walked up to Bayu, glanced at her, and got straight to the point. Bayu nodded, said yes, without saying much. The materials on the trailer have been unloaded and placed in the cold storage and warehouse. Bayu and Lao Guan followed him. When he walked to the door of the cold storage, a young man, also wearing a black mask, came over with 3 red down jackets and 3 writing boards with supply lists and pens. Bayu reached out and took the down jacket, put it on, took the supply list and the pen he handed over, and entered the warehouse. The cold storage is filled with chilled seafood, aquatic products and pre-prepared dishes. They are all sorted and packaged, making it easy to confirm. The warehouse area next to it is larger. There is already a black B-type RV parked inside, as well as a bunch of photovoltaic charging piles, photovoltaic generators, and manual generators. The remaining area contains some normal temperature food and beverages, fruits, and daily necessities, paper towels, wet wipes, shampoo, shower gel, facial cleanser, cosmetics, etc. They are all placed in large square cardboard boxes and arranged neatly. There is also a large box of commonly used medicines and a large box of books. While Bayu was tapping, he discovered clues from these packaging boxes. The name, specifications, quantity, shelf life, etc. of the materials inside are clearly marked on the packaging box. On the corner of the packaging box, there is a black, bold S letter mark. The materials previously found by the S-City Search and Rescue Team will be marked with this letter after being cleaned and packaged before being transported to official shelters or unified official material warehouses. So, Bayou frowned secretly. In her mind, she suddenly remembered that Zhong Man or Lin Lily had said before that there was an organization in the city, a material plundering team composed of evil players. It seems that this group of people is probably one of them. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are people in the material search and rescue team who make a fortune by reselling materials. Her inner vigilance instantly increased to another level. The supplies were quickly inventoried. As for the RV, because it is self-driving, the operation is actually very simple. The other party started teaching very quickly. It's just that later repairs and daily maintenance will be a little complicated. After all, the other party is only responsible for sales, not after sales. Strictly speaking, this car is considered a black car, and there is no normal after-sales service. The other party directly gave Bayou a tablet. It contains various offline tutorials. After counting everything, an hour has passed. The sun is no longer as dazzling as before. Then let's go test the gold now, Brother Chong said to Bayou, and took the lead to go out. The younger brother who followed him had already locked the doors of the cold storage and warehouse. Bayou and Lao Guan followed behind him. Under the RV outside, a table and a bunch of instruments have been set up. The RV door is closed at the moment. There was a brown one-way film on the car window, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Bayou took off his backpack and took out a golden brick, about 1 kilogram. There are also clear cutting marks on the bricks. These were all cut by her in advance with the black sword. There are also some scattered small gold nuggets in the bag. This piece should be more than 1 kilogram. According to the current price of gold on Blue Star, it is about 3.5 million, Bayou said, and handed him the gold brick. Lao Guan's eyes widened when he saw the big golden brick. Brother Chan took it, weighed it in his hand, and handed it to a curly-haired guy at the table. Confirm the quality and weight. Bayou took out another small piece of gold brick and handed it to Lao Guan. This piece is about 80 grams, Grandpa Guan. Do you want to use this instrument to identify it? Okay. Lao Guan excitedly reached out and took it. Not to mention that the gold in Bayou's hand does not have any brand mark. Even if it does, in the current apocalyptic background of Blue Star, the other party must be wary of whether she will fake it. The gold was quickly tested. After collecting the gold, Brother Chong handed the 2 keys to Bayou. Brother Chong, our boss won't be able to pick up the goods for 2 days. How can I return this warehouse key to you then? Brother Chong glanced at her. How many days will you pick it up? 2 days. Bayou raised his eyebrows and gestured to him. Brother Chong glanced in the direction of the warehouse and said, It's okay. We can just change the locks in 3 days. Oh. Then I'll bother you. Brother Chong. Bayou smiled coquettishly. Lao Guan looked at Bayou. Little Miss M.O., shall we go back now? Bayou was about to say that he remembered a few items that his boss urgently needed. He needed to go back to the cold storage and warehouse to pick them up before leaving. But Brother Chong raised his hand to stop the 2 of them and said, Mr. Guan, please wait a moment when you get back to the car. Brother Xiao, we would like to invite her up for a cup of tea. Brother Xiao is here too? Lao Guan was a little surprised. Bayou. Brother Xiao, why does an old man appear here again? It seems that young people are busy trying to survive in the game. The elderly have become the mainstay. Yes. Brother Chong didn't say much. He raised his palm and gestured politely to Bayou with the word, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the RV door over there opened with a clang. Well, it's finally here. I haven't found a chance to put the materials into space yet, so I can only go up and meet Grandpa Xiao for a while. Bayou looked at the door of the RV, took a breath, and quickly thought of countermeasures for various possibilities in his mind. Then with a thought, I finally took the black blade from copy space to real space. Please, Brother Chong said politely again when he saw that she was standing still. Bayou had no choice but to hold his backpack with both hands and walk towards the car door pretending to be timid. As soon as I stepped onto the car, a faint scent of agarwood penetrated the mask and filled my nose. Bayou subconsciously paused in his steps. This RV looks ordinary and decent from the outside. When I got in the car, I realized that there was a whole other world inside. The part between the cockpit and the rest cabin of the carriage has been specially modified. It looks more like a small reception room in a high-end club. Everything you see is Chinese-style furniture made of gold and nanmu. The tea table is also made of gold and nanmu, and has hollow carvings. Those teacups and tea sets are all very well embedded. On the tea table, a gilt incense burner was also firmly embedded. The faint smell of agarwood curls out from inside. On both sides of the tea table, 2 golden nanmu taisha chairs are set up opposite each other. The cushions and pillows on the chairs are very thick, in the same Chinese style, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. There was already a person sitting on the Grand Master's chair directly in front. He is a young man in his 20s, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, scorching eyes, and a gentle and elegant temperament. Chapter 491 Real World 7. Hello, Miss Mo. Before Brother Chan behind him could introduce Baiyu, the elegant man in front of her had already stood up with a smile, stretched out his hand to her and introduced himself. Lu Xiao. Lu from land. Xiao from Xiaozhan. Brother Xiao. H. Lo. M.O.U. M.O.Z's M.O. Feathers you. Baiyu said, stretched out his hand halfway, but retracted it, and specially wiped it on his clothes, and said with a smile, Sorry, I just went to the warehouse and my hands were a little dirty. Lu Xiao's outstretched hand paused in embarrassment, and an almost undetectable sullenness flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly regained his gentle expression, and with the palm of his hand hanging in the air, he pointed it toward the Grand Master's chair opposite, and said politely, Miss Mo, please sit down. Thanks. Baiyu quickly glanced at the agarwood bracelet held in his other hand from the corner of his eye, walked to the taisha's chair, and sat down directly. This taisha chair was actually specially modified, with a beige gold safety belt installed on the side. I don't know if there are airbags or not. Baiyu only felt that the other party's coquettish transformation was exaggerated, sick, and full of pretentiousness. It seemed that the polite-looking brother Xiao across from him was most likely a sanctimonious person. Thinking of this, she subconsciously reached out and lifted the mask up again. Lu Xiao, who was opposite him, couldn't sense what she was thinking. He glanced at Lu Jiqiang, who was following Baiyu, and ordered, Jiqiang, go get some wet wipes for Miss Mo. Lu Jiqiang looked confused for a second, but quickly responded, Okay, Brother Xiao. After he agreed, he glanced at the back of Baiyu's head, turned back, and called the driver together. As the car door behind him closed tightly with a swish, Baiyu's inner vigilance suddenly became full. Lu Xiao sat back on the taisha chair with a calm look on his face, then reached out from under the tea table and picked up a few individually wrapped wet wipes, handed them to Baiyu and said, Miss Mo, her subordinates are all rough people, and they don't provide good hospitality. It's ridiculous. Baiyu reached out and took it. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Lu Xiao smiled, then looked at her and said, Does Miss Mo drink tea on weekdays? Do you prefer raw tea or cooked tea? Have tea? In the current situation of Blue Star, drinking water would be a problem if I didn't have the space to carry it with me. However, the other party obviously used this topic to pave the way and open up the topic. As for the other party's real intention of inviting her up, I haven't guessed yet. But looking at the other party's strength, it's not like they are taking advantage of each other. I don't know much about tea, but Brother Xiao, I accept your kindness and I won't drink tea. I don't sleep well. Baiyu took out a wet tissue and wiped his hands slowly, but his eyes were averted. He opened his eyes and deliberately glanced out the window. It's past 6 o'clock in the evening now. Who wants to drink tea at this time? The key is, who dares to drink his tea? Then let's enjoy the meal and have a glass of water. Originally, I just got a piece of old Iceland cake in the past 2 days, and I wanted to ask Miss Mo to taste it. It's a pity. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he paused with his finger as he poured the tea. However, he still poured a glass of boiled water for Baiyu. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Baiyu didn't refuse this time. But thank you. The mask on her face is still firmly on. Seeing this, Lu Xiao's face, which had always been calm, finally darkened slightly. But he still didn't say anything, and started to make tea quietly. Wash tea. Wake up tea. Divide tea. The car instantly became quiet, but the pressure in the air is obviously much higher. Baiyu didn't say anything, didn't ask why he invited her to the car, and just watched quietly. It's like watching a tea art master perform. A minute passed. The other party's tea art performance finally ended. Lu Xiao picked up the teacup, smelled it, then took a sip, and then said leisurely, I would like to ask, Miss Imo, did you just release a copy of the game this month? By you. Dot. Very good. We finally got to the point. However, this question was beyond her expectation. She also thought that the other party would ask her who was the person who spent millions to buy these supplies. Should we consider long-term cooperation? It seems that what the other party cares about is not subsequent business cooperation. Baiyu avoided answering and said bluntly, Brother Xiao, I don't know why you asked that. To be honest, our team would like to invite Miss Imo to join, Lu Xiao said, putting down the teacup, and then glanced at Baiyu's eyes. It was as if he was observing and testing her reaction. Dot! Baiyu's pupils naturally shrank, showing shock, confusion, and a why me expression. After Lu Xiao confirmed, he withdrew his gaze and continued. Miss Imo must be aware of the situation on Blue Star. There have been rumors among officials and people recently. Judging from the situation of the game copies we have entered now, there is a high probability that Blue Star will also become a game copy in the future. And the dungeon you are about to experience is most likely a survival book for the apocalypse. Baiyu naturally knows what he said. But this was not the time to discuss this with him. She continued to listen and learn attentively. So, Lu Xiao picked up the teacup, took a sip, and continued. You must have heard about Central City G City's preparations to build a large-scale shelter. Right. Brother Xiao, please elaborate. Baiyu continued to act naive. Hearing this, Lu Xiao glanced at her with raised eyebrows, and then continued. The shelter was built to preserve the future fire of mankind. The requirements and standards for the residents are extremely high. No matter how the people on the Blue Star experience the game screening, there are still a lot of people. There are too many monks and too few people. People like us cannot compare with those core figures. And naturally there is no chance of getting in. In addition, even if you have a chance to get in, you will most likely be at the bottom and will not be able to enjoy any preferential treatment opportunities. Therefore, it is better to rely on yourself than to ask for help. I am going to lead my brothers and build a base myself. And Miss Mo is obviously very courageous. So, Lu Xiao paused and looked at Baiyu again, his tone a little more impassioned. I hope Miss Mo can join us. Let's work together to build our own base in the apocalypse and be our own masters. Only in this way can we successfully pass the level when the final apocalyptic dungeon arrives. Become the last survivor of Blue Star. Of course, if there is an opportunity in the future, it is not impossible to consider replacing it. Baiyu. Dot. What a subtle replacement. So, are you recruiting troops in advance? However, was it necessary to tell me about Siaiguagua's ambition so early? Besides, I have nothing to offer him. Baiyu suppressed the discomfort in his heart, covered his mouth and coughed a few times as if he was choking, and then said, Hey, Brother Xiao, you're kidding me. I'm just a lucky little shrimp. I don't know if I can survive the next dungeon. Joining your team will only hinder you. Chapter 492 Real World 8. As soon as Baiyu declined the words, Lu Xiao, who was opposite him, leaned back slightly and suddenly burst into laughter. It turns out that Miss Mo is worried about whether she can survive the next dungeon. Don't be afraid. After you join our team, we will form a team to help you survive together. Of course, with Miss Mo's strength, she shouldn't need our assistance. After Lu Xiao finished speaking, he sat upright, slowly rubbed the agar-wood bracelet in his hand, and gave her a meaningful look in his eyes. The look in his eyes lost the previous gentleness and elegance, and became a bit sinister and full of oppression, as if he had seen through her. Baiyu's eyes were stunned, and he avoided the important point and said lightly, Can you form a team to enter the dungeon? I've never heard of it. Yes, we have obtained team building props, but the number of times they can be used is very limited. However, after Miss Mo reaches S level, she probably won't need the help of her teammates. The other party's probing words never stopped. Baiyu naturally pretended to be stupid to the end and laughed at himself. Hey, Brother Xiao, I'm just a D-level shrimp and an S-level player. That's something I can't even dream of. Lose some weight and wear S-size clothes. And it's pretty much the same. After she finished speaking, she glanced out of the car window and said, Ah! Oh my god! Why is it getting dark? Yes, outside the window. The sun has already set on the top of the mountain. It's not that dark. But it's true. It's getting late. Lu Xiao, who was opposite her, let out an ah sound when she said this. He rubbed his fingers on the bracelet for a moment, and his calm expression that he had suppressed for a long time suddenly changed. After all, it would be pointless for him to continue to test the subject. In addition, Bai Yu's hat and mask were never taken off from the beginning to the end. This attitude is evident. Lu Xiao put his other hand on his leg and made a fist. The muscles at the corners of his lips trembled. He took a breath and said calmly, "It's really getting late, so I'll send someone to send Miss Mo back first. If Miss Mo thinks clearly later, she can contact us at any time. There is a high probability that we will also go to Central City G City in the future. There is a chance that we will meet again. It's very big. In addition, Lu Xiao, welcome Miss Mo to join us at any time." Okay. Thank you, Brother Xiao. I'll take my leave first. You should also go to bed early. Bai Yu stood up with a polite expression. Dip, Lu Xiao smiled, raised his hand, and pressed a button on the golden Nanmu tea table. The RV door opened with a clang. "Brother." Lu Jiqiang jumped into the car first with a serious look on his face. Lu Xiao stretched out his hand and pinched the center of his brow, and ordered, "Arrange someone to send Miss Mo back. Goodbye, Brother Xiao." Bai Yu arched his eyebrows and waved to Lu Xiao. "Oh, okay." After Lu Jiqiang over there agreed, he turned around and saw that Bai Yu could not wait to jump out of the car. This? Lu Xiao's expression, which he held back for a long time, changed in a second. The previously gentle and elegant expression was mixed with a bit of ferocious gloom. Lu Jiqiang looked at her back, then at Lu Xiao's dark face. His hand hanging in front of his leg made a knife shape and said, "Brother, do you want it?" Lu Xiao shook his head. Lu Jiqiang, "Brother, do you want to arrange for someone to follow her?" Lu Xiao raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. "Following? Can the brothers you sent to follow them survive the next copy of the game?" After saying that, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to intersect the agar-wood bracelet in his hand. "Dot!" Lu Jiqiang's words stopped abruptly. Not to mention those brothers, he himself could not ensure that he would survive the next copy. So for the ambition and great cause of building a self-built base that Lu Xiao instilled in him on weekdays, while listening to it on the surface, he was actually a little scornful in his heart. After all, he is forced to enter the game once a month. It is still unclear whether he can survive until the next month. "Hey, why did she get to the warehouse?" Lu Jiqiang frowned, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Bai Yu's back heading towards the cold storage. In the blink of an eye, she came out of the cold storage and entered the ordinary warehouse next door, because the supplies had been handed over to Bai Yu and locked. There was no one watching outside at the moment. He quickly waved towards the car. A young man who was guarding below saw this, and quickly got into the car. "Brother Xiao? Brother Chong?" Lu Jiqiang. "Then what is the little girl doing in the warehouse?" "Oh, that little girl said that their boss was addicted to alcohol and wanted to eat spicy crayfish. So she went in first to pick up something and put it on her body. The rest, their boss will arrange for someone to pick it up in 2 days." Spicy crayfish is stored in cold storage. The red wine is placed in a room temperature warehouse, together with the RV, charging pile, etc. In addition, there are actually cameras placed in both warehouses. Although there is no signal, all the surveillance cameras inside are useless. However, they still quietly place 2 pinhole cameras in this warehouse to prevent someone from breaking in at will when no one was watching. "Crayfish paired with red wine is interesting," Lu Jiqiang sneered and said, "Go down." The younger brother turned around and retreated. Lu Jiqiang glanced at Lu Xiao, who closed his eyes to rest, hesitated for a second, and said, "Brother, I have quietly paid Lao Duan the benefits and hush money. He said that in order to avoid suspicion, he would not come to see you for a while. In addition, you just asked the little girl who is behind the purchase of these supplies. What? She can easily produce millions of gold bricks, and the strength of the person behind her should not be underestimated." Lu Xiao opened his eyes, glanced at him coldly, and said in an annoyed tone, "I've told you many times that in today's environment, scarce talents with top capabilities are more important than money. Don't you understand? With powerful people under your command, money and materials can't come at a moment's notice." After all, almost all their supplies were snatched directly from the official supply search and rescue team by their subordinates. All the supplies were cleaned and packed by the other party, so you didn't have to go to any trouble to find them yourself. Lu Jiqiang was stunned, not understanding why he said such words. That little girl must have some ability and courage to come here to trade with him, but it wouldn't be described as a top-notch rare talent. But brother, with materials and money, can't we recruit talents? Moreover, how many little girls like her are needed? After all, people with the strength of Gu Qing of the S City Material Search and Rescue Team are the ones it's not that easy. Ha! How many people do you want who can acquire talents and skills in the game and bring them to reality? Lu Xiao coldly asked after questioning, glanced out the window, and frowned slightly. The blue pickup truck parked next to the RV was no longer there. Little girl. She really can run faster than the rabbit's father. Lu Jiqiang was shocked when he heard this. Brother, you said that like you. She is also a player with natural skills? And she can also bring her natural skills into reality? It doesn't look like her from the looks of it. Lu Xiao took a deep breath, looked at him as if he were an idiot, and said, you can take a look at the warehouse. If I'm not mistaken, it's already empty. Now? It was filled just now, and it's empty. Lu Jiqiang felt increasingly confused. Lu Xiao glanced at him with a look of indifference, and said in a deep voice, go and pry it open and take a look. Then you will know if what I said is right. Lu Jiqiang was stunned, but he still obeyed. Less than half a minute later, Lu Jiqiang, who was usually quite calm, shouted, hold the grass, repeatedly, and ran back with a look of horror and disbelief. Brother, damn it. Do you know? Everything inside is gone. Even the pinhole camera we hid in the corner is gone. Chapter 493 Real World 9. It was already dark when the blue pickup truck took Baiyu back to the community. Lao Guan repeatedly told her not to go out after dark, but Baiyu obediently listened. When she entered the community, she didn't go directly back to the building she rented, but wandered around inside for a long time. After confirming that no one was following her, she quickly returned to the building she rented. When she walked downstairs, she raised her eyes specifically. Most of the building she rented had no lights on. On the third and fourth floors, there are 2 households each with lights on. After Baiyu finished observing, he walked briskly upstairs. She went up to the 3rd floor, opened the door of 302, turned on the lights, and closed the curtains in the living room. I looked at the time. It was almost 7:30. I was obviously hungry and tired. No wonder. From the game in the morning until now, it's like a war, and there hasn't been a moment of leisure. It was impossible to cook, even though she now had a pile of ingredients and various pots and pans in her space. It was indeed too tiring. With a thought, she entered real space, looking at the mountains of supplies and RVs. Baiyu felt more at ease in his heart. She guessed that Lu Xiao and the others would arrange for someone to place a hidden sentry in the warehouse. If after 3 days, no one is there to pick it up, and then the warehouse is opened and the supplies are empty, the other party will probably think that a supernatural event has occurred. As for the fact that Lu Xiao invited her to join the gang but was rejected by him, Baiyu was not afraid that the other party would come to his door. However, despite this, she felt that she still needed to be careful. After struggling with a large pile of food for a long time, she took out a self-heating spicy beef brisket hot pot and a bottle of coconut milk. In fact, she hasn't had a normal meal for a long time, and there are still a lot of fresh vegetables and meat in the space. But she was hungry and tired at the moment, and she didn't have the heart to start cooking or anything. Self-heating hot pot is the easiest thing to do. After slowly finishing the meal, half an hour has passed. Baiyu rested on the sofa for a while, thinking that the time was almost up. Then he got up, took out the pinhole camera that he had collected from the cold storage, and found a hidden corner in the living room to put it away. Then, after taking a hot bath and drying her hair, she turned off the lights in the room. It's almost 10 o'clock now. At this point, there are many people resting on Blue Star. She walked to the door and glanced outside. After confirming that no one was in the corridor, she quickly opened, closed and locked the door in one go. Immediately he tiptoed and went upstairs. He quietly opened the door of 403 and got in without even turning on the light. Yes, Baiyu rented 2 houses in this community, because the communication on Blue Star was interrupted, and she needed to ask Lao Guan and others to help find supplies. The other party could only leave her home address and communicate directly at her door. Of course, she also kept an eye on it and rented an extra house like a cunning rabbit. Of course, she wouldn't be afraid if someone caused trouble and came to her door. However, she would of course be more willing to have an alternative stronghold where she could stay quietly before entering the game. After all, she is not short of money now. After locking the door, she scanned the room as a whole, and then with a thought, She entered the real space directly. Looking at the large fertile black land, Baiyu took out a small bag of seeds. Chinese cabbage * 0 pieces. Already planted. Chili * 1 capsule. Eggplant * 1 piece. Soybean * 1 capsule. Potato * 1 piece. Morning flower * 1 capsule. It turns out that there are 1,600 square meters of black land that can be planted in real space. After removing a quarter of it to make a beach, there are still more than 1,000 square meters left for planting. The 100 square meters of cabbage originally planted had been harvested in the morning. She thought for a while, and sowed the eggplants and soybeans first. Once the soybeans are harvested, fresh soy milk will be ready. She took another knife and cut the potatoes into small pieces according to what she had learned from watching TV. After smearing some ashes, she threw them into the ground. She planted Morning Glory to the edge of the rough field, where supplies were piled. She thought that if she couldn't get a screen partition, it would be great to bring in some branches and wait for the Morning Glory to bloom to form a green screen made of natural vines. Moreover, the planting in the space seems to have no seasonal restrictions or flowering withers. After Baiyu finished everything, he went directly to the material warehouse to find a 1.2 meter small mattress. He carried it to the beach, found a coconut tree without coconuts, and placed it underneath. Then he brought a pillow, a thin blanket, a blindfold, and all the supplies before lying down. The wind at the beach is not strong. It feels like a gentle breeze blowing slowly. The temperature in the space is also very pleasant, neither too cold nor too hot. However, because she had to sleep for a long time, she was still afraid of catching cold. So she deliberately covered her back with a small thin blanket. There was some offline music in the tablet given to her by Lu Zhao's people in the afternoon. They are all square dance music. Normally, she would never listen to these songs. But at this moment, it has become the long-lost sound of nature. Baiyu directly turned on the music and set the time to play it. Then put on an eye mask. And then slowly fell asleep on the beach. *. The next day, she woke up naturally. When I woke up, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The copy of Dream City that I entered first. And I calculated carefully that it only lasted 2 days. But she always felt as if she had entered 10 days and a half. And she was exhausted. After a quick brunch, she went out. I found a deserted corner, took out a small electric donkey from the space, rode it, and went straight to the furniture factory that Lao Duan was talking about. After she arrived, she discovered that the area was heavily covered with green plants. And just clearing the land would require a lot of manpower and material resources. Baiyu struggled for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of going in to look for a screen, and instead headed to the nearby furniture city, which had less green vegetation. The door to the furniture city was locked, but the glass windows had long been broken. Baiyu also climbed in through the window. There is a 5th floor in the furniture city. It is dark inside, and has been occupied by a bunch of animals. Baiyu held a flashlight in one hand and a black blade in the other. But he didn't go too far inside. The main thing is that there are actually a lot of bedding and furniture in her space. So there is no shortage. She just wanted to look at the shopping guide map of the mall to see if there were any stores selling Chinese furniture. And she could look for some screens or the like. In just a few minutes of standing in the front hall looking at the shopping guide, rats, snakes, cats, and swarms of cockroaches pop out from time to time. In the end, she retrieved several rubber dinghies, 2 small boats, a bunch of outdoor leisure chairs, rocking chairs, and parasols from the outdoor exhibition hall inside. Y City is also a small inland border town. These rubber dinghies and boats were only started to be sold by businesses when outdoor camping became popular on Blue Star. Baiyu continued to focus on a thought that he would never miss if he saw it, and put it all into the space. Chapter 494 Real World 10. In the blink of an eye, Baiyu stayed in Y City for another half-month. As time went by, more and more people failed after entering the game, and the rate at which this border town was eroded by animals and plants also began to accelerate. After all, in this small town, in addition to local residents, there are also many young people who, like Baiyu, come here, admiringly. Lin Lily didn't know whether it was because she had entered the game but not yet come out, or because she and the S-City material search and rescue team stayed in C-City for too long. Baiyu's walkie-talkie never rang from the beginning to the end, and a lot of supplies in her real space were finally sorted out bit by bit like ants moving. The small rooms with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room inside were also carefully organized by her. In addition, during this period, she also carefully studied the operation of the RV several times, and found a less traveled road to actually test it on the road. The collected rubber dinghies and small boats also swayed into the water. The eggplants, potatoes, and soybeans in the space are already mature. She took advantage of the fresh ingredients and cooked herself fried eggplant with sauce, spicy potatoes, and squeezed a cup of fresh soy milk from the dried soybeans. With the ingredients in the supply store, I made hot pepper beef, hot and sour kelp shreds, and a shrimp and cabbage soup. Fortunately, since she was born as an orphan, her ability to take care of herself is much better than that of ordinary people. From childhood to adulthood, I learned a lot about frying and cooking. In short, her free time is just like going to work, and every day is fully scheduled. During Lagwan, he came to see her once, brought a bunch of things his grandson had used, and asked Bayu if he would need them. He said that if necessary, he would give it to her directly. After all, he has now saved enough money and stocked up on supplies. He is planning to set off to the central city of G City with several other retired friends before the fall of Y City. They are all people with grandchildren. They should not have the chance to enter the G City shelter, but they always feel that if they can escort their grandchildren there during their lifetime, it will be regarded as an explanation to their families. Whether we can enter or not will be discussed later. When Lao Guan said these words, his withered old lips curled up and his eyes turned red. But what he didn't tell Bayu was that he was actually riding in Lu Xiao's motorcade heading to G City. When Lu Xiao and the others find a stronghold and enter the game, he can continue to be his middleman in the new place. Bayu looked at it and saw an e-reader with many downloaded books in it, a compass, a set of encyclopedias, and a set of 100,000 Ys. In addition, there is a dream of red mansions, a classic of mountains and seas, Sun Tzu's Art of War, and several thick volumes of Western myths and stories. The next few books belonged to Lao Guan himself. He said that he and his grandson had seen it, and it should be of no use for the time being. Bayu should be able to use it when he is free. After all, nowadays, there is no work involved and no entertainment. It's not bad to read a book in your spare time and kill some time. Bayu naturally accepted it. After Lao Guan delivered the supplies, he left angrily. He actually hid something from Bayu. That 90% new e-reader was actually sent to Bayu by Lu Xiao. Sending those books over is just a foil. Asterisk. There were still 15 days left to enter the dungeon. And Bayu, who had finished everything, was completely free. Every day I eat, drink, exercise, practice rowing, and then lie on a beach chair under the coconut tree, read a book, and listen to music. If there was no compulsory requirement to enter the dungeon, she really wanted to stay in real space like that. Be a relaxed and happy salted fish and lie down. She seemed to be getting used to living alone. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another week has passed. Early that morning, as soon as she woke up, the long-lost cold mechanical sound rang in her ears. No. Judging from the content of the announcement, all players on Blue Star should have heard it. All, ding! Crisis Survival Game version 2.0 update detected and loaded automatically. Bayu. All, game version 2.0 has been loaded, and all modules of the game panel have been activated for all players. Please check the corresponding functions by yourself. Upon hearing this, Bayu quickly clicked on the personal game panel. Personal information, game market dash, I am a buyer, I am a seller, forum, friends. Previously, except for the personal information and game market sections, I am a buyer, I am a seller, and the remaining two modules were all gray. At this moment, all modules are displayed in normal colors. Soon, as more and more people check the personal game panel, red dots on forum sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Bayu didn't go to the forum for the time being, but stared at the red dot on friends for a moment. There is a bubble floating above. You have received a friend request. Who is so fast? Click on Weijia to apply to add you as a friend. Bayu thought for a while, and then recalled that when she came out of the copy of Qingxi Town and met Weijia in Teacher Zhang City, he said that he had internal testing authority and added his own things. Unexpectedly, months have passed in the blink of an eye. Bayu click pass. The other party's avatar is gray. Under the avatar, there is also a drop-down arrow with only two statuses, online and in-game. Among them, in the in-game state, the avatar is gray. And if the person is no longer in the game, the user will no longer be able to find this person. In addition, players are all real name. She then looked at the entire content on the game panel. Many of the settings above are actually not much different from some game settings on Blue Star. It's easy to get familiar with the operation. In addition, the game market already supports players' own transactions. After all, the props produced by the game itself are sold in the form of points plus gold coins. There are many players like her who have a lot of coins or gold. But points are too difficult to obtain. Therefore, I would basically not be willing to buy non-special props. It is different for players to trade among themselves. It can support points plus gold coins, pure points or pure gold coins, or even barter, as long as both parties reach an agreement. And in the market, player information is encrypted. Even the communication records of the transaction are encrypted. It does protect the player's privacy very well. Bayou clicked on the friends column again and tried searching for Lin Lily. In an instant, hundreds of Lin Lily appeared. The name Lin Lily is indeed a bit common, and many people call it her. I searched Gu Qing and Yin Qingqing again and found dozens of them. Bayou had no choice but to give up. Chapter 495, Nightmare Ancient House, 01. Bayou quickly glanced at the Friends module and realized that if he wanted to accurately search and add friends, there were two ways. One is to add face-to-face, either in game or real life, and the lock will be automatically recognized. However, in the game copy, the name of the character in the game is displayed. After adding friends, the real name is displayed. The second is to know the other party's game ID. Game ID? Bayou had never noticed this thing before. Maybe it was just updated with the new version. She glanced at the upper left corner of her personal game panel and was stunned. Number 000002. This code looks like a veteran. Are you sure it's hers? In addition, she was a little curious as to who number 000001 was. Friends also supports remote chat function. Both voice and text are available. However, this feature is only available in the real world. After entering the instance, the chat function is automatically closed. This actually solves the problem of being unable to communicate with friends and family, since there is no network on Blue Star. However, with so many people chatting through this platform, Bayou was thinking, wouldn't it mean that every move, word and deed of all players is under the surveillance of the game? On the other side, after a few minutes of brewing on the forum, it had already exploded as if it were the Chinese New Year. Oh my god! We can finally chat! I've been suffocating this month. I'm going to emo and suffer from depression. I released the copy and found out that I'm the only one left in our community. Is there anyone in F City? Please form a team and meet up. Is anyone going to G City Central City? Please take me. It's time to enter the game in 2 days. Is there anyone who wants to change the props? I just came out of the dungeon. Oh, I killed a bunch of XXXX. I'm exhausted. Being a human is tiring. Otherwise, we wouldn't be called human beings. By the way, the satellite signal is gone. Couldn't it be this Triple X's fault? Who is behind Triple X? Aliens. Right. High-dimensional civilization? Whoever he is. He's cool. Who has Coke? Who has cigarettes? Big reward. Who has beer? Who has peanuts? Big reward. Single and unmarried. I'm looking for a child. It's crazy upstairs. Bayou probably finished reading it and chatted there. So there wasn't much information available for the time being. Maybe everyone is feeling depressed during this period and needs an outlet. In addition, the official people are definitely on top. But they are currently in a situation where they are familiar with and observe first. I guess after a while, when everything is basically in order, some useful information will be available. The official side should also use this platform to release some useful information. After all, previously, the entire Blue Star's communications were paralyzed. In addition, although players have real names, their names and avatars are encrypted during transactions and forums. There is also a leaderboard on the forum, but it is now grayed out. Bayou looked at it for a while, and then withdrew. Only then did she click on Game Market. After a while, I don't know if anyone from above has made a transaction. Sure enough, some players have already placed some props on it. However, they are basically looking for points plus cash, or in the form of barter, and there are basically no independent cash transactions. Bayou looked at it for a long time, and then clicked on the item bar on the personal game panel. The props and cards you obtain are displayed in parallel in the prop bar and copy space. However, except for the unlimited ammunition PPK and black sword that can currently be taken out to real space. The remaining props are in gray inactive mode, but in the transaction aspect, it can be operated. It's just that the new props that have been replaced still show a gray unavailable mode on the prop bar. Baiyu thought for a while, pulled out a few repetitive cards of little use, and replaced some potions. These medicines, some for healing and some for removing pollution, were all things she lacked. After doing this, Baiyu rubbed his slightly sore eyes, stretched again, and slowly got up. A week later, Baiyu still hadn't waited for Lin Lily and her friends to apply to add friends, and she guessed that she was about to enter the game. After eating, drinking and resting in advance, she laid down on the bed in real space and waited. Ding! Your game will officially start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. As soon as the notification sounded, a cocoon-shaped golden light consciously covered her entire body. Then, this cocoon-shaped golden light and her entire body slowly disappeared in the room. Ding! Player Baiyu. Welcome back to the survival game again. The rules of this game are as follows. 1. Reject the game and become an animal. 2. The game failed and turned into a plant. 3. Pass the game or become stronger. Or get rich. There are also mysterious blind box rewards. Ding! Welcome to this game, Nightmare Mansion. The level of this copy, A4, Horror Level. Participating players, 1. Clearance mode of this instance. Role-playing plus plot exploration plus survival mode. Tips for clearance. There are unknown secrets hidden in the ancient nightmare house. Find out the truth behind the secret, and you'll have a chance to get the key to the game. Special instructions. 1. Considering that the current copy is a horror and supernatural level, the current player's talent skills will be disabled. 2. As compensation, players will temporarily obtain the Identification Entry skill. This skill will be automatically activated after entering the dungeon, and can only be used in the current dungeon. 3. There is no time limit in this game, but if you stay in the dungeon for too long, you will be lost in the dungeon forever. 4. There is a source of pollution in this copy. Please pay attention to the purity of your personal spiritual value. Once your spiritual value is polluted too much, you will be lost in the copy forever. I wish you a superb performance in this round of the game, a long life, and a smooth pass. After hearing this, Baiyu silently took a breath. Great. Talent skills are disabled. Then, it is a one-person horror and supernatural book. There is no introduction to the background of the dungeon. It can be said that the dungeon information and clues are basically equal to 0. This is the rhythm to prepare her to death. It seems that after the game was upgraded to version 2.0, the dungeon content began to have new tricks. In addition, her original plan to take the opportunity to harvest points from bad players in the new dungeon also came to nothing. While thinking about it, the ripples in the water in front of him gradually dissipated, and Baiyu was already in a strange environment. To be precise, she was wearing a satin skirt, exquisite embroidered shoes, holding a silk handkerchief with a hairpin in her hand, and sitting in an ancient carriage decorated with blue fabric. Drive! The sound of a groom driving a car came from the front. You can still vaguely hear the slightly clear and childish voice of a woman. The two seemed to be talking in a low voice. The woman covered her mouth and smiled lightly from time to time. The carriage was also making a creak sound, probably because of the rough road. It seemed to be raining lightly outside. The first thing Baiyu felt when he opened his eyes was coldness. Especially coldness. She raised her hand and looked at the patterns on her sleeves, and was stunned. So, this is a copy of an ancient setting? Ruined. After frowning for a moment, he stretched out his hand to lift a corner of the car window curtain. The fine raindrops mixed with the smell of earth, and the smell of horse manure hit his face instantly. Baiyu couldn't hold it back and said, Miss, are you awake? A slightly pale hand opened the curtain, revealing an equally pale little face. Chapter 496, Nightmare Ancient House, 02. When Baiyu heard the sound, he looked sideways at the girl. His breathing stagnated, and his little heart started beating wildly. A palm apart above the girl's head, 4 small, light red characters appeared suspended. Sayu, dead person. Baiyu, dead person? No wonder it was raining lightly outside. And she didn't have any rain gear on her body. Her hair, face, and body were all dry. His eyes quickly glanced at her feet. The hem of the skirt was very long. So long that it was piled on the ground. It was hard to tell whether her feet were hanging in the air. Inexplicably, I felt that the cold aura and gloomy atmosphere around me became more obvious. The key is to play so big at the beginning? It seemed that the entry identification skill temporarily gifted by the system frightened her more than she was surprised. But these thoughts in my mind only lasted for a second. They come. The security. Bayu suppressed the fear that arose in his heart, looked at Sayu's pale and bloodless face, smiled slightly, and said, yes. The other person was about 15 or 16 years old. Very young. But it's normal. In ancient times, people could get married at this age. Bayu estimated that he was not much older. Sayu has a round face, willow leaf eyebrows, and a cherry mouth. And she looks pretty regular. But that round face has some unnatural puffiness. Her hair was tied into a round bun with a silver hairpin, and a white pearl flower was embedded in it. Judging from her conversation, hair accessories and clothing, the identity she plays this time is most likely the daughter of a rich family. But that's about it. As for the identity of the other party as a dead person, we can only know the reason by going through the plot. Miss, are you cold? How about I get you a cotton robe? Sayu said. But before Bayu could agree, she had already opened the curtain and walked in with her waist down. A gust of damp cold wind mixed with the smell of decay, and decay followed her and got in. Bayu didn't say much and said, okay. She was actually not familiar with some ancient rules and etiquette. However, in ancient times, the hierarchy of masters and servants should be relatively clear. A maid like Sayu who has come in on her own initiative while asking questions has only two possibilities. 1. She has a very good relationship with Sayu's master and servant, and they are like sisters. 2. Her own identity may not be well received by the maids below. In other words, in this ancient wealthy family that acted according to the prevailing circumstances, its status could not be said to be good, but it was not considered bad either. While thinking about it, Sayu had already taken out a red cotton robe with silver flowers embroidered on it for her from the car box. Miss, you put it on first. It's raining in Inchao town right now, and the road is not very easy to walk. It may be a little late to get home. Bayu, Inchao town. Are there still underworld villages? In addition, judging from her words, she must have come back from somewhere else and been away for a while. Miss? Sayu had already handed over the cotton robe. The scarlet background of the cotton robe made her hands look even more pale and strange. Bayu glanced at it from the corner of his eye and frowned slightly, but still reached out and took it. The moment his fingers accidentally touched the colored jade, a cold and sticky chill flowed along the fingertips and slicked towards his body. All the hairs on my body stood up unconsciously. She suddenly felt that her right index finger, which had a skull ring on it, was even more painful at the moment. In fact, when I first entered the dungeon, my finger stung a little, but it wasn't very obvious at that time. Miss, do you want a drink of water? Sayu asked after taking her clothes, but did not go out. Instead, she leaned aside and asked, in the entire carriage, the smell of decay that filled the air because of her stay was getting stronger little by little. No, I still feel a little sleepy. I want to close my eyes and rest for a while. Bayu reached out to cover his mouth, pretending to be tired, and yawned. Oh, okay. Miss, if you are hungry or thirsty, you can call me, Sayu said, opened the curtain and went out. Bayu nodded slightly, seeing that the door curtain was completely lowered in Sayu, and the groom started talking. She reached out to lift the curtains of the car window and took a deep breath. Compared with the rotten smell inside the car, the smell outside the car window smells much better. Bayu looked at the scene outside. The carriage should be driving on a rugged mountain road. The surrounding woods are very dense and dark at first glance. She suddenly realized that this dungeon might not be like the previous dungeons. The first day before was a safe period. Most likely, the danger started when she entered the instance. Thinking of this, Bayu closed the curtain and closed his eyes. It looks like taking a rest, but in reality, you are feeling the props in the dungeon space, with your mind to see which ones can be used temporarily when encountering danger. The first thing to bear the brunt was the potion purchased before entering the store. But there were only 5 vials, 2 for healing and 3 for decontamination. The rest are defensive. Soon she discovered that although there was no prompt from the system, some props were also disabled. For example, an invisibility cloak that can pass through walls. For example, pea shooter. Fortunately, the black blade can be used normally. That dagger is much better at dealing with ghosts and the like than other daggers. The only drawback is that it absorbs the resentment of ghosts and monsters. If used too much, It will have a backlash effect. As for this dungeon, the system clearly indicated that it would involve contamination of mental values and the consequences of absorbing too much resentment. She would not be unaware of the consequences. Therefore, the only way out now is to try to understand the plot as much as possible and find the key to pass the level. Asterisk. I don't know how long time passed, but the sky outside the window gradually darkened. The bumpy carriage was traveling faster and faster. You can even hear the crisp sound of horse hooves stepping on the bluestone road. Bayou opened the curtains, and black houses with no visible dynasties appeared in his field of vision. Also appearing in the field of vision are some passers-by. Some held oil paper umbrellas in their hands. Some wore old raincoats, and some wore yellow straw hats. Without exception, as Bayou's sight touched everyone's head, a few small words appeared floating one by one. Zhang San, dead man. Wang Matzi, dead man. Louis Dao, living person. Jiao Si, door, coffin board. Tree. Willow, flower. Impatience. So, this is what automatic identification shows as far as the eye can see. This entry shows the skill. Can I choose to turn it off manually? Obviously. No. Bayou couldn't help but stretched out his hand and pinched his eyebrows hard. She suddenly realized why those who had their eyes open went crazy. If she continues to look like this, she will probably go crazy. The more she looked at it, the more blurry her eyes became, and the colder her back became. She simply put down the curtains and kept out of sight. In addition, this town not only has a weird name, the people who live here are also weird. However, the carriage did not stop in the town, but crossed this bluestone road and continued to drive non-stop to the countryside. Chapter 497, Nightmare Ancient House, 03. Miss Third, we're home. Sayu's childish voice came from outside the carriage. Bayou opened his eyes and breathed out slowly. It's finally here. In addition, Sayu had never said the word third lady before. This temporary change of title is quite interesting. While frowning and thinking, Sayu had already opened the curtain and looked at her with a smile on her face. If you ignore the dead person mark on her head and her pale and swollen face, she actually looks little different from a normal person at first glance. Okay. Bayou simply smoothed the cotton robe draped over his shoulders and stood up. The carriage stopped in front of a large, double-doored mansion. It was completely dark outside. The mansion is antique, and the red lanterns at the door have been hung. Bayou glanced along the light inadvertently. Lantern, human skin. Lantern, human skin. Lantern, human skin. Grass. Bayou's pupils shrank. Emotions. She is going to spend the night in a haunted house. No wonder it's called a nightmare mansion. Living in a place like this, sleeping without nightmares would be like seeing a ghost. Suppressing the fear and discomfort in his heart, he looked above the lantern again, and a black solid wood plaque with White House engraved on it came into view. The images of Yizhuang in the TV series suddenly came to mind. Therefore, this Bai's mansion will not be the Bai's mansion, but the Baisher's mansion. Bayou took a breath, and she suddenly felt that her legs were as heavy as lead. Creepy hair spread all over my body. Her feet seemed to be welded to the ground, and she couldn't walk. Miss, can I help you down? Sayu couldn't help but step forward when she saw her standing motionless on the carriage. There was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Miss, the one who has lost her soul along this journey must not have been taken away by ghosts. No need. Bayou crazily recited Bodhisattva's blessing in his heart. After confirming that the black blade was available, he jumped out of the car on his own. The ground was covered with mud, and the moment his feet landed, there was a splash of mud. Sayu went to knock on the door, and the door quickly opened with a creak. A young man wearing light gray cloth and holding a red lantern opened the door. As usual, there were a few light red characters floating above his head. Zhang Qi, dead man. Lantern, paper. Bayou felt that he was already a little numb after seeing these entries. However, she stood consciously at the door with both feet and did not step forward. The moment the young man saw Bayou, his eyes lit up. He bowed and said, Hello, Miss Third, with a smile, then turned his head and shouted loudly inside. Master, Madam, the third lady is back. Miss Third, shall we go in first? Sayu reached out and gently tugged on Bayou's sleeve. Bayou said nothing, and quickly glanced inside. Fortunately, it's not the kind of grassy Yizhuang picture you imagined. Inside is a wide courtyard with normal landscaping. Further inside the courtyard is an arc-shaped aisle. On both sides of the aisle, there are two huge blue-gray screen walls. On the screen wall, there are two symmetrical murals. The light was dim, and it was hard to tell what the content of the picture was. Sayu. Miss Third? Bayu retracted her thoughts, took a breath, and raised her heavy steps. Just as her legs were hanging over the threshold, a heavy force suddenly pushed her body forward. She clearly didn't fall down, but she was already standing firmly in the courtyard. Bang! The solid wood door behind him closed tightly in the blink of an eye. Sayu and Zhang Qi seemed not to be surprised, their pale faces still smiling. That smile, under the dim light, was a little penetrating. The sound of rustling footsteps began to be heard from the front, and there were also faint voices laughing and talking. Third miss, you haven't just returned to your adoptive parents' house for a few days, and you don't know this place. Right. Sayu's eyes became more and more suspicious. Foster parents? Bayu felt a thump in his heart, but said without changing his expression, No. I just suddenly felt that looking at this courtyard at night has a unique flavor. As she spoke, she paused deliberately, as if admiring the scenery in the dark courtyard. In fact, his eyes are darting everywhere. Well, stone table, marble, tree, osmanthus fragrance, tree. Peach blossom, tree. Peach blossom, rockery, taihu stone, tree, pine and cypress, tree. Peach blossom, tree, wisteria. Bayu's eyes finally returned to the well marked with a big question mark and paused. Huh? That's right. As you know, our Yinqiao town is very active at night. The master's medicine shop and the madam's coffin shop used to be open very late. It's also today that Miss Three is back. So you just came back early and are waiting. Sayu looked proud, and her pale face was covered with a light light. Bayu? This is a lot of information. Shiwei. Xiaowei. Younger sister. Younger sister. The figures of two men and two women, accompanied by sonorous or crisp warm calls, came from the front of the screen wall. Bayu raised his eyes, and wherever he could see, his little heart began to beat wildly again. Bai Fanian, dead man. Li Jinghui, dead man. Bai Jingyu, dead man. Bai Ziding, looking at the four ghosts in front of him. Ah. No. Four people. Bayu still pinched his fingers secretly, smiled and responded softly. Father! Mother! Elder brother! Elder sister! While the four of them were talking, they had already come closer. Apart from the smell of decay, the makeup and appearance of the four people did not show any signs of death, especially by Fanian and Li Jinghui. They are obviously dressed like heads of wealthy families, although not all of the clothes and accessories on her body are made of silk and satin. They are all extraordinary compared to ordinary people. Bayu looked at Bai Jingyu, his breath stagnant. This person's face is clearly the face of Qi Bayu, who received the red envelope from the bob-haired lady in the copy of Qingxi Town, just changed into an ancient appearance. However, the faces of him and Bai's father and mother are still somewhat similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. And the way he looked at himself was the way his brother looked at his sister, and he didn't notice any hostility. But Bai Ziding is different. She looks nothing like her father and mother, although she had a smile on her face. The way she looked at Bayu was actually a little hostile. In addition, Bayu was a little puzzled by the question mark floating above her head. Therefore, Bai Ziding is neither a living person nor a dead person. So, what is she? Bai Fanian and Li Jingwei quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand, asking with concern. Shiwei, it's been raining all day today, and the road is bumpy. Are you tired? Xiaowei, are you hungry? Mom left your favorite meal specially for you. Bayu felt as if his hand was being held by two ice lumps. The biting cold swished along the pores on the back of her hands, bit by bit, and began to penetrate every inch of skin on her body. She gritted her teeth and held back, then smiled and said, I'm sorry for my father and mother, and my brothers and sisters. Even though he was talking like this, Bayu's body still shivered as a conditioned reflex. Ouch! It's cold outside. Hurry up. Come inside and warm yourself up, Li Jingwei said, reaching out and dragging Bayu into the house. Yeah. Listen to mother, Bayu said obediently. In my heart, 10,000 wild horses are galloping wildly. Forget it. At this point, I can only grit my teeth, close my eyes, kick my legs, and get through tonight first. Chapter 498, Nightmare Ancient House, 04. White House. Main Hall. In the antique room, the light and shadow are swaying. As soon as Li Jingwei took Bayu and sat down on the one-wally dining chair. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler hurried in with two maids. The maids each carried a heavy solid wood carved food box in their hands. "Third, miss. My wife specially asked me to make this for you. I put it in a rice bowl to keep it warm. I thought you could eat it any time when you come back." As the housekeeper said, he took out plates of blue and white porcelain from the food boxes. "Come with a plate of dishes," Bai Yu said. "Thank you, mother," to Li Jinghui. But he took the opportunity to glance at the housekeeper from the corner of his eye. Chi Fu, dead man. Looking further back. Maid number 1. Dead person. Maid number 2. Dead person. Then he looked at his smiling family members with pale and swollen faces against the red candlelight. Well, the experience shouldn't be too good. After all, in a dark and windy night, in an ancient house full of weirdness, surrounded by a bunch of dead people, Bai Yu only felt as if he was in an ice cellar, and his whole body became even colder. "Shall we? Try it! This hairy and bloody dish is made with exquisite ingredients. Spicy and delicious. Your sister specially found the recipe from your adoptive parents and cooked it for you," Li Jinghui said after saying that. He had already picked up the chopsticks and brought a piece of pig blood to Bai Yu. Bai Yu had a smile on his face. His fingers hanging under the table hurt from pinching, and he quickly glanced at the dishes. Dompa elbow. Native pig. Kung Pao chicken. Local chicken. Stewed fat duck. Small shell duck. Malchwang. Chicken soup with cabbage. Cabbage. Spicy diced radish. Radish. Poria cake. Glutinous rice. Fragrant rice. Rice. This identification technique only shows the main ingredients. But it is enough. Except for the excessive hair and blood. The rest of the meal was pretty normal. However, the food produced by a dead person will most likely not be normal. Bai Yu's brows were almost invisible and frowned slightly. In addition, it was only a few minutes before and after, and she was already filled with doubts. After all, the size of the Bai family's mansion is full of fine solid wood furniture, plaques and paintings, and there are so many servants. Looking at ancient times, no matter how you look at it, you look like the top wife of a wealthy family. But Bai's father and Bai's mother, one running a medicine shop and the other a coffin shop, looked like they were only less than 40. How could they make so much money? The key is that this place is remote. Just a Yinxiao town. Not the kind of place that is the core of the capital. How can this business be so big? Or is it said that the ancestors accumulated wealth and virtue, and the ancestral graves were filled with smoke? "Come on! Shall we? Have a try." Li Jinghui had already pushed the blue and white porcelain bowl towards her. "Thank you, sister." Bai Yu recovered his thoughts, smiled slightly at Bai Ziding, who was sitting opposite her and staring at her quietly, and reached out to take the chopsticks handed over by Li Jinghui. Looking down, the malchwang in the bowl also had a big question mark. This question mark is unusually scarlet in color. "You're welcome, sister. Come on, try it. My sister made this with fresh blood this afternoon. It's not like the ones you eat in the mountains in the countryside. It's just all that." Bai Ziding smiled lightly, and her gentle words suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Then he raised his hand and lightly covered his lips with a handkerchief. At this moment, an almost undetectable weird smile flashed across her eyes. "Bai Yu, well, what a fresh blood. Chinese characters are profound and profound." "Yes, sister. Try it quickly and see if it tastes different from what you eat in the countryside." Bai Jingyu, who was also sitting opposite, agreed. "It's the countryside again." Emotions. Was Bai Shiwei raised in the countryside by father Bai and mother Bai since she was a child? What is the significance of this setting? The real daughter returns. Does she slap the fake daughter in the face? Even with this thought in mind, Bai Yu still picked up the bowl, picked up the dark red piece of malchwang, and praised in an exaggerated tone. "Wow! It smells so good." Bai Ziding's spices are indeed used very much. Even from such a small piece of malchwang, you can smell the spicy and delicious flavor. However, under the strong aroma, a faint scent of blood was looming. Seeing that Mao Shuowang had been brought to Bai Yu's mouth, Bai Fanian, Li Jinghui, and Bai Ziding looked at her expectantly, just when she was about to open her mouth. Bang! Mao Shuowang was cut into two pieces by the chopsticks, and fell onto the skirt and shattered. Dot! Bai Yu looked stunned and subconsciously reached out to quickly grab the broken Shuowang and picked it up on the table. Then with an embarrassed look on his face, he wiped his dirty fingers with the silk handkerchief in his hand. The whole movement was smooth and vulgar, and there was no trace of the ladylike demeanor at all. When Bai Funyan and Li Jingwei saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other for a second. Bai Ziding, who was opposite, looked at her with a slightly contemptuous look, but there was a rather content smile in her eyes. Seeing this, Sayu on the side quickly said, "Miss Third, don't move. I'll wipe it for you." Bai Ziding over there gave her a cold look when she heard this. "Father! Mother! I'm sorry, I was a little excited just now. I used a little too much force with my chopsticks. Otherwise, I'll go change my clothes first and then come back to eat." After wiping his hands and picking his nails, Bai Yu looked at his father and mother and smiled coquettishly, like he didn't realize that what he just did was too vulgar. Bai Funyan and Li Jingwei looked at each other, with a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes. Li Jingwei pondered for a second and then told Sayu, "That's fine. Sayu, please take the third lady back to the house first and change into warmer clothes. We will wait here." "Okay, ma'am," Sayu answered, took a red lantern, and then came over to help Bai Yu. She walked very lightly, as if Yu was floating over. Bai Yu actually didn't like her getting close to him, but at this moment, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. After all, in such a weird copy, physical contact is inevitable. She and Sayu quickly left the main hall and walked towards the back room under the watchful eyes of a group of people. As soon as she walked not far away, she heard Bai Ziding say, "Father! Mother! Why don't you give your sister the food and send it directly to the room? Maybe my sister has just come back from the countryside, and she needs to adapt to the family and the etiquette and upbringing. There is a process." Bai Yu paused and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the rain had stopped, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. I think it was approaching autumn and winter, and the moonlight was clear and cold. There was a moment of silence in the room over there, and then Bai Ziding continued, "Father! Mother! It's rare that you two can rest early today, so there is no need to study here with the prince. After a while, my sister changed clothes and came out, and I don't know what time it was. Are you right, brother?" Bai Jingyu. "Yes, father, mother. I think my sister is right." Chapter 499, Nightmare Ancient House, 05. Bai Fuqiang coughed and said, "Forget it. Chi-Fu, reheat the food and bring it to the third lady's room." Sayu's hearing was naturally not as good as Bai Yu's. Seeing her inexplicably stopping where she was, she paused and holding her hand. "Third miss? Sayu, look at the moon tonight. It's big and round." Sayu raised her face when she heard this, and a touch of excitement and joy instantly appeared on her pale and swollen face. "Miss Third, it's the Ghost Festival. In a few days, it will be rounder." Bai Yu. Hack. As for being so excited, it's not like you can resurrect a corpse. Nonsense. What kind of messy words are you thinking in your mind? Don't make it a prophecy when the time comes. "Miss Third, the festival is coming. Aren't you happy?" Seeing that she was indifferent to the festival, Sayu looked suspicious again. "Bai Yu, hack. I'm not a ghost. I'm so happy." She's super antsy at the moment. Of course, this irritability has some elements of deliberate indulgence and amplification, because it can reduce her inner fear of this strange environment. But what Sayu saw in her eyes was that the third lady looked at her with a tired face and put her hand on her forehead and sighed. "I can't say I'm happy or unhappy. I'm a little tired. Let's go back to the house first." "Oh, yes. You have been riding a carriage all day today. You are indeed tired after a long day of traveling and traveling." Sayu stuck out her tongue, quickly supported her, and walked quickly to the backyard. Bai Yu walked halfway, made sure there was no one around him, glanced at her pale, cold hand that was supporting him, took a deep breath, and then put his palm on it. Sayu saw her suddenly reaching out and caressing the back of her hand. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but immediately she felt the joy of being recognized. Although the third young lady grew up in a remote countryside, she is not as rich, knowledgeable and polite as the second young lady adopted by the madam since she was a child. However, it can be seen that she is the most approachable. The approachable Bai Yu has already made a secret thought to Sayu. Take it. The imagined scene of Sayu disappearing on the spot did not appear. Instead, a cold mechanical sound rang in my ears. Ding! This space can only store non-human items. Non-human items are not supported for storage at the moment. Well, that was a mistake. Dead people are also human beings. Asterisk. The master and the servant chatted quietly, and continued walking deeper into the mansion. After bypassing the 2 corridors, an independent and unique courtyard appeared in view. Baiyu glanced at it with his identification skills as usual. Fortunately, I didn't find anything with question marks. However, there are a lot of peach trees and willow trees. This was within her expectation. In a horror and supernatural book, you have to keep up with the environment and so on. In addition, Bai Zhai is indeed bigger than imagined. Miss Third, be careful of the threshold. Sayu took a step forward and opened the door with a creak. Baiyu followed and walked in. Sayu had already put the lantern on the table. Then she took out the fire stick and lit all the oil lamps in the house. The first thing you see is a table and 4 chairs. And then a simple screen. Further forward is Wang Wali's desk. There are still some remaining pens, inks, papers, and inkstones on the desk. Behind the desk, there is a solid wood shelf against the wall. There are some paintings and calligraphy on the top. And there are several drawer-like cabinets below. Brass locks hung on the cabinets. Opposite the desk is the dressing table. There is a large bronze mirror on the dressing table. Fortunately, it's not directly opposite the bed. The bed is at the innermost side, surrounded by a light purple gauze curtain. Next to the bed is a set of wardrobes made of dark red solid wood. Baiyu took a quick glance and found no special items for the time being. Miss Third, please sit down and rest for a moment while I bring you some clothes, Sayu said as she poured a glass of water for Baiyu. Baiyu said yes and sat down. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the lantern Sayu put on the table. Lantern, paper. Fine. She recalled that the lanterns inside the White House were all made of normal materials. But the few lights at the door are scary to think about. Does it have any special function? Third Miss, how do you like this? Sayu had already brought out a pair of pink silk embroidered clothes. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the wooden door was knocked. The door is actually open. Baiyu and Sayu looked back and saw the housekeeper Chi-Fu standing at the door holding a red lantern and 2 maids. Chi-Fu, dead man. Maid number 1. Dead person. Maid number 2. Dead person. This appraisal skill is not a one-time thing. As long as the eyes are scanning and the identified entries are repeated, they will still appear repeatedly and will always exist. A breeze blew by, and the shadows of the peach trees and willow trees in the courtyard were dancing, coupled with the cold moonlight pouring on them. The 3 of them looked like 3 drowned water ghosts, becoming increasingly pale and swollen. Especially the 2 maids. They looked like papier-mâché people with underworld makeup. Baiyu looked at this strange scene, and his pupils trembled subconsciously. Just listen to dead man Chi-Fu respectfully say, Miss Third, the master and his wife asked me to bring you a meal. They said that you are tired from the long journey today, so you should go to bed early after eating. Baiyu silently took a breath of cold air and said lightly, Yes. Come in. Third Miss, you eat first. We will come over in half an hour to collect the food. We will also help you get hot water for washing. Chi-Fu set the food on the table and said respectfully, I eat slowly. You can come over in an hour. After Baiyu finished explaining, he turned to Sayu and said, Sayu, you should also go back and rest. I will rest after eating. Miss Third, can you be alone? Sayu said reluctantly. Baiyu? Yes. Sayu had no choice but to close the door, hold the lantern and retreat with Chi-Fu and the others. Baiyu walked to the door, made sure that the few people had gone away, and then took a deep breath. What happens every day? From the moment she entered the dungeon to now, her whole body was tense. Now that I relax a little, I feel endless fatigue coming over me like a tide. The fear in my heart also became fainter as my body and mind relaxed. Baiyu sat there in shock for a few seconds, and then with a thought, he took out a portion of self-heating rice, orange juice, and dried mango from the space. Asterisk. An hour later, after eating, drinking and washing up, Baiyu finally laid down on the bed. The wind outside the door became stronger again. The sound of the wind was whining, like whispering, but also like crying. She learned from Chi-Fu that it was almost time. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. In ancient times, this time was actually very late. Baiyu held the black blade in his hand and tossed and turned on the bed for a long time, but still couldn't fall asleep. But she had to sleep. He knew that there was something strange about this house, and there was a high probability that he would encounter nightmares when he fell asleep. However, keeping it open all the time is not an option. After all, when people are physically and mentally exhausted, they are actually more likely to be invaded and contaminated by strange things. and they are also more likely to get sick. His eyes glanced at the boga rack inadvertently. Looking at the drawers with brass locks below, she suddenly realized that her appraisal skills seemed to have missed something. Chapter 500, Nightmare Ancient House, 06. Bai was about to lift the quilt and stand up, but suddenly noticed something was wrong. Someone came into her courtyard. Bai deliberately left one of the oil lamps in the room before. The light was very dim, but it was better than nothing. It's too late to get up and blow it out now. She could only quickly retract her hands and feet into the quilt like an octopus, leaving only her head outside to breathe. The main reason is that the quilt in her room is made of pure cotton on the outside and filled with goose down and duck down on the inside. It looks luxurious, but it actually has a slight musty smell. Sayu told her before that the weather in Inchao town in the months before and after the Ghost Festival was without the sun, only the moon. Usually the weather during the day is either rainy or cloudy. After the sheets, duvet covers and clothes are dried in the shade, servants will put them in a special baking room for baking. But even so, continued cold and humid environment can easily cause these fabrics to become moldy. Shashasha. Shashasha. As if the wind was blowing, the peach and willow trees in the courtyard swayed. A slightly chubby figure had silently walked outside the door, looking at the silhouette and various headdresses reflected on the window lattice. It is a woman. Wait. Are you asleep? It was Bai's mother, Li Jinghui's voice. She asked in a very soft and low voice. Bai curled up and observed secretly with squinted eyes without making a sound. The other party stood at the door for a while, and when no one answered in the room, he opened the door gently with a creak. A powerful sinister wind took advantage of the situation and came in. Bai felt his exposed forehead and face go cold. Her body stiffened, and she clenched the black blade in her hand tighter. Li Jinghui's figure has been reflected in the slit of sight. Li Jinghui, dead man. Bai. Dot! This skill is displayed automatically as soon as you open your eyes, which is very annoying. She had no choice but to quickly close her eyes and try her best to make her breathing as smooth as possible. It can be clearly felt that the cold aura on Li Jinghui's body is getting closer and closer to her. Hey! This kid doesn't turn off the lights when sleeping, Li Jinghui murmured in a low voice, then stopped beside Bai's bed and slowly leaned down. As the cold and decaying smell got closer and closer, Bai's little heart finally couldn't suppress it anymore and began to beat wildly. Hey! This child! Sleeping like this! Li Jinghui looked at her daughter, who was curled up like a bow-waisted shrimp. She frowned, then reached out and pulled up a corner of her quilt to cover Bai's exposed breasts. Shoulder. Bai. Dot! After Li Jinghui finished everything, she stared at Bai for a few seconds, then stood up, raised her hand, and put out the burning oil lamp. The room suddenly fell into darkness. Bai was about to squint his eyes to see what she was going to do, but he saw Li Jinghui suddenly turn around, looked at her deeply, and then opened the door with a creak and went out. Bai was almost sent away by her shocking turn. Fortunately, that figure moved further and further away, and finally left the courtyard. Bai's back was already covered with fine cold sweat. When Li Jinghui came in, as she expected, there was no shadow under her feet. There was no sign of her in the bronze mirror on the dressing table. She was a little confused. She could feel the identity of the other party's dead person. So, how does the other person feel when he sees himself as a living person? In addition, neither father nor mother seem to be bad people at present. So, where does the crisis in this copy come from? Just let her have the word identification skill, and then experience the fear of being surrounded by dead people. When the time is up, she can successfully pass the level without being scared to death? It would be better to just throw her into a haunted house. There must be other reasons, but I don't know it yet. After all, she had only entered the dungeon for less than half a day. In any case, she always felt that according to the nature of the game, there must be something behind this copy that is not as simple as what she sees now. Asterisk. Bai quickly thought about various possibilities in his mind, and after guessing that another half hour had passed and no one would come in the courtyard, he quietly got up. She squatted in front of the bookshelf, took out a flashlight from the space, and then gathered a few pieces of paper around the flashlight. After confirming that the light source would not spread, she unscrewed the flashlight. There are 3 drawers at the bottom of the solid wood shelf with old-fashioned brass locks hanging on them. Bai glanced at the desk and the bookshelf, and then used the identification skill to look again, but found no trace of the key. She simply picked up the black sword and slashed it. He raised the knife and dropped it, and the brass lock broke into 2 halves with a clang. Open the first drawer on the left, and it's packed to the brim. Bayu's eyes fell, and the appraisal skill was automatically activated. Blank scroll, silk. Blank scroll, silk. Dot. A total of 7 or 8 volumes were laid out. Bayu gently took out the scroll and opened it one by one. It was empty. Account book. Rice paper. Under the scroll, an ancient account book with a blue cover appeared in view. Bayu was stunned. How could this thing appear in a woman's boudoir? He took it out, reached out, and opened it gently. There was blank paper in front of it. I picked it up and shook it out of habit. Bang! A piece of slightly yellowed origami fell out. Self-preface, incomplete. Rice paper. Bayu, preface? Translated. It should mean autobiography. But whose autobiography? There are a few drops of dark red flower ink on the paper. With a faint fishy smell. Blood stains. Human blood. Bayu, Pete? This identification skill is easy to use. Even though a few small red characters appeared in the sky in the middle of the night. They were not normal objects. It was really impressive. She took a breath. Thought. Took out a pair of disposable rubber gloves from the space. Put them on. And then tore the paper apart bit by bit. Yes. It's tearing. The rice paper was very thin. And when it was soaked with dried blood, it all stuck together. This is a sentence written in small hair. The font is beautiful, and looks like a thin gold body. It is most likely written by a woman. The content is as follows. Yugugue's family came out. When he was 4 years old, he encountered a sudden disaster and his family encountered it. He fled to the distant mountains for more than 10 years, and returned home when he was 17 years old. After returning home, she learned that her parents had adopted a daughter, and had found a geomantic treasure land to build a mansion. A few days after I returned home, I suddenly saw something strange in my home. I was shocked and realized that there was something hidden in my home. There should be words behind the word, hidden. But it was covered by a larger blood stain. And it is impossible to verify what was written. But no matter what, this should be regarded as a clue left by the dungeon. And it coincides with the first clearance prompt given by the system. In addition, the Bai family was not originally from Yinchao town, but moved here later to avoid disaster. In order to avoid disaster, he even sent his youngest daughter to the mountains. As for a daughter who was later adopted, she should refer to Bai Ziding, who looked nothing like the Bai family and his wife. Then, the daughter, who had grown to 17 years old, was taken back. So, what was that disaster? Why was it only the daughter who was sent away to avoid trouble? Chapter 501, Nightmare Ancient House, 07. Bayu reached out and rubbed the center of his eyebrows. And silently read the text again. His eyes paused at the last sentence. After I returned home for a few days, I suddenly saw something strange at home. I was shocked. Does this refer to the situation where everyone in the Bai family is dead? After all, the other party does not have his own entry identification skills. It does take some time to confirm that the people around him are all dead. As for what the blood-stained sentence, I know is hidden in my home, specifically refers to, it is unknown. Maybe there are demons and ghosts hidden there. Maybe it's something else. Thinking of this, Bayu recalled the big question mark on Bai Ziding's head when he saw her earlier. It seems that she is one of the breakthroughs. In addition, it is mentioned that the location of the Bai family mansion is a geomantic treasure. But she had paid special attention before getting off the carriage. This place was actually a wilderness, with mountains facing the sea and no dragons gathering energy. She really didn't find any sign of it being a geomantic treasure. Unless Bayu was buried underground. He felt that all the pores on his body stood up one by one. After shuddering subconsciously, she instantly realized that if anything, the preface was talking about Bai Shiwei. Then I am 17 years old now. But a problem arises. How could she leave a bloody preface to herself when she was here? Look at the color of the rice paper. It is very yellow. It must have been stored for a long time. Could it be that there is some overlap of time and space here? And there are two Bai Shiwei? Bayu felt that the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. She was about to fold the rice paper and put it into the space. But she saw the rice paper disappear in her hand with a swish. Bayu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, picked up the flashlight, and shined it towards the drawer again. In addition to a pile of shredded paper, there was also a yellow, small triangular origami piece talisman paper. There are some runes drawn on it. Bayu reached out and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched it, a line of information appeared in his field of vision. Item name, piece talisman. N normal. Type, consumables. Function and purpose. 1. equivalent to amulet. 2. Carry it with you to ensure safety and success. 3. It can resist the invasion of evil spirits to a certain extent. But it should be noted that when the color of the talisman paper becomes lighter, the resistance ability will also be reduced or even reduced to 0. 4. The production of a specific copy can only be used to produce copies, and is invalid for other uses. Props? Bayu's eyebrows relaxed. She really didn't expect that she could actually pick up a small prop in the dungeon. And this prop is somewhat useful. However, it is still in the early stages, and it should not be of much use. She will prepare to receive it in the space later. After all, her space can stop time. The timeliness of the props should also be able to be sealed simultaneously. I took another look at the drawer, and saw that there were no useful clues in it. She had no choice but to put back the scrolls and account books she took out, one by one, intact. Just after restoring all 3 drawers, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. There was a cold and gloomy aura, accompanied by a dark shadow, approaching behind her silently. The temperature in the entire room is dropping rapidly. Bayu's pupils shrank and his breathing stagnated. Before she could stand up, a pale and swollen hand pressed heavily on her shoulder. She seemed unable to move for a moment. The black blade and amulet in his hand lost their effect in an instant. She even felt an extremely heavy pressure on her chest. Her chest became heavier and heavier, and she almost had difficulty breathing. She wanted to shout, but found that she couldn't open her mouth. I couldn't move my fingers at all. So she can have nightmares even while squatting? Before she had time to think, there was already a cold and stinging feeling, spreading from her shoulders to her whole body along the palm of the other person's palm. Snapped! The force behind her suddenly pushed her forward. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and there was a bang, as if she had fallen into a lake full of ice. Bayu only felt a heartbreaking pain on his cheek and back of his hand. It should be that this part of the skin was scratched by the sharp ice blade. The biting lake water began to penetrate her clothes and, slicked, into her pores. The surrounding temperature was getting colder and colder, and even her clothes began to form tiny pieces of ice. She felt herself getting heavier. There was also an extremely dark force at the bottom of the lake, which seemed to be pulling her down to the bottom of the lake. Her breathing became increasingly difficult, and she was almost suffocating. My chest felt like it was about to explode. Bang! It went dark again. She felt like she had fallen on a hard, smelly stone slab, and her bones felt like they were going to crack in a second. My whole body hurt so much. It feels like I'm going to fall apart in an instant. Fortunately, the pressure in his chest was gone, but the smell of rotting and dilapidated animal carcasses filled his nose one after another. Hey! The third lady is so heavy! Of course the dead have sunk. Hey! Why do we come here every time? How unlucky! Whoever is the strongest between us. If I had known, I wouldn't have been able to succeed in the previous competition. A girl's complaints came intermittently from not far away. Third lady? Dead? Dot! Bayu trembled inwardly, wanting to see the picture clearly. But she felt that her eyelids at this moment were not as thick as usual, and seemed to be stuck with glue. She gritted her teeth and worked hard for a long time before finally opening her eyes. But it only opened a small gap. The entrance is a dark and damp passage. In other words, authentic. And she was in a small 3-meter square space at the edge of the tunnel. This area is a naturally occurring large rock. It is covered with black and smelly stains. Blood stains. Human blood. Bayu? Under the blood stains, you can vaguely see some crooked and strange patterns. It can be seen that it was specially carved by man. While she was thinking about it, 2 chubby maids, one behind the other, appeared in her field of vision, holding a large and heavy sack in their hands, humming and breathing heavily. Servant, dead person. Servant, dead person. The maid must be from my Jai, because the clothes she is wearing are exactly the same as the maid number 1 and number 2 that she saw in the main hall before. If Bayu saw it correctly, there was red liquid dripping from the sunken part in the middle of the sack. The Ghost Festival is coming soon, and I don't know if adding it this time will be enough. Who knows? The 2 maids continued chatting and walked deeper into the passage as if they didn't even notice Bayu standing nearby. Bayu glanced at the backs of the 2 of them, raised his hand, and looked at his palms. The amulet and the black blade had disappeared. As soon as I thought about it, I could no longer feel the breath of any props or space. Even the personal game panel cannot be brought up, except for the identification skills. All her props were ineffective. Only then did she realize that her body was actually a transparent shadow. No wonder the 2 maids didn't notice it before. So, Is her soul out of body? Bai didn't think about it. He resisted the sharp pain of broken bones in his body, and quickly followed the place where the two mates passed by just now. Chapter 502, Nightmare Ancient House, 08. Bai, who was empty-handed, quickly caught up with the two mates, Hung Chi and Hung Chi, who were immersed in carrying the corpse. Sack. Linen. She looked at the bloody sack for a long time. But unfortunately, the identification skill only showed external items. It does not have penetrating ability and dual identification effect. Oh! Sister Xiaocui, I can't do it anymore. Let's put her down where she is and have a rest. The maid in front complained loudly as her soles began to slip. The ground in the passage was originally a little soft. It may be because the water vapor is too heavy. Me too. Grandma. It's so heavy every time. My hand will break. The maid named Xiaocui, who walked behind, also complained. When they were done, they threw the sack to the ground with a bang, pinched their waists, and started chatting while breathing heavily. Sister Xiaocui, you said this is obviously a strenuous job for men. Why do we come down every time? Why not the servants? Then who said it? The servants are very energetic, and this place is not suitable for them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be allowed to carry it in the middle of the night. Hey, Sister Xiaocui, speaking of servants, the new one I found at the drugstore 2 days ago has quite a lot of muscles. Hee. You don't learn well at such a young age? I'm going to be 16 soon, so I'm not young anymore. Sister Xiaocui, please remember to keep it a secret for me. Hee hee. Dot. The two of them changed the topic and talked about some messy daily life. The contents are all about a little girl's first love affair and the like. Bai, who was standing nearby eavesdropping, recalled the previous words of the two people and frowned slightly. Yang Qi and Yin Qi. Aren't they just for living people? Didn't they realize that they were dead? And that who? Who is it? Come down. Does he mean underground or under the lake? After all, she just fell here through a deep lake full of ice. The water vapor here is also very heavy, and it is most likely under the lake. In addition, the person or ghost who pushed her down just now should have deliberately let her see this scene. Thinking of this, Bai stared at the faces of the two maids again, thinking to write down their appearance first, and wait for the right time to catch them and interrogate them later. As for now, she tried. In front of the two of them, she was just a piece of transparent air, and her voice could not come out at all. Let's go! If you come back later, you'll be scolded. The maid named Xiaocui said. Kindness. The two stopped chatting, picked up the sack, and continued walking forward. Bai also retracted his thoughts, endured the severe pain in his body, and followed. The winding passage began to become darker and darker. The smell of decay became stronger and stronger, and the air became thinner and thinner. Every time Bai takes a few steps, he has to stop and rest for a while. Perhaps because she was just a wisp of soul at the moment. Her previously strengthened physique seemed to be ineffective here. In addition, she followed along and found that there were many large stones with runes carved on them in many places in the passage. The pattern of the runes is like a whorl, consisting of concave thin lines. Without exception, the thin lines were filled with dark blood stains. On the top of the passage, some stones such as fluorite are regularly inlaid. The appraisal skill also showed her fluorite. These stones emit a blue, cold light, which is the only weak illumination in the passage. At this moment, the figures of the two maids in front suddenly disappeared mysteriously around the corner of the passage. Bai and them were only 2 or 3 meters apart. She was stunned for a moment, then followed up. After taking 2 or 3 steps to reach the corner of the passage, I realized that there was no way ahead. The two maids also disappeared suddenly. What appeared in the field of vision was a stone door covered with black blood stains and also engraved with runes. It's just that the number of runes here is more. Bai reached out and touched it. Her hand could actually penetrate the stone. After all, she is just a shadow now. After pondering for a moment, Bai bumped his whole body forward. Whoosh! After passing through the wall, she appeared in a colder and darker room. The number of fluorite here is obviously much less. In the middle of the room, there were very narrow steps spiraling downward, and the faint voice of a maid could be heard coming from below. Bai lowered his eyes and saw that the bottom was bottomless. Stairs. Stone. The identify skill only shows one item. She stood there and observed quietly for a moment, then decided to go down and take a look. Snapped! A cold and sticky hand was placed heavily on her shoulder from behind. Even though she was a shadow, She still felt the cold and heavy oppression. However, it is unclear whether this hand is the same hand that was encountered in the house earlier. Bayu's pupils shrank and her heart began to beat wildly. But she still gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and then turned her head sharply. A face as pale as paper, with only the whites of its eyes, pressed directly towards her without any defense. Bayu stiffened, but still subconsciously took a step back. It was a face she had never seen before. Bai Shiwei. Dead man, the moment he saw the other person's face. The identification entry appeared suspended. Bayu? She suppressed the fear in her heart and frowned. Are you Bai Shiwei? It's a pity that the word she said with great effort only left a mouth shape and no sound at all. Dead man Bai Shiwei said nothing, and there was no expression on his face. After staring at Bayu for a second with only the whites of her eyes, she moved to the side. Bayu glanced forward. His breath froze and his pupils trembled. In the dark corner ahead, a pile of densely packed corpses appeared faintly. Judging by their clothing, they should all be women. Without exception, every one of them looked pale and rotten, and looked ugly in death. But if you take a closer look, everyone's degree of decay is different. Pete. You? The picture was so impactful that Bayu was completely messed up in an instant. The dead man Bai Shiwei next to him pointed forward with a slightly green finger. There was no expression on her face, but Bayu felt a powerful feeling of sadness spreading from her body. Dot! Bayu pinched his fingers and took a step forward, suppressing the horror, and then glanced at them one by one. Bai Shiwei, dead man. Bai Shiwei, dead man. Residual limb. Hand. Bai Shiwei, dead man. Residual limb. Leg. Bai Shiwei, dead man. Bayu, why are they all Bai Shiwei? But looking at a few faces that are relatively recognizable, these women don't look the same as each other at all. Sister Xiaocui, hurry up! The familiar maid's voice came from the spiral staircase behind her. Bayu quickly turned his head and looked back, and saw the two maids who had carried the body earlier. Their hands were empty at the moment, and their pale faces were filled with joy. Chapter 503, Nightmare Ancient House, 09. Bayu looked back again, and what appeared in his field of vision was the black stone door he saw earlier. That dead man Bai Shiwei and the bunch of dead man Bai Shiwei had disappeared in an instant. Bang! It sounded like a copper basin falling to the ground. Bayu only felt his eyes go dark, and the world was spinning. The rotten stench that permeated the body disappeared. The pressure in my chest is gone. Breathing seemed to be much smoother, but the pain in my body was more real. She first felt it with her mind, and found that props such as space and the black blade were ready for use. It seems that the soul has returned to its original place. Miss Third, are you okay? Sayu's screams came to her ears. Bayu could feel that her cold little hands were firmly on his arms and shaking him hard. The decaying aura that permeated her body was gradually entering Bayu's breath because of the close distance. Bayu couldn't help but frown. I'm fine. She was finally able to speak, but her voice sounded a little weak. Besides, it was still dark before her eyes. The sore and heavy eyelids were closed and still stuck like glue. After a lot of effort, I finally opened it. A touch of natural light enters the view. Sayu's bloodless face also came into view. Sayu, dead person. Bayu looked at the mark that appeared automatically and sighed inwardly. Miss Third. Great. You're awake. Sayu's originally solemn face burst with joy. Bayu looked at her and smiled slightly, then looked over her shoulder and looked out the door. The sky outside was already getting bright. It was a cloudy day, and it was drizzling. The peach and willow trees in the courtyard were wet. Bayu's eyes were stunned. Her nightmare experience was obviously only about 10 minutes. This, however, she could have nightmares even while squatting, and it was understandable that the flow rates of time in the two dimensions were different. Sayu, when is it now? Bayu retracted his gaze and asked. Miss Third, it's Chinshur. You get up first. The ground is cold, and it's easy to get sick, Sayu said, and was about to help her up. In ancient times, Tatsuki was around 7 to 9 in the morning. The time she spent rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Last night was only around 11 o'clock. Isn't the difference in flow rate at this time too big? Bayu frowned. I was about to get up, but my legs felt as if they were crawling with thousands of ants, and they were extremely numb. Only then did she realize that her legs were already numb. Sayu. Wait. Oh. Okay. Miss 3. After struggling for a while, Sayu finally helped her sit on the chair. Miss Third, why did you faint there just now? Sayu poured water for her while looking at Bagugia. This morning she came to give Bayu hot tea and face wash as she did before. She knocked on the door for a long time and got no response. But she didn't want to open the door, and saw Bayu lying on the ground. Oh, I couldn't sleep this morning. I wanted to pick up a book and read it. But I didn't want to. For some reason, my vision went dark and I passed out. Bayu originally wanted to use the excuse that he had low blood sugar and passed out. But then I thought about it. Hypoglycemia did not exist in ancient times. As for what to call it, she didn't know. Oh, Miss Third, you must be suffering from hunger and satiety. You drink a cup of hot water to warm your stomach first. And I'll give you a cup of sugar water to drink. That'll be fine. After Sayu finished speaking, she stood up and raised her hand outside the threshold. The copper basin in front of me. I walked out quickly with small steps. Bayu stood up and closed the door. Put the cup of hot water that Sayu poured for her into the space. And then took out a bottle of coffee from the space and drank it in one gulp. She felt exhausted now. The kind of exhaustion that had no energy at all. Is it because of yourself that you are polluted? But today is only the second day. Bayu was silent for a moment. Then clicked on the Game Market module on the personal game panel. After searching, I found that there are healing potions produced in the game store. However, the medicine to remove mental pollution is not for sale. Bayu simply put a request for points plus heavy money, or props, to exchange for spiritual potions on. I am a buyer. Points are very important to her. But she didn't want to be in this copy. Just like this. Speaking of which, what are those marked? By Shiwei, dead man. Is it a player who entered the dungeon before and died inside? Miss Third, Bayu thought. But Sayu had already arrived at the door. She walked just like Li Jinghui. Quietly. Fortunately, Bayu's 5 senses have returned to normal at this moment. She had just entered the courtyard and could already feel her breath. Come in. Sayu opened the door with a creak. In her hand, she also held a small steaming white porcelain bowl. Logically speaking, dead people should use cold things. But last night's meal, the sugar water now, and the glass of water Sayu poured for her just now are all hot. Bayu was puzzled by these counterintuitive settings in this copy. Miss Third, the sugar water is here. Drink it while it's hot. Sayu had already handed the porcelain bowl to her with both hands. Kindness. Bayu took it with one hand, then turned slightly sideways, raised his wide sleeves to cover Sayu's sight, and put the sugar water into the space. Miss Third is awesome. Sayu saw her finish the drink in one gulp. Her face was very excited. She picked up the bowl and said excitedly, Miss Third, Madam said that you must be tired from the long journey back yesterday. She told our servants not to disturb you if you have nothing to do today. Why don't you take a rest? And I will leave first. Sayu was about to say goodbye and turned around to leave, but was stopped by Bayu. My father and mother are today. Bayu deliberately hesitated to speak. Sayu was very smart and understood her meaning directly. Oh, of course the master and his wife went to the store. The eldest young master and the second young lady also went to help. It's the Hungry Ghost Festival, and the medicine shop and coffin shop are doing very well. Bayu? Dot! What kind of weird logic is this? By the way, Sayu, please accompany me for a walk in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Sayu raised her eyebrows and said easily, Miss Third, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the town to see the shop of the master and his wife? When you came back last time, you said you wanted to go, but you didn't go. Okay. Also, do I need to prepare a carriage? Need. After Bayu finished speaking, he paused, looked at Sayu faintly, and said, I want to go to the nearby lake for a walk. Lake? Sayu's eyes flickered when she heard the word. Bayu raised his eyebrows. What? Is there no lake near here? Miss Third. Yes. 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 Sayu's joyful face suddenly darkened, and she stumbled when speaking. Chapter 504, Nightmare Ancient House, 10. What is it? Bayu's voice dropped, and he looked at Sayu coldly. Sayu's pale and swollen forehead was already sweating slightly due to fear. This scene seemed to Bayu to be quite contrary to common sense. After all, the other party was a dead person. Sayu's head drooped slightly again. Her lips pursed, and she said, The master and his wife have specially given instructions to that place, and you cannot go there now. Oh! When she said this, Bayu became even more curious. From what Sayu said, There is only one lake in Inchao town. Also, if you can't let yourself go now, does that mean you can do it later? Ah, just like what I saw in the nightmare. Kill yourself and then send him there? Third miss. I remember that I still have a few paper mansions that Mrs. Hungry Ghost Festival will use that I haven't finished yet. I'll get to work first. Sayu rubbed oil on the soles of her feet, turned around and raised her legs to run. Stop! Did I really let you go? Bayu's tone obviously sounded very unhappy. Sayu's stiff body was startled, and she raised her right foot to the threshold and paused. After struggling for half a second, she turned back with an angry look on her face. After all, who makes the other party the master, while he is just a servant? Although the third young lady was just brought back not long ago. I remember that when she went back to the countryside to visit her adoptive father and mother, she was personally with them all the way. After getting along with her, she felt that she was also a kind and easygoing person. But who can ensure that she is not pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? In addition, although the madam and the master are irresistible and majestic in the White House, they are not here now after all. And if the third lady is offended at this moment, she may be the one who can't eat it first. And it was too hot to eat and walk around. Bayu snorted coldly from his nostrils and ordered lightly, "Close the door." Sayu obeyed and closed the door with a creak. After closing the door, she still stood at the crack of the door and cautiously glanced a few times into the courtyard. "Sit down." Bayu raised his fingers and tapped the table gently. "Miss Third, I don't dare." Sayu lowered her head. Bayu was also a little impatient. "Sit down if I ask you to." "Well, I'd rather be respectful to the third lady than obey her orders." Sayu smiled and sat down opposite Bayu. Bayu, what a lot of nonsense. However, even though she was complaining in her heart, she still poured a glass of water for Sayu and handed it over. "Tell me, why don't my parents let me go?" Sayu took it with both hands, feeling somewhat flattered, and then said with a look of fear, "Third miss, I really can't say that. If I do, I will be kicked out of the White Mansion by the master and his wife. After all, in the Bai Mansion, you can get 1 or 2 months of silver, which can be used to work in other houses for several months. Third miss, please don't embarrass me." Sayu's eyes turned red, and red tears began to fall down. She would rather die than lose this job. After all, she was really scared of poverty and hunger. If Miss Third forced her again, she would have no choice but to kneel down. Bayu looked at Sayu, whose face was full of blood and tears, and looked terrible, and secretly took a breath. Fortunately, it was daytime. Otherwise, she would have been sent away directly. In addition, can the emotions of the dead be so rich? This dungeon setting is really poisonous and sick. "Oh, what if I give you this?" She pondered for a second, then deliberately touched her cuff, but actually took out a piece of broken gold from the space. "This?" When Sayu saw it, she rolled up her sleeves and raised her hands to wipe away her tears. Her red eyes suddenly widened. The slightly cloudy dead eyeballs instantly brightened a bit. If that gold is not fake, it will be worth her lifetime. After all, she was not of a high rank among the servants of Bai Mansion. On weekdays, I often suffer from anger. That is to say, for these 5 buckets of rice, I had to bear the humiliation and bear the burden and move forward. "Miss Third, is this for me?" Sayu was a little disbelieving. She subconsciously reached halfway towards the gold nugget, then quickly retracted it with a whoosh. Bayu smiled, pushed the gold to her, and said, "Yes, it's for you. You keep it." Sayu struggled for a second, pursed her lips tightly, then reached out and took the gold nugget in her hand with a determined look. "Third miss, you are my living parents. Your great kindness and virtue, and the grace of knowing me and meeting you, will definitely be repaid by a spring of water. No, you must be repaid with death." After Sayu finished speaking, she looked at the golden nugget in her hand. His eyes began to shine crazily. The gold. This is gold. This is heavy gold. Bayu even felt her body trembling with excitement. That pale, rotten little round face felt like it was glowing red. Well, sure enough, money is a good thing at any time. Bayu, try it. After hearing this, Sayu smiled sheepishly, and then took a bite in front of Bayu, looking at the tooth marks on the golden edge. Sayu's heart almost soared. She carefully put away the gold nugget, took a few deep breaths to calm herself down as much as possible, and then lowered her voice and said, "Third miss, I only know a few things. I will tell you everything I know, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Don't tell the master and his wife that I said it. Bayou curled his lips. Of course. Sayu stood up, went to the crack in the door and looked outside. Then sat back and continued. Third, miss. Our In Chow town has one and only one lake. Not far from the White House. Behind the White House, there is a dense forest. Behind the dense forest, there is a mountain called In Mountain. And the lake is on the top of the mountain. Bayou was stunned. The top of the mountain? When she came yesterday, she didn't notice that there was a mountain nearby Jai. Unless the mountain itself is not high. Of course, it could also be that when I came back yesterday, it was very dark and there were dense forests. So I didn't notice it. Which is normal. Yes. It is said that there was no lake in Inshan Mountain at the earliest. This lake was formed several years ago when the sky was furious and a fire broke out. Then, a sinkhole was created. The sinkhole accumulated over time and filled up with water. And this lake was formed. The lake is called Hanquan Lake. It is frozen all year round, and the water is bitingly cold. It is said that evil spirits live at the bottom of the lake. Next to it, there is a temple called Hanquan Temple, which was built to guard the evil spirit. Sky fire? Evil spirit? Bayou's face was calm. But there was a thump in his heart. The lake is frozen all year round, which is very consistent with what she encountered in her nightmare. Is it just a coincidence? As for evil spirits, are the blood-stained runes he saw in his nightmares used to guard evil spirits? How to explain so many severely damaged bodies of Bai Shiwei? Sayu. Well, maybe we people have done something wrong. If God wants to punish us, he will send down the sky fire. Bayou. God. In her opinion, many natural disasters in ancient times were considered to be punishments from God due to the underdevelopment of science and the ignorance of humans at that time. This sky fire can create a crater. Excluding the theory of ghosts and gods, there is a high probability that it is only natural phenomena such as meteorites. However, most meteorites actually burn to ashes or reduce to small rocks before entering the atmosphere. Those that can carry fire are not small in size. In addition, it can smash a crater into a mountain. The material of this meteorite is a bit strange. Although there is an evil spirit at the bottom of the lake, no one has ever seen it. But there are rumors that the evil spirit will come out once every 18 years. And when it comes out, it is during the Hungry Ghost Festival. Ah! Third lady. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered the old lady this morning. Sayu stopped speaking mid-sentence, covering her mouth with her hands, and her eyes became frightened again. Bayou stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples, and said in a deep voice, Sayu, don't half speak. This little maid was obviously a dead person. Yet she was still shocked. If it weren't for the rotten aura, pale face, and blood and tears just now, she would have suspected that the appraisal skill given by the system was a random mark to kill people. Sayu reached out to cover her frantically heaving chest, and muttered with lingering fear. Madam said this morning that Miss Third, your real birthday is on the Ghost Festival. So. Chapter 505, Nightmare Ancient House, 11, and... So what? Bayou glanced at Sayu coldly. The impatience in his eyes had reached the extreme. Upon seeing this, Sayu shed a few more drops of red blood tears from her eyes that she had just wiped clean. Bayou couldn't help pinching his fingers under the table, and secretly took a breath. This ghost movie-like scene is really enough. Sayu pursed her white lips and whispered, So, Madam and Master told me that you are not allowed to go near the lake in the past few days, because they said that all their efforts over the years will be in vain. Bayou raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his eyes suddenly went dark, and the surrounding scenes and pictures began to distort and change. Sayu seemed to be opening her mouth to continue telling something, but Bayou couldn't hear anything, and her whole body, from head to toe, was slowly dissipating like loose sand eroded by the strong wind. Bayou didn't know why the scene turned out like this. She was shocked, and with a quick thought, she took out the black blade and held it tightly in her hand. Sayu! She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't shout anything. Ding! A serious and irreparable bug behavior has been detected in the current copy. Ding! System disorder and irreversible collapse detected. Ding! The system will open a transmission channel for players in 3 minutes. Due to a system failure, the success rate of the teleportation channel has dropped to 1%. Players may exist in the dungeon forever, so please be mentally prepared in advance. Ding! Bayou was completely shocked when he heard the ding 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 sounds one after another. System collapse. What does it mean? Also, what does it mean that the transmission success rate has dropped to 1%? And it may remain in the copy permanently. But now, she had no choice but to wait anxiously. She was like a puppet being frozen, unable to move at all. Ding! While waiting for transmission, you can choose to receive and view the background of this Nightmare Mansion copy. Please choose whether to receive. Yes, no, 3S. Baiyu had no choice. She had no choice at all. But after the 3 seconds of selection time ended, a piece of classical Chinese text suddenly appeared in her mind. Baiyu read it twice before he roughly understood it. The general background is that Bai's father was originally a member of the Qin Tianjin, and his mother was a descendant of the metaphysics sect for generations. The two men predicted that fire would fall from the sky, which would be a falling star, and reported it to the court. The so-called meteorite, in modern terms, is also a meteorite. Moreover, the meteorite formation this time is so powerful that it is very likely that it will not be completely absorbed by the sky when it lands, which will endanger the people of the area. We sincerely request the imperial court to issue an order to allow the people in the area where the meteorite fell to move out of danger in advance. However, the people in power at that time asked the court to block the news on the grounds that the sky symbolized an ominous omen. At that time, traitors were in power in the court. Some treacherous ministers even offered words, saying that meteors falling from the sky must be caused by God's desire to punish the people. Instead of doing this, it is better to offer sacrifices in advance to relieve God's resentment. When Bai's father and Bai's mother learned that, they regretted that because of their remarks, they not only failed to rescue the people, but instead put them in trouble. They revealed the news privately regardless of their own safety. The imperial court soon learned that they were spreading the news that the meteorite was coming and needed to evacuate in advance. He said that the couple was deceiving the public with their evil words and wanted to behead them in public. Bai's father and Bai's mother had no choice but to escape. On their way to escape, they knew they didn't have much time left. So they quietly left Bai Shiwei, their only daughter in the family, who was born on the Hungry Ghost Festival and had the fate of the Yin Jihan, somewhere in the countryside. He also recognized the daughter born by a country woman as his biological daughter and raised her as Bai Shiwei. In the end, the Bai family failed to escape the pursuers and became prisoners. However, they were not captured and taken back to the capital prison. Instead, they were sent to the town where the meteorite was about to fall, along with the team holding the sacrificial ceremony. That town was not called Yinqiao Town at that time. There were hundreds of people in the town, including men, women and children, ranging from elderly women in their 80s or 90s to newborn babies. None of them survived the imperial court's sacrificial ceremony to God. A few days after the sacrificial ceremony, the meteorite still arrived. Yinshan Mountain and Yinshan Lake, which were hit by a huge meteorite, appeared. After that, I don't know what happened, and this area became a strange, isolated area. The people who died here came back to life one by one. But it's not really alive. Their words and deeds are no different from living people. But they can only leave this area once in their lives. And you need to return within a week. Otherwise you will die completely. Then there is only one way in and out of this area. Outside the passage is the real human world. And here, there is a new name, Yinqiao Town. And the reason why Bai's father and Bai's mother left their only Jin daughter in the world many years ago. It was because Bai Mu had already calculated that her family would end up in H.L. in the future, and specially set up a certain formation in advance based on the characteristics of meteorites after their arrival, which are now known as meteorites or magnetic fields. The formation is restarted every 18 years, and can be reincarnated indefinitely, as long as the formation is successfully restarted. The Bai family and everyone in Yinqiao Town will have a chance to be resurrected. Over the years, one of them switched to medicine, the other sold coffins, and died one after another. In fact, they were preparing for the formation, and all the hard work of daughter Bai Shiwei is the key to the success of restarting the formation. The death of their daughter in exchange for everyone's lives was worth it in the eyes of the Bai couple. After all, in their minds, so many innocent people died tragically because they were implicated. They have created a sinful debt and need to repay it themselves. Although even if they don't say anything, they will die from the meteor disaster sooner or later. It's a pity that the Bai family and his wife, through all their calculations, missed their daughter Bai Ziding, who was acquired from a country woman. When Bai Ziding was 17 years old, she learned her true life experience by accident. She also learned the truth about the innocent and tragic death of Bai Shiwei on her behalf, and the resurrection of the whole Yinqiao Town by the Bai family and his wife. She finally felt resentful, and had no intention of rebirth. She was determined to destroy the Bai family, and his wife's formation and restart it. Since then, countless Bai Shiwei died at the hands of the Bai family and his wife. But Yinchao Town remains the same, restarting and reincarnating. Bai Yu felt a little heavy after reading it. But compared to the heaviness, she didn't want to stay in this extremely gloomy copy. If the system really crashes, then even if she knows the background of the dungeon and the way to crack it, will she still be trapped in this reincarnation? Ding! When the time is up, you will be teleported to the original world in 10 seconds. Bai Yu. Dot! Did you hear that right? I hope nothing happens. 10, 9, dot, 1. Amidst the ethereal mechanical sound, the scene and picture in front of Bai Yu's eyes turned completely black. The familiar water ripples did not appear, but she faintly smelled the pungent smell of disinfectant. Chapter 506 Finale. Doctor, my classmate has been in coma for several days. Do you want to transfer her to an outside hospital? She has a very important interview recently, and I'm afraid she will be delayed. No. All her physical characteristics are normal. Once the bottle of glucose is finished and she rests for a while, she should wake up. It was the voices of Lin Lily and the female doctor from the school hospital. Bai Yu. Dot. This conversation was very similar to the scene when she returned to reality after clearing the first copy of the game, Silent Island. But it was obviously not the same. She tried to open her eyes, but she felt that her eyelids were unusually thick, and she couldn't open them at all. I wanted to open my mouth to speak, but it felt like it was stuck by 502 and wouldn't move at all. He couldn't move his hands or feet. All in all, except that his breathing is still normal and his brain is still functioning. His whole body is no different from a vegetative state. Bai Yu was shocked inside. Could it be that after the game system crashed, she also found some bugs? Then Lin Lily said, Doctor, I'll pay the fee first. Good. Then there were the sounds of footsteps leaving the ward, and the door creaked and was gently pulled back. The moment the door to the ward was closed tightly, Bai Yu suddenly felt that the thickness of his eyelids disappeared swiftly, and his eyes opened easily. The body also seemed to be suddenly activated and could move. Bai Yu raised his heart in his throat, and finally returned to his original position. But she didn't sit up immediately, but slowly turned her head and looked around. She was the only one in the ward. He reached out and pinched his leg. Pain. Bai Yu's breath was stagnant. So, have you completely left the game and returned to reality? In other words, we have entered a new copy of a real scene. His eyes caught a glimpse of the small bag on the bedside table, which belonged to Lin Lily. Her mobile phone should also be installed by Lin Lily. Bai Yu felt that his thoughts were confused for a moment, but she reacted quickly, and knew what was going on by looking at the game panel. After all, whether in the game copy or in reality, even if the game panel cannot be used, it can be called up at will. As soon as I thought about it, the white game board that I imagined could appear in my field of vision did not appear. Just when she was about to feel happy, she suddenly sensed that real space still seemed to exist. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment, then lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and then entered the space with a thought. Standing on the black earth in space, she truly discovered. Not only does the space exist, but the eggplants, soybeans, and potatoes that were planted when entering the dungeon, Nightmare Ancient Mansion, have all matured. At a glance, yellow, green, and purple are all the same. Not only that, because she hadn't entered the beach for a long time. The beach there was densely occupied by crabs. Bai Yu even felt a different atmosphere coming from the bedroom. She walked in quickly and was stunned. 2 large golden treasure chests with faint light appeared on the ground. She took a closer look and saw that on each treasure box, there was a handprint roughly the same size as her hand carved with sand gold. The letters, open, appeared to be engraved in some strange font below. Bai Yu frowned and thought for a few seconds, then leaned over and put his palm up. The moment her fingers touched the first treasure box, a dazzling light circled around her palm, and then the light went out. The treasure chest is automatically opened. Looking at the golden bricks inside that were almost blinding him, Bai Yu was completely shocked. These were the gold bricks she had previously obtained in the Misty Village dungeon, and many of them were gold ores, which she had initially refined in reality. Reaching out and picking up a piece, something magical happened. The gap in the treasure chest is filled again, and a row of numbers appeared above the treasure chest, and one of the rows of numbers seemed to be reduced by 1. Bai Yu. Dot. So, is she putting all the gold she obtained previously into this treasure chest? She put the gold brick back and quickly opened the treasure chest next door in the same way. This time, I was even more shocked. Inside are stacks of wrapped Chinese coins that are in circulation on Blue Star. There is also a series of numbers above, 1550837. She remembered that this was the account amount that was settled when she cleared the dungeon, Dream City. Baiyu took out a stack, tore open the white packaging strip, took half of it, put it into the pocket of the hospital gown, and put the rest back into the treasure box. Get up and continue walking inside. After walking around in a full circle, she finally figured it out. All the supplies and food she originally purchased were stored well in the space. However, the props originally taken from copy space to real space disappeared. That is to say, the game panel disappeared, the copy space, and all the props and materials produced by the game disappeared. But all the supplies, money, gold bricks, etc. that she had obtained were still there. Baiyu couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. She seemed to have been struck by some kind of fortune from heaven. So she should be excited and happy. But the remaining space and gold bricks in the game, and even, considerately, helped her exchange them for real-world currency, were like a haze lingering over this joy. Baiyu took a breath, glanced around the room again, and left the space with a thought. At this moment, the ward door just creaked open. Lily. Baiyu opened his eyes. Oh my god! You're finally awake! Lily's eyes lit up, and her voice filled the sky with excitement. Baiyu sat up with his hands on the bed. Don't move. I'll help you. Lily rushed to the edge of the bed in 3 steps, and then said with concern. Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Baiyu smiled, pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed, and said, No. By the way, Lily, everything has been normal at home and abroad these 2 days. Right. Nothing major happened. Right. Lily didn't know why she asked this, so she followed the words and answered. Well, it's normal. But if there's any major issue, it's the fight between the Mao and Air Mao. Also, the island country started to discharge nuclear-contaminated water regardless of global opposition. Baiyu. Did she ask too general a question? But after Lily finished speaking, her eyes lit up and she said excitedly, But I just remembered that there is something magical that I want to tell you. Baiyu's heart thumped. The scene where she woke up today was obviously at the same time as her return from Silent Island. But the dialogue and content between the two were not so consistent, including that there was a school doctor present before. But at this moment, there was not. According to the magical things Lily told her before, it should be that there are a large increase in the number of animals and plants in major cities in various Blue Star countries. And there are also many vehicle drivers who disappear for no reason and cause crashes. This is the scene when the game just arrived on Blue Star. If this is what Lily is going to say at this moment, does that mean that something has turned on the backlash mode? Although Lily's expression looked relaxed, Baiyu's heart suddenly sank. The corners of Lily's lips curled up slightly, and she deliberately said in a nonchalant manner, Let me tell you, didn't you faint when you went to the campus job fair that day? You were unable to attend the SN Media Group's presentation meeting and on-site management trainee interview held in the school auditorium that day. Guess the result? What's going on? Baiyu felt relieved. This seems to be a little different from the impression. SN Media Group is a world-class new media group with a branch in City S. It is famous for its high wages and good benefits, but high recruitment requirements. Apart from the national and provincial examinations, the two of them have always wanted to work hard to get into the company of their dreams as an intern. What's the matter? Why haven't we seen each other for a few days? You've already said half of what you said. Baiyu couldn't help but tease her. Lily said nothing with a smile in her eyes. She stood up and took out a small bottle of low-sugar Yakult from the small bag on the cabinet. She shook it vigorously, tore it open, handed it to Baiyu, and then continued. When I was interviewing, the emergency contact on my resume was your name. Then the interviewer asked me what my relationship was with you. I said we were classmates, roommates, and best friends. Then she said that she had seen your online resume before, and it was very good. But she didn't see you when she glanced at it on site. Baiyu grinned. Isn't this normal? The photo on the resume was taken at a huge cost after being cut off. It has a 10th level of beauty. Even if I go there, I won't be able to recognize it. Right. I had the same idea as you. And then she asked me, Where are you? I told her that you fainted temporarily. Then she said, After you wake up, contact her directly, and she will give you schedule an individual interview. You say it's magical or not, but this is the first time I've heard that the aloof HR director of SN Media Group actually opened a backdoor to a student. Of course, I'm happy for you, but I just think it's amazing and a bit contrary to common sense. Lynn Lily said with an envious look on her face. She stood up and took out a business card made of good material from her small bag and handed it to Baiyu. Baiyu easily reached out and took it, his pupils shrinking. On the business card, the word Mengjue was printed clearly. That is obviously the name of the demon-making NPC Mengjue in the Dream City dungeon. At this moment, she and Lynn Lily were going for an interview, and they were also participating in the interview of the other company's management trainee. It's just that the nature of the company has obviously changed significantly. Is it just a coincidence? What's wrong? Yu, why did you turn serious in an instant? Lynn Lily next to her couldn't help but wonder when she saw that she was unhappy instead of worried. Baiyu took a deep breath to calm down his thoughts and asked her. Nothing. By the way, do you still remember what this Mengjue looks like? You must have a photographic memory. She is a well-dressed beauty with a tall figure, excellent temperament, and flaming red lips. She is in line with the professional image of a top HR in the Fortune 500. Moreover, she tied her hair into a bun, which was very charming and especially classically beautiful. Although her tone is gentle, she still gives people a powerful feeling. It's a pity that she didn't go on stage to preach that day. Otherwise she could just show you the photos. Lynn Lily couldn't stop talking about Mengjue. Baiyu fell into silence, but she didn't ask any further. It seems that the only option is to go to the S-City branch of SN Media Group in person. After the two chatted for a while, the female doctor came in. After giving her routine examinations, she was allowed to go through the discharge procedures. The two returned to the dormitory. After Baiyu got his bag back, he put the wad of banknotes he had taken out from the space into it. She has no class this afternoon, while Lynn Lily has an elective class later. Baiyu stood up, glanced at Lynn Lily, who was about to take a nap, and said, Lily, I'm going out. Oh, if you feel uncomfortable in any way, just call me. Lynn Lily glanced at her with some confusion and said worriedly, Yes. After Baiyu said this, he took his bag and went out. She went to the small supermarket next to the girls' dormitory and took out one of the banknotes she had taken out from the space. Bought a few random things. Great. Money can be spent. She quickly scanned an electric car and quickly headed towards a precious metal purchasing point near the school. Also take out a piece of broken gold from the space. Sold as usual. It's just that the purity of the gold is not high enough, and the price is not as high as the market price. But the price is still beautiful. After Baiyu finished the test, he went straight back to school. When she returned to the dormitory, Lynn Lily had not finished class yet. She looked at the pile of gold, banknotes, and a lot of vegetables in her space with mixed emotions. She now has more than $1 million in cash and a pile of gold worth hundreds of millions. We already have money in gold, and it is easy to take it out. But how to legalize it is a problem. In addition, that Mengjue. Baiyu lowered his eyes and thought for a few seconds. It would be a bit presumptuous to call directly. It might be better to send a text message to say it in advance. Thinking of this, she took out her mobile phone, edited a message, and sent it to the other party according to the number on the business card. The general idea is to introduce who you are, what the specific situation is, and then contact the other party at a convenient time. After Baiyu finished sending the text message, he felt a little cold. Just as he was about to go to the closet to look for a coat and put it on, the phone buzzed. It's an unknown number, but she was obviously impressed. The number comes from Ming Yen. Baiyu took a deep breath and picked up. It was the voice of an unfamiliar young woman. The other party's tone was polite and crisp, not at all as arrogant and rude as Mengjue in the dungeon, Dream City. Baiyu even suspected that he had contracted an occupational disease after entering too many dungeons. But she still didn't dare to take it too lightly. The other party quickly made an appointment with her to go to the S branch of SN Media Group located in the SN building, a landmark building in the CBD of S City, for an interview 3 days later. Baiyu naturally agreed. For her now, this job opportunity should not be as lacking as before. However, there was always a voice inside, silently urging her to go and see it. 3 days later, Baiyu, dressed in professional attire, appeared in the SN building. The SN Media Group branch occupies an entire floor of office space on the 68th floor, the second top floor of the building. It seems that Meng Yan had explained before that after the beautiful woman at the front desk received her resume, she was not allowed to fill in any other information forms, and was taken directly into the office area. The entire company atmosphere is full of technology and fashionable. It's Bayu's favorite tune. The people inside were very busy, and did not notice her arrival at all. Plus, she was originally insignificant. Ms. Bai, this is our HR director. Director Ming. The beauty at the front desk walked to the door of a white room, opened the door, and introduced her. Bayu raised his eyes and looked in, and all the muscles in his body relaxed immediately. Thank God. It was a woman she didn't recognize. A woman who is more beautiful, younger, and looks more cultivated than Meng Yan. The other person's smile is both professional and friendly. In short, the two Meng are very similar in image and temperament. But their speech and behavior, including the aura they exude, are completely different. Obviously, this Meng Hua is not the Meng Hua in that copy. And that Meng Yan hated herself so much that he would not meet her so openly. Bayu suddenly suspected that he was a little worried. Even though she was thinking this way, she didn't take it 100% lightly. After all, everything she is going through now does reveal some unreasonableness. For example, no matter how excellent her resume is, it will not make a multinational company's HR director take another look at her and call her by name. Although this HR director is only a branch position, its value is still high. Of course, she had also heard that those whose parents were in high-ranking positions had this possibility. But she was just an orphan who came out of a children's welfare home without any background. And today's interview is quite suspicious. Because according to the formal interview process announced on the company's website, the interview should not come directly from Meng Zhuo. Instead, it would first go through the HR supervisor and the HR manager. After they all passed, she would be the one to be interviewed. This whole process took 2 or 3 days. Thinking of this, she subconsciously tightened the bag in her hand. The bag is an open type. In the inner compartment, there was a sharp fruit knife wrapped in a white floral napkin. Hello, classmate Bai. Please sit down here. Meng Zhuo's friendly voice brought Bayu back from his thoughts. In her hand, she held the resume handed to her by the beauty at the front desk. Bayu showed a perfect smile and sat down on the chair directly in front of Meng Zhuo. Her handbag was not placed on her back, but placed casually on the ground at her feet. After the beautiful woman at the front desk brought her a cup of tea, she closed the door and went out. Bayu's interview also began. Between questions and answers, more than half an hour passed. Although it was a professional interview, the two of them talked happily, and even felt like they had known each other since they first met. The interview was finally over, and Bayu stood up and prepared to resign. Classmate Bai, please wait a moment. Meng Zhuo smiled, his eyes flickering almost undetectably. The subtle expression was caught by Bayu's eyes, but her expression did not change. Instead, she curved her eyebrows harmlessly and said, Please tell me, Director Ming. Meng Yan lowered his eyes and glanced at her resume and said, I have passed your interview, but we still need our boss's approval. I know your school is in a university town, quite far from the city center, so it's not easy to come here even once. You are our specially recruited management trainee. You need to be met by the boss in person. Otherwise, you will not comply with the procedures. In this case, I will confirm with his assistant. If there is no problem, I may need to delay you for a few minutes. The last sentence of the other party's words was a bit humble. Bayu took a breath silently and said, Okay, I have no problem. But can I take the liberty to ask if he is a boy or a girl? And what is his surname? After she stood up, she didn't sit down again, but held her handbag tightly in her hand. Gentlemen, your surname is Meng. Meng Yan smiled, picked up the phone and danced with her fingertips, as if communicating with the boss's assistant in her mouth. Oh, such a coincidence? The left eye twitched a few times at this moment. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. Her premonitions were always accurate. But give up? If she gives up, the haze of whether the game will completely disappear will always linger in her life. Forget it. You can't avoid what's coming. She didn't want to spend her whole life in such anxiety. Bayu gritted his molar teeth and finally made up his mind. Classmate Bai, our boss will leave for the airport in half an hour. I just have time to see you now, so I will take you there. Meng Zhuo put down his phone and looked up at her with a smile. There was an indescribable meaning in her eyes at this moment, and there was also a hint of inquiry. Okay, Director Ming. Bai Yu said calmly, neither humble nor overbearing. Our boss's office is on the 69th floor of the top floor. We still need to go up to another floor. Meng Shuo took Bai Yu to an independent elevator entrance with high-end decoration. Bai Yu softly said, oh, and was non-committal about her words. Ding! The 69th floor has arrived. After Meng Shuo swiped his palm prints for the second time, the elevator door opened. A 360-degree panoramic skylight, decorated entirely in white, and an office area with the same sense of technology and fashion appear in front of you. However, this office area does not have many decorations and clutter. The first thing you see is a pure white desk that is more than 5 meters wide and irregularly shaped. Behind the desk is a huge white chair with the same irregular shape. The background after that is a huge holographic projection-style light sculpture decoration similar to the Milky Way. But the decorations looked very vivid, and there were even shooting stars streaking across the starry sky from time to time. The person on the chair has his back to the two of them, probably staring or looking up at the stars. Classmate Bai. I'm sorry. Meng Shuo's voice fell at a low voice, and he immediately stretched out his hand to push Bai Yu's back. Bai Yu stumbled and stood still outside the elevator. He heard a ding, and the elevator door closed behind him. At the same time, the white chair in front slowly turned around. A handsome young man wearing high-definition clothes appeared in Bai Yu's field of vision. Sitting upright, snow-white skin, silver hair, ice-blue eyes. Below the white snow, there are 2 pools of ice blue and clear lake water. On the icy blue lake, people are polite and courteous. Under the icy blue lake, murderous intent is everywhere. A wanton smile appeared in the young man's eyes, and his cold thin lips parted softly. Bai Xiao, I said. We will meet. Bai Yu. There was suddenly a warm touch in her palm.